that's what you call a varied menu tonight, ladies and gentlemen, on this Thursday night. It's nearly the weekend, so let's get stuck in, keeping the ship afloat tonight. Former political advisor Thomas Corbett-Dillon and Republican commentator Matthew Hurt are with me, and in London, hopefully waving, not drowning, our Labour commentator Simon Nash and former Conservative MP Louise Mensch. Hi folks, thank you all for keeping me company for the next 3 hours. I can't do it without you. So moving on to our main story, some breaking news which has just entered, in fact, the GB newsroom. Donald Trump's government has announced a new swathe of tariffs on 60 countries, including the UK, after time-limited levies introduced by the president following a Supreme Court defeat expire tomorrow. The US will impose tariffs of 10% to 12.5% on imports, accusing countries of failing to adequately enforce bans on goods produced using forced labour. The UK will face a 10% import tariff on goods. So let me get a quick word from my panel on this. Matthew Hurt. President Trump says that one of his favourite words is tariff. It's literally one of my least favourite words, because the mental gymnastics I have to do about tariffs as to who it's going to cost more money to are literally giving me a headache. Right, what is this going to mean for us? And I'm glad we're all nodding along. I really have to draw my GCSE maths here. Matthew, what's he doing, President Trump?
Well, look, Bev, as a conservative, I oppose tariffs because tariffs are levied on the individual, on the consumer. This only hurts the economies of not only the United States, but of our trading partners. I have not been behind tariffs since President Trump launched the first wave in the beginning of his this administration here, and I'm concerned and confused by this. It is a great negotiating tactic, I think, but it falls flat when it is in practice. It's just harmful to our allies.
But also, he was told by the Supreme Court that he couldn't impose these tariffs and he had to give the money back. So how come he's still pushing on with it, Louise?
Look, I don't know. I mean, I too am a conservative, and when I was growing up, conservatives believed in free trade. You know, Adam Smith, the wealth of nations. I think he's just a very determined guy. He doesn't like to be contradicted by anybody, even the Supreme Court. There will be lawsuits, and I would just ask him to drop the tariffs. And if he won't drop it on everybody, drop it on us. At least we are now turned over a new leaf and letting him use the bases, which we should have done in the first place. But we are your close ally. Please don't punish us, Mr. President.
Yeah, that's right. Because sorry, Simon. Let me just come to Thomas here in the studio here in America. Because what President Trump does with tariffs is he uses them as a negotiation tactic, doesn't he? It's not really about the revenue. It's about a deal to be made. Sorry, and particularly actually when it came to if you remember, the conflict that was rising up between India and Pakistan, when he said to them, "You keep fighting, I'm going to make this very expensive for you," and it worked, and they backed down. But he doesn't have that beef with us. So why do you think, Thomas?
Well, that's one of my biggest complaints about the embassy here, is that I think we are missing out a huge opportunity. This is the most pro-British president we've ever had in history. His mother is from Scotland, and this embassy in the US here, the British embassy, refused to engage properly with the administration because, unfortunately, it's full of lefties. The whole embassy is full of left-wing people, mostly Democrats, a lot of American staff there, and they refuse to engage because they think, well, when a Democrat comes in, on the first term of the president, they thought, well, we'll wait until the next president comes in and we'll work better with him. Joe Biden came in and couldn't care less about the British. So I think we're missing out on an opportunity here. We could easily have had this situation resolved and said, keep us out of this, Mr. President. If we had a better relationship, if Ed Miliband hadn't gone out there and called him a racist and all these horrible things, we'd probably have a better situation now. But unfortunately, they've made the same mistake over and over again. We're not engaging with him.
So are you saying that Ambassador Sir Christian Turner, who, let's remember, this could have been Lord Mandelson we're talking about here, are you accusing Sir Turner of not handling this relationship in a way that is beneficial to the UK?
Definitely. I mean, first of all, this is an ambassador that's just arrived. We've had turnover since we've had Peter Mandelson, and then we were running through Karen Pierce and all of these people. They did not engage with the administration in the right way. I know the embassy here, there was about one Republican working there. I knew him well. That was it. The rest of them were all these lefties that refused to engage with the president. They have not played the game. Remember, with the president, this is a game. He is playing a game. A great example of how the British could have used this when we had that terrorist that we were trying to deport to Pakistan. we then gave them $150 million, the president would have said, you're not getting that money if you don't take this terrorist. But the British refuse to play the global game. We're still in the past. We think, oh, let's be nice to everyone. The world has changed and we need to start being stronger.
Now, the briefings that I've been at the embassy here, the messaging is very much we are working well behind the scenes. The embassy here with the administration of President Trump, despite what was happening publicly with Sir Keir Starmer and the president, everything is running very, very smoothly behind the scenes. But Simon, I wonder if these tariffs suggest that it isn't quite as plain sailing as it's being sold to us.
Well, I think these tariff rates do have to be approved by Congress, and President Trump sort of did an executive order in order to reduce those tariffs. Now, I would say, you know, it's a hark back to the days of Mandelson in the embassy. I mean, it wasn't like a far-left embassy. They did get us reduced tariffs. My own company exported stuff to the US and benefited from those reduced tariffs. So, I mean, the problem is using executive orders to set the tariff rates isn't really how American democracy works, and Congress or the Senate have insisted that it goes through them. But I mean, a 10% rate isn't absolutely huge. There are tariffs of 50% on some products to some countries, and to America there were tariffs of 25% on some, for example, well, we make bike cleaning products amongst other things, and it was a 25% tariff dependent on the ingredients. So, you know, it's not the end of the world. I do think that Trump could secretly be a social warrior activist, actually. The issue of Chinese slavery, the Uyghur slaves being forced into labour camps to make cheap goods, which are then exported to the USA, well, not anymore, but to Europe, and Europe's not stopping those imports, and that's to do with it's causing slavery. So, you know, maybe he's genuinely caring about that issue, and a lot of people in America do, and a lot of people in Europe do. We don't want slavery, we don't want people to be forced into labour camps, so he's got a point, actually.
That may be an unexpected consequence, perhaps. But what a challenge to Andy Burnham, though. OK, let's see how you can do and get those tariffs taken down, Prime Minister. Here you go. That's first in your inbox. Moving on, though, it seems like America's ambassador to Britain, Warren Stevens, maybe was watching Late Show last night, because we revealed these previous comments from the new Foreign Secretary, Ed Miliband.
Most importantly, his values, his racism, his misogyny, his respect for authoritarian regimes and his apparent contempt for democratic regimes. And I think it is important to take a stand on this, because I do think that his values and where he stands are on the side of, they seem to be on the side of authoritarianism.
Well, tonight, Ambassador Stevens has broken his silence and says that Ed Miliband was wrong to have made those comments, adding that it was no secret the pair had previously clashed over net zero, but that he hoped that the new Foreign Secretary had changed his views since those remarks in 2016. In a major turn of events, it seems like he might just have changed his views, because after meeting with American Secretary of State Rubio, he's captioned an image of them both with this: the closest of allies, united through shared interests, history and culture. He says it is a pleasure to meet Secretary Rubio today in Manila as we continue to work closely to deliver jobs, security and growth for people on both sides of the Atlantic. That follows the news, that tonight the hundreds of civil servants have begun strike action over job cuts at the Foreign Office. And if you're curious as to how Britain is being viewed in America, have a look at this.
The UK just appointed their 7th new Prime Minister in only 10 years. And here now to talk about it is the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Andy, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me, Jimmy. I'm thrilled to serve both king and country in this new role.
It's great. Well, now that you're the Prime Minister, what is the first thing on your agenda?
Great question, Jimmy. I have a clear goal in mind, and that goal...
I'm sorry, what's going on? What happened to Andy?
Who?
The Prime Minister.
Oh, he's no longer Prime Minister. I am, Nigel Remington.
Oh, geez, that happened fast. Well, now that you're Prime Minister, what is your top priority?
The economy. It must be our main focus.
Come on now. Who are you?
I'm the new Prime Minister, Sandra Willingham. The people have spoken, and they want change.
Well, I think the change is happening too quickly.
I mean, it's probably a bit of an easy joke, really, isn't it, from Jimmy Fallon there? So are we seen as a bit of a comedy figure on the international scene? Let's speak now to the host of The Real Beef with Don Keith. Don Keith himself. Don, good evening. Thank you for joining us. So is that an accurate depiction of how Americans view the British political system?
Yeah, I think for the most part it probably is. But I got to say, it's nice to see Jimmy Fallon being funny for a change. I'm so used to seeing all these late night hosts bash Donald Trump and conservatives. So that was actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
So.
I wonder if he doesn't actually know that we've got a socialist government. Maybe when he realises that, he might start being kind of nice about them. I mean, he wasn't unkind about Andy Burnham, of course. But do you think will the likes of Jimmy Fallon be watching closely to our new Prime Minister to see how to caricature this guy and what it's telling you Americans about the UK?
Yeah, I think they'll be watching closely. It's a good source of comedy, this Labour government anyway. Not so much when you have a conservative-minded leader, but it's always hilarious to watch some of the decisions that folks like Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham may make. We'll see. One I guess glimmer of hope with Andy Burnham is that he approved the air bases in the UK for strikes by the U.S. on Iran. So maybe there's hope for him yet. I hope so. We'll see.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to some degree for leaders of the UK because President Trump is so roundly depicted in the mainstream media as a figure of fun himself. Like at best, he might be a comedy president, and at worst they depict him as pure evil. So it is quite difficult for prime ministers in the UK to know where to stand with Trump because it doesn't always go down well with the voters in the UK. How keenly will you want to watch what Andy Burnham is, how he's relating to President Trump, and what do you expect, Don?
Well, I'm going to be watching Andy Burnham really closely. I'm also going to be watching Ed Miliband very closely. I saw earlier you played a clip of him back in 2016 when he called President Trump a racist. But, it's really no surprise that he would call President Trump a racist. He was simply falling in line, like the rest of his party. And I don't mean just labor. I mean the global left that is pretty much in lockstep with whatever narrative the Democrats put out. And all it took was one selectively edited video from their mainstream media lapdogs of, Trump's Charlottesville speech where he totally condemned white supremacists. And they left that part out to focus on his very fine people on both sides statement. I mean, up until that point, Trump was a media darling and was celebrated for his philanthropic work by civil rights leaders like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. But because he came down the escalator and declared his Republican candidacy, they painted a target on his back. But I can tell you this, Ed Miliband will bend the knee just like the other diplomats who have denigrated our president because he and America hold all the cards. I mean, when it comes to things like trade or defense, technology, support for Ukraine, and really a multitude of other items. These people want access to America's wealth and power, and the only way they'll get that is to be in Trump's good graces. So if Andy Burnham is any kind of leader, he's certainly not going to let Trump derangement syndrome from a guy like Ed Miliband stand in the way of British success, in my opinion.
You talk about the global left being in lockstep, and we're 18 months just over into Donald Trump's presidency here. Are you optimistic that he was the first domino to fall, if you like, in terms of right-wing politics that might have spread across Europe and to the UK? Or is your hope in that political change starting to wane?
Are you asking about Trump? That Trump was the first to fall? Is that what your question was?
Yeah, and fall sounds negative, and I don't mean that to be negative. What I mean is
in 2020, you mean?
Biden to yeah, exactly. So the change from Biden to Trump signaled a movement towards the political right in America, and there was a suspicion that domino falling would go across, and it would go across the Atlantic, and it would end up in Europe, and it would end up possibly in the UK with maybe a reform government at some time. This is what those on the political right were hoping for. Where do you sit on that now at this stage in 2026?
Well, I think Trump could be the catalyst. We're seeing a lot of politics shifting around the globe right now. We're seeing some shift conservative. We're still seeing some go left. So it's really hard to say. You know, the left is voracious. They have really an appetite for this socialism or really communism, in my opinion. So you know, the jury's still out on whether we're going to get this global shift toward a more conservative governments. I really hope that's the case. I mean, we love our individual liberty in America. I know folks in the UK, have a lot of friends in the UK. They love their individual liberty. They love their freedom. They don't like being arrested for saying things that the government doesn't like. You know, thousands of people arrested in the UK per year for nonviolent speech offenses and things like that. So I know a lot of folks are really hoping for all the dominoes to fall, and I really hope they do myself.
Yeah. OK, Don, thank you so much. Host of The Real Beef with Don Keith. Don Keith there. Can I just quickly ask my panel about this, or do we need to go straight on to our break? We got to move on. We will come back to that. Right, still to come this evening on The Late Show Live.
The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
Yeah, not an eye for an eye, but a head for an eye. Iran issues a chilling warning to Britain tonight and the royal family after President Trump launched strikes from RAF Fairford in the UK overnight. But first, this evening, Green Party voters are now more likely to see America as a threat to Britain than Russia. Are they just thick? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel. Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
There is
There's no institutional bias. Mistakes are made, but there's no institutional bias.
Welcome back. There has been yet another major development in President Trump's lawsuit against the BBC. That was Deborah Turnus. Of course, she was head of news at the BBC and she lost her job. That's coming up shortly. First, though, tonight, a new YouGov poll suggests that some British voters now see America as a bigger threat to the UK than Russia or China. The survey found that Green Party supporters were the most sceptical of America, with many also backing fewer government contracts for American companies. Let's talk now to former national newspaper editor David Wooding. David, very good evening to you. Isn't this the fault? Is not this the fault of newspapers? That's the problem here, because newspapers are so horrible about President Trump and all of the things that he wants to do that the British public, particularly the Green voters, just hate him, David. It's all your fault.
Well, the Green voters probably don't buy newspapers. They probably think it damages the planet to have a bit of newsprint in their house. Let's not forget.
Right. All those trees being cut down.
Absolutely. It's mostly the millennials and the Generation Z, or Generation Z, as you say, where you are, who are backing the Greens. And of course, if they're backing the Greens, there's a load of crackpot policies that Zach Balansky, the leader of the Greens, has. So it's not surprising that to hear that some of their supporters actually believe that the United States of America, one of our oldest, closest and most sustained allies over the decades, is an enemy rather than Russia. I mean, there's also a little bit of, they don't really care about Ukraine. A little selfish there, I guess. They think, well, it's a long way from where I live. I'm not involved. We're not involved. Russia's not a threat to us. It's somewhere far away. So there's a lot. And I think if they're getting you just mentioned newspapers, I think the problem is a lot of them the younger people get their information from social media. And we know how accurate social media is.
It's a very good point. Now, of course, those, as you call them, crackpot voters, or their crackpot policies, now they would say, look, we're not crackpots, and what we object about is that President Trump talks about drill, baby, drill. He wants to make money. He's going to ruin the planet, whereas we virtuous Green voters are just going to save the world. That surely underpins why they view America as a problem, because they've been so brainwashed about climate change being a man-made phenomenon. The fear-mongering around climate change is so much greater, actually, than the fear-mongering about war.
Absolutely. And when you see Donald Trump performing over here in the United Kingdom, he is an unusual character. He says things abruptly. He actually holds his diplomacy in front of the cameras. He has those showdowns with world leaders in front of the television so we can all see it, which is absolutely unbelievable, really, for what we've seen. I've covered politics as a political editor for some years. I know what it's like. So that gives him in the eyes of people who don't agree with them, they see him as the troublemaker. They see him, the younger people who don't really follow politics. I'm not saying all young people don't follow politics, but a lot of them have other things in their life. They've got shorter attention span, and that's probably why. The other thing, of course, Bev, is that people feel here that they haven't got a say in how to run the country. Here in the UK, as you just shown on the Jimmy Fallon show, we've had 7 prime ministers in 10 years. People don't really feel they have a say. We've just had a prime minister foist upon us. And so people are now deciding to vote with their feet and with their wallets on what they buy. And one of the issues is that they're not buying American goods because of that, which is quite astonishing, really.
Yeah, very good point, David. Good point. Thank you so much. Always enjoy our conversations. Former national newspaper editor David Wooding. Thank you, David. Let me ask my panel about this. Thomas, that point that David made there about the fact that these are the youngsters and they don't like Trump's style of delivery. Of course they don't, because they're perpetually offended and they can't bear that kind of honesty.
That's right. And you know, I think that this is actually being downplayed. I mean, can you imagine the outrage if it came out that the Reform voters were big fans hands of Russia, there would be government statements, they'd be doing inquiries, they'd be doing propaganda to fix this. I really find this outrageous that Green voters are out there saying they prefer Russia and China over the United States, and no one seems to be like surprised or bothered about this. I think this is actually mind-blowing. I think the government needs to come out and make a serious statement to say how allied, this is our greatest ally, the United States, and that these voters are out there publicly saying that they support a communist regime or a regime that is at war. It is not being handled seriously enough. I think this is a massive problem that we have to deal with.
Yeah, Matthew, it is, surely. It just shows, though, the division in our country is just so profound. And is it a coincidence that they're youngsters? I don't think it is.
Well, Bev, I tried to be surprised about this, and I'm not, but young people are idealistic. Look, I got involved in a young libertarian political movement when I was 19, 20, 21 years old, and saw what happened. I wouldn't be surprised if we turned this poll inward to the United States and saw that the Democratic Socialists of America agree with the Green Party in Great Britain. And I think what it is they have this idealistic view of the world, which does not include America as a major power, and that is sideways with their belief system. And also, just ideologically and philosophically, there's not much difference between somebody who is in the Green Party part of the political spectrum and an authoritarian regime like China anyway.
Yeah. Simon, what do you make of this? You probably agree with these Green Party supporters, don't you?
Well, I was a member of the Green Party until a few years ago. I left because they opposed nuclear power and they opposed HS2, and they weren't talking about green issues enough. That's why I left. I'm now a member of the Labour Party. I do get it. Now, America's an ally and it's a friend of Britain, has the same values, and may that continue. I think a lot of this kind of hatred of America comes from, the Iraq war, that was a kind of a threat to the UK. It dragged us into war, cost us trillions. The Iran attack recently, the Iranian regime isn't great, the way it treats women and oppresses its people, that's awful. But I think a lot of people thought, just kind of going in there with bombs without really an after plan and without, it's incredible that Donald Trump didn't have strategic advisors saying to him, their plan will be to block off the Strait of Hormuz. That's a possible consequence, and that will cause a lot of chaos for a lot of countries. So I can see why people would see America started more wars than Russia historically. So, all this adds up, plus the emotion of it. And it might be wrong, but this is where they're coming from.
Louise, I wonder whether this is also about Israel. Because the accusation levelled at America repeatedly, particularly on social media, is that America is behaving as though it were the inferior power to Benjamin Netanyahu. And of course, we know that the Green Party is extremely popular with Muslim voters in the UK. Is that playing a part in this?
Oh, I definitely think that the Green Party as a party is institutionally anti-Semitic. But the biggest threat to Britain, now to the people we've named, isn't even Russia, certainly not America. It's these gibbering morons who vote for Zach Polanski and his stupid ways. I will say that I think the security services should be looking very, very hard at the Green Party in general, because the movement across the world, including the Green Party in the United States, is historically incredibly close to Russia. Jill Stein has praised the leader of the Green Party in the United States during 2016. She went to Moscow, she posed in front of the Kremlin. She's what I personally would consider to be what they call a useful idiot. At best, you hope that she's a useful idiot and not a witting Russian asset. So I think that's something the security services should look at. But at the end of the day, these people are nut jobs. And I honestly don't think that they're going to get anywhere whatsoever at the next election. Last time we had people like this was when I was growing up. There were the hairy armpit women of Greenham Common who were marching up and down saying, let's have unilateral nuclear disarmament and let's get rid of our nuclear weapons so that the Russians can take us over. No thanks. This isn't the policy of a serious party, but it is the policy of a hard left movement that is deeply, deeply embedded with Russia. Nigel Farage has long since repudiated Russia. He did say he was a big fan of Vladimir Putin, long since repudiated it. The Green Party on both sides of the Atlantic can't get enough of him. And maybe the real adherents of Russia are the far left, not the far right. Russia has killed British citizens on British soil more than once in recent memory. And they are our enemy, to put it quite frankly. And I think Zach Polanski just needs to grow up.
I was going to say, I mean, to sort of...
And maybe put a message out to his supporters. Sorry, Simon. Of course, the Green Party would absolutely categorically deny any of the character assassination that they've just received in that previous segment. Right, let's have a quick look at some of the other main news stories here in America this evening. The wreckage of a Pan American Airways plane has been found 74 years after it plunged into the Atlantic Ocean in a crash that prompted mandatory airline safety briefings. The aircraft was found 2,000 feet below sea level off the coast of Puerto Rico. A Secret Service agent on J.D. Vance's security detail has been suspended and could face a criminal investigation after allegedly leaking information about the American vice president. The agent was placed on administrative leave following the leaking of a story that included details about Mr. Vance's travel.
You better shape up, 'cause I need a man, and my heart is set on you.
Love that song. Now, it's been revealed tonight that Grease star Diddy Khan says that nobody involved in the 1978 classic expected it to become a global hit. The actress, who played Frenchie, revealed that the cast enjoyed working together so much they even tried to set up a sequel while filming the famous carnival scene, but Paramount reportedly dismissed the idea, believing Grease would be just a little summer movie. And by the time the film became a box office sensation, John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John were no longer available, leading to the 1982 sequel being made without its original stars. Did you boys enjoy that clip as much as I did?
I did. Yeah, we're gonna listen to that all night. That's gonna be stuck in my head.
Boogieing away there.
It's great. It's such a great movie and great Americana there.
Great Americana. I might have to watch that this weekend, I think, for old time's sake. Right, still to come this evening on The Late Show Live.
Is Mickey Mouse racist?
The White House is worried that history is being distorted by wokeism in museums. This week, Mickey Mouse is at the centre of the row. It's an incredible story we'll get stuck into. First, though, tonight, following President Trump launching attacks on Iran from British military bases, the Islamic Republic has just threatened the UK's royal family, forcing the government to issue an emergency statement. The latest on that next. This is The Late Show Live with Bev, only on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time.
But I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At some point, there will be a reckoning. They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war.
Well, that was Elon Musk saying that Britain is heading for a reckoning. Is he right? What is he talking about? We're going to discuss that shortly. First, though, breaking tonight, the government says that Britain's armed forces stand ready after Iran threatened UK military bases used by the United States. Now, this follows threats against the royal family, which the Islamic Republic claimed were the main cause of the misfortunes of the people of our region, and has a dark record on dividing Islamic countries. A Ministry of Defence spokesperson says the UK stands ready 24/7 to protect itself from attacks at home or abroad. And this comes as a new poll reveals just 6% of Britons would volunteer to fight for their country in the event of an imminent invasion, while a further 14% say they would serve only if formally called upon. With me now is defence analyst and former British Army officer Simon Diggins. Simon, thank you very much for joining us on this. So some worrying news here, Simon, this message from Iran, but how seriously should we take it?
Good morning. I think the answer is always seriously. I think you should always give credit to people who make statements like that. It's not a great surprise, though. We've just banned the IRGC, finally, last Friday, thanks to Sir Keir Starmer, one of the last acts that he put forward. And they clearly are worried by the fact that they can now, we can now use the American bases, British bases, to conduct attacks fully onto Iran. The problem we had at the beginning of that war, when Keir Starmer wouldn't let the Americans use it, has now gone completely. So I'm not surprised they're kind of lashing out. I think they're clearly rattled by what's going on. I thought the conversation earlier on, where they thought there'd be a sort of ceasefire after a couple of attacks, that's now stopped. We've now had, I think it's nearly 12 days now of continuous attacks. And I think the Iranians are rattled. So they're kind of lashing out at all things they can do, and they're lashing out at us.
Now, the government says that Britain is ready, that we're ready 24/7. Are we?
It's a bold statement. I would say that there are areas where we are strong. I suspect that security around the royal family is being looked at very hard at the moment. I think security around the RAF bases used by the US Air Force is probably very, very strong. Do we have good security across all domains? No, we don't. And that's where we're stuck with the limitations we've got in terms of our resource and capability. And we saw that early in the fighting in the Middle East when Hezbollah launched missile and drone attacks towards Cyprus. So there are limits to what we've got to do. We can do. Can we resist and deal with what the Iranians might throw us in the near future? The answer is probably yes. But they are very good at attacking what you might call indirect targets. I think that's the area I'd be looking at the most.
Yeah, and the poll that tells us that only 6% of Britons would volunteer to fight for the country, and only 14% if they were formally called upon, is damning. That is absolutely damning. Why do you think Britons feel so ambivalent about having to potentially lay down their life or to take the life of somebody else in the event of a war?
I think it is a very damning poll, and it's something that we should be taking very, very seriously. I think two things have happened. The first is that over nearly 20, nearly 30 years, in fact, really, we have downplayed defence and security. So whenever we want to do something, whether it be in Iraq or Afghanistan, it's been seen what you might call a war of choice. So it's kind of seen as an option to what we're trying to do. We're now moving into a stage where war is a necessity, or that the need to defend against war is a necessity. It's in other words existential, and we haven't yet properly made the argument. But the second element of it, and this is perhaps more controversial, is I think we've also denigrated our country so much to the point that there's a whole generation of young people who don't necessarily identify with our history, with our traditions, and our willingness to defend ourselves. And I think that's extremely sad. That's a matter of education, a real failure of our education, that the people don't identify with their own country. I mean, that was a stupid woman, Jamil, calling us the worst
Simon,
people in the world.
I totally agree. Thank you so much, Defence Analyst, former British Army officer Simon Diggins, joining us on The Late Show this evening. Let me go now to my panel briefly on this. What a shocking statistic, Louise. Let me come to you, that 6% of people polled would fight for their country. We've fallen out of love with Great Britain, and that's very sad.
Yeah, I want to know who they polled. Were these illegal immigrants? I really don't believe it. Between the wars, there was a famous debate in the Oxford Union where I went to college. This house would not fight for king and country. But then in both World War I and World War II, the British actually stepped up to defend the homeland incredibly. Look, Iran just doesn't have the conventional force to pose any threat whatsoever to Britain. Thank you, President Trump, for sinking their navy on day one. But what they can do is terrorism. And it is really important that we secure the royal family and that we punish them. What I would like to see us do is demine the Strait of Hormuz. That's something we could and should be helping the Americans do right now, and I don't know why we're not.
Yeah, good point. Simon, what do you think?
Well, I think everyone should become an environmentalist and stop funding these regimes with oil money. That would solve a lot of the problems out there. And yeah, it's a great shame that Iran's in this situation. It'd be great if it's a democratic regime and it treated its people well and used the oil money for the benefit of its citizens, but it's not. So may God end this conflict.
Would you fight for this? Would you fight for your country if you were asked to do so?
Yeah, I like to think that I would. I would. I am patriotic. I do believe in my country. I've helped police. I was bitten by a shoplifter once when he was attacking a security guard. So I like to think I would be one of those people that would fight for king and country. I wonder how the question was posed. I mean, if you said, well, OK, would you go out and do a job for quite a low wage where you potentially get shot and die? Well, if you propose a question like that, most people might say no. And in World War II and I, they did have lots of posters saying, you know, come and join the army, it'll be kind of fun and you'll be doing your civic duty. I think with a bit of messaging like that, people would be up for it. And actually, British values of democracy and freedom and all these good things, if people really thought about that, I think actually the majority would fight for king and country.
Thomas, come in on this. You're probably at the age that might get called up.
Well, you know, Louise brought up, yes, in World War II, the British men stood up and went to fight. Well, I'll tell you this: those men don't exist anymore. You think that the men today in England are the same men that were in World War II? Absolutely not. If anything, I'd say the 6% figure might be too high. I don't think you'll find many people that are willing to go out and fight for this government. What are we fighting for? It's not even a country anymore. Why would you give your life to a country you have no allegiance to? It makes no sense.
And that's so sad, isn't it, Matt?
It is sad, but on this side of the pond, Bev, Gallup released poll results just a couple of years ago that said 41% of Americans would fight in a hypothetical battle to protect this country. So there's a big difference on this side of the pond of folks who would sign up and defend this country.
Yeah, well, let me know what you think at home. I bet you've got some strong opinions on that. gbnews.com/your say. Still to come, though, this evening on The Late Show Live, Andy Burnham will today hold his first cabinet meeting from Manchester as he reveals he will be permanently relocating up north. And I will tell you who is on that list also on the show tonight.
We will drill, baby, drill.
Well, maybe Andy Burnham has just become Britain's version of President Trump when it comes to drilling in the North Sea. Can that possibly be true? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. I am Bev Turner. Now, still ahead, there's been yet another major development in President Trump's lawsuit against the BBC. We'll be getting into that in just a moment. But first of all, let's have a look at some of the main stories on the front of tomorrow's Today for you. The newspaper, starting with the front of The Times, which is reporting that Andy Burnham is ready to move quickly to scale up North Sea oil and gas production, with a decision on drilling at Britain's biggest undeveloped sites due within weeks. Industry sources told The Times they'd received indications that the Prime Minister wanted to ensure that new supplies, if approved, could help drive down the cost of living this winter. Well, stop the press. Who saw this coming, Matt?
I mean, we've been talking about it on this show for about a week and a half now, and I'm a little skeptical. Obviously, President Trump thinks this is a great idea. I'm under the impression that he is just expediting the licenses that were enacted in the previous government. So, but it's good news. It's good news, and anything that brings down the cost of electricity or of gas for Britons as we move into the winter is great news.
Well, the president will be delighted, Thomas, because he said repeatedly that where Keir Starmer went wrong was not fixing migration and not drilling in the North Sea. He's going to be sending love letters to Andy Burnham any minute now if this goes through.
That's right. I like that. Drill, Burnham, drill. I like that. We could get behind that. I think this is going to be great. If he goes ahead, he'll be getting a presidential welcome to DC. Yeah. It would be very, very good for him. Maybe he's calculated this and realized, because, you know, they want to spend money, which is fine, but let's raise it through, you know, industry and things like that. Instead of just taxing everyone, they want to spend money, they want to build housing or whatever. Fine, let's do it, but let's raise money. It's ridiculous that we would were never able to touch these resources when you've got Norway up there that's sitting on like billions of dollars in its sovereign wealth fund because they exploit the resource, and we don't do it. So I'm really glad they're going to do this. I think the Americans are going to be very, very happy. Maybe the special relationship is back on. Maybe Andy has saved it.
Yeah, Louise, what do you make of this headline?
Well, Labour's got a new slogan, and it's just start oil. So, you know, good, excellent. But all they are doing is putting right what they did wrong before. And I think that's why Ed Miliband is Foreign Secretary. You had to get him out of Dodge. The Tories just won a by-election up in Scotland because so many jobs were being lost to Ed Miliband's insane environmentalism. And if the President is pleased, which he will be, I hope Andy Burnham will take the opportunity to say, look, Mr. President, we're with you. Please lower those tariffs at least to 5%, if not get rid of them altogether. The Iran war is driving up the price of oil. That is causing the cost of British borrowing to rise. We need all the oil we can get. At least Andy Burnham does seem to recognise that part.
Yeah, Simon, do you agree with that?
Well, I hope Andy's nickname doesn't become Andy Burn the Planet. It won't. He's a good guy. I do think he's made an error of judgment. Look, there's a report from Bristol University. It was in The Guardian the weekend. It would only create 27 full-time jobs if that oil field was exploited. It's actually owned by a private company, so Shell and another company, a Norwegian company. Well, yeah, that was the figure, and it would take a few years to exploit that as well. And also, if oil and gas is so valuable, why are we just wasting so much of it? As I said before, you know, you just see it everywhere: air-conditioned shops, fridges without doors on, guzzling energy, people taking low-cost flights everywhere. What about saving some of this for the next generation? Taking climate change aside, we're just burning every drop of it just for fun. It's not that. It's not like we need it that desperately. And also, would you all agree with like a national oil company? They say, you know, Margaret Thatcher, or the Norwegian politicians created the sovereign wealth funds and used their North Sea oil to fund that. Margaret Thatcher used it to make half the country unemployed instead. So we've not saved that money. In fact, all of the North Sea has been cut up into squares and given away to foreign oil companies, including national oil companies from other nation states. If we had a British national oil company, like a previous Labour government created, then that money would stay in the UK. The oil and gas could be kept in the UK to directly lower bills. And I hope that's what Andy Burnham does if he does go down this route.
I love you, Simon, because you're never quite sure where you're going to go with these answers, and it does make me concentrate. But let me ask you, Thomas, when you hear Simon saying about the fact that, you know, we're wasting things on like air conditioning, and I find it amazing that Brits, for which I am one, of which I am one, you know, I find it amazing that Brits see these as kind of luxury items when you live in America and you realise that something like being able to, I don't know, turn your kettle on is not considered to be extravagant.
Right, and I think it's so ridiculous because we're in the US here, and England seem to think that they can make any difference at all. We're sitting in DC, it's 7 p.m. Every building in this city has their air conditioning on full blast. There's no one in the offices. The fact that they're going to punish themselves, and then he's saying the fridge doors are open, as if that's going to make any difference. England need to step up and embrace the modern world because everyone else is.
And Simon, I'm not going to let you go from this show without hearing about the story where you got bitten by a shoplifter. So stay tuned. I'm going to press him on that. And also, we're going to see this.
There is no institutional bias. Mistakes are made, but there's no institutional bias.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning. We've made it to Friday, and this is your GB News weather update from the Met Office. For many, it is going to be a dry end to what has been a very dry week. There is some rain around, however. A bit of light drizzly rain across parts of Scotland, perhaps Northern Ireland at the moment. A lot of this, though, is going to break up through the morning and into the afternoon. Meanwhile, across England and Wales, well, it's a dry picture here with lots of sunshine. And with that sunshine, we're seeing temperatures rising mid to high 20s quite widely. Some places towards the southeast could get to around 30 Celsius, so feeling pretty hot here. Further north, a fresher feel for sure with a bit more cloud, and there will be a little bit of rain around, but into the evening we're going to see some more persistent rain arriving in the far northwest of Scotland. Not especially heavy, but a damp end to the day here for sure. Further south and east across parts of Scotland, clinging on to that dry weather for now, but that rain will push through later on, and it's a similar story across Northern Ireland. Some glimmers of sunshine for the time being. Across England and Wales, a fine end to the day here, and worth bearing in mind those temperatures are going to hold up, so it is still going to be pretty warm as we go through this evening and the start of the night. That weather system in the far northwest, which is bringing rain later on to parts of Scotland, does push its way south and eastwards overnight, bringing a bit of rain to far northern western parts of England and Wales, but the more persistent rain will be affecting northwestern Scotland. It is going to be a warm night for many of us, temperatures generally holding up in the mid-teens, some places holding up in high teens, so a bit uncomfortable for sleeping for some. A pretty unsettled picture across much of Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland through tomorrow. There will be outbreaks of rain, blustery winds, and that will then push into northern and western parts of England and Wales. Further south and southeast, it's going to stay dry. There'll be some sunshine again and still hot in the southeast. Here, temperatures could once more be in the low 30s Celsius. See you again soon. Bye-bye.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, good morning, live from Washington, D.C. This is Beth Turner on GB News with the stories that are shaping Great Britain and America tonight. The price of our alliance. Iran has issued a chilling warning to Britain and the royal family after Donald Trump launched strikes from RAF Fairford overnight. This was the warning from Secretary of State Marco Rubio earlier.
The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
Not an eye for an eye, but a head for an eye. And courtroom clash. Donald Trump's lawyers now want former BBC boss Tim Davie under oath, while the BBC demands that the president's private messages should be seen.
There is no institutional bias. Mistakes are made, but there's no institutional bias.
Well, that was Deborah Turner says she left the BBC over that documentary. But number 10 has gone north. Andy Burnham is going to today hold his first cabinet meeting from Manchester as he reveals who will be permanently relocating. And taking the mickey, the White House is worried that history is being distorted by wokeism in museums. And this week, Mickey Mouse is at the centre of the storm.
Mickey Mouse racist?
I guess you'd have to ask Donald Duck. I'm Bev Turner. This is The Late Show Live. We're just discussing that Minnie Mouse is a trad wife, I think, now. Mickey Mouse, he's gone the full circle. Used to be controversial, now he's, you know, very hip with the kids and all that. Anyway, welcome to The Late Show Live. Might be a little bit delirious for the next 2 hours. Joining me this evening, my panel, former political advisor Thomas Corbett-Dillon. I'm not having you as former political advisor. You were a political advisor in this studio every week with us.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'll give you that. And Republican commentator Matthew Hurt. In London, we've got Labour commentator Simon Nash and a former Conservative MP and political analyst Louise Mensch. So thank you all for joining us this evening. So we're starting with a GB News alert. President Trump's legal battle with the BBC has intensified after the broadcaster has demanded access to the American president's personal messages from January the 6th. The BBC wants communications between Mr. Trump and his advisors in the 3 hours between the speech, which has obviously been proven so controversial, and his call for the rioters to disperse, arguing they could help defend its $10 billion defamation case over that Panorama documentary edit. Now, it has also been revealed that President Trump's lawyers are going to move to force former BBC Director General Tim Davie to testify under oath over the editorial decisions behind the programme. Let's talk now to defamation law attorney Trey Lovell. Well, Trey, I think I only spoke to you last night, but this is moving very quickly, this process of discovery, isn't it? What more do we know today that we didn't know 24 hours ago, Trey?
Well, it's moving ahead quite quickly. You know, now they're naming people that they want to depose, and this is going to be a tit for tat, you know, down the road. But it's not surprising. You know, Tim Davie was, you know, was pivotal in this in terms of being, you know, the global director. He's going to have knowledge of the production and the documentary. So I'm not surprised they're going after him. But there's going to be a litany of witnesses that they're going to start to name, and discovery is going to get much more intense.
Yeah, and obviously Tim Davie, can he be forced to take part in this? Can he be subpoenaed by the American lawyers to actually contribute to this case at this stage? What mechanisms would have to be in place, Trey?
Yeah, so the Florida court doesn't have jurisdiction over him over there in the UK to be able to subpoena him directly. But there's a couple ways they can do it. They can go through the Hague Convention, which is basically international treaties between the countries, and the US and the UK have one, about service of process, about records and evidence collection and things like that. They could go through that process, or they could just ask the court in the UK to domesticate a subpoena and then serve them along those means that in accordance with proper procedure in the UK. And then at that point, he'll be forced to testify. So ultimately, yes, I think that they'll be able to force him if he tries to resist. But there is a few loops that they got to go through, hoops that they got to go to do it.
Yeah, and this timing between President Trump making that speech and then telling the protesters to calm down effectively, why is that important, Trey?
You know, his intent is really everything. He's suing the BBC, saying that defamed him by depicting him in a way that he was encouraging people to march on the Capitol and violence. And he's saying he actually wanted peace. But his intent, if he's making text messages or remarks that, yes, he did want people to march, he did want people to support him, he did want people to go down to the Capitol, that goes against the falsity. You can't claim, hey, the BBC is falsely depicting me, by encouraging violence when I have text messages and emails or discussions where I'm talking about that. So it's really important to the intent and whether or not it was defamatory. And a lot of the case, can rest around that.
And forgive me for being so ignorant on this, but would text messages that were sent 5.5 years ago be still available on record somewhere? Because presumably they're not in his handset anymore.
Yes. Usually those are preserved through the phone services. And they shouldn't have a problem getting out. I think that even if they're deleted, there's a way to get those. That's more of a forensic issue. But yes, we can go back, decades sometimes to get text messages and things like that if we need to, certainly emails. So I don't think that would be an issue, but it's just whether or not he actually does text. And if not, communications, statements, discussions he had with his cabinet, with other people, that's going to be relevant. What did he want these people to, when he was given the speech?
Yeah, okay. Trey Lavelle, thank you so much, defamation law attorney. Thank you for joining us this evening. I'm a little bit chilled by that. I don't know about you, but the fact that your text messages are still sitting somewhere on a server, I'm very naive, clearly, Louise, when it comes to these things, to think that, they're not just there because he's President Trump. Does that mean that all of our text messages are sitting somewhere ready to be unearthed?
Look, I'm not a cybersecurity consultant, but I believe that yes, they are. And as the attorney just said, they can be dug up. Look, I would love Tim David to testify.
Wow.
I do think this was a really bad story. I certainly believe that President Trump had directly encouraged them to march on the Capitol because the BBC is so trusted. And I say that as somebody who was an opponent of President Trump at that time. However, looking for the president's text messages, I doubt those are going to be flattering, quite frankly, to Donald Trump. They've already got a ruling that he has to hand over stuff from his businesses. He's not going to want to do that. I fully expect him to drop this lawsuit and just say, look, this is a distraction. I've got to get on with governing the country. He's already dropped multiple counts of this lawsuit, and it would be very damaging to Britain if he were to win. So I expect him to take a leaf out of the book of his friend the King and say, never complain, never explain. I've got real work to do. I'm just going to get rid of this. And I frankly hope he does.
Oh, I just don't think he will, Thomas, though, do you? He feels this is the smoking gun in his story of the fake media, and he wants to see some sort of justice. Should he just say, OK, well, we'll narrow the terms of this, and I want $1 or something? One of the lawyers on the show this week suggested just narrow it, just admit that they did wrong, work out how that came to be, and say you don't need the money, but you want justice for yourself.
No, I don't think he will, because this has already happened. His messages have already been collected by the Jack Smith, the special prosecutor who was appointed by Joe Biden's very far left Attorney General Merrick Garland. These messages are already out there. They've already been found. And guess what? If there were anything in those messages, he got messages from everyone involved. He even got Ivanka's messages, his daughter, completely irrelevant. The messages have been seen. They've been viewed by every far left person in Biden's Attorney General and the Department of Justice. If there were anything in those messages, they would already be out there. So if anything, he's probably going to say, sure, you can have the messages. They've already been viewed by the Americans. And by the way, this has already gone all the way to the Supreme Court, and they have said that he did not do anything on January 6th. The BBC are really reaching here, and I think the president is just going to stand firm and say, look, if the Supreme Court have said that I did nothing wrong, the BBC can have a look at whatever they want to look at. He is not going to give this up.
That's a very good point, actually, Matt. I hadn't thought about that, because he was cleared by Congress and the Supreme Court here of having incited violence. This has already been trawled through. What is new, however, is the idea that he would have to give up the financial details of up to 400 different companies that he's involved with and all of his financial assets so that the BBC can prove that he wasn't financially damaged by this documentary. He's not going to want to do that either, is he, Matt?
And what I think is very clever by the BBC is that they are asking for hundreds and hundreds of access to all these documents for all these other business interests. And I do think that President Trump will be very, very skittish and very nervous about releasing any of that, which if the BBC can afford the lawyers to do this, they could play this out in court for a long time and just get the president ensnared in these, in providing these documents or not providing them. And I don't think that the president wants to provide documents about his business dealings.
Simon, before I come to you, let's remind ourselves what President Trump said to GB News about the BBC when he sat down with me last year. Here it is.
Fake news was a great term, except it's not strong enough. I'd like it to be stronger. The word fake is one thing, but this is beyond fake. This is corrupt, what they did. I'm not looking to get into lawsuits, but I think I have an obligation to do it. This was so egregious. If you don't do it, you don't stop it from happening again. And I wonder if they've done it. We'll find this out. The nice part about litigation is we'll find out how many times have they done it to other people.
And I think that's a really important point, Simon Nash, is that President Trump has said repeatedly, this isn't necessarily about him. It's about the depiction of truth via the BBC. And that could apply to a whole number of issues, be that climate change or illegal migration, and really holding them to account to put two sides of every story in exactly the way that we do here on GB News.
Well, I don't think suing the BBC over this one issue would actually reveal anything about other misreporting by the BBC. And we do know that President Trump did want people to go down to the Capitol building. Whether or not he wanted them directly to riot or not is another question. I mean, he could have come out, as I've said before, he could have come out during the riots and made a public announcement saying, look, please, no violence whatsoever. This should have always just been a peaceful protest. Stop the violence right now. And as I understand it, he didn't do so. And I'm also reminded of the case of Oscar Wilde back in the 60s. Homosexuality was illegal in the UK. Oscar Wilde, many years before that, was involved in a newspaper story where someone claimed he was involved in the act of buggery. And of course, he sued the newspaper in a similar way that Donald Trump is attempting to sue the BBC. And of course, in that libel court, they went on the side of the newspaper and said, actually, you were involved in homosexual activity. And then, of course, it went to the next stage, and rather than the civil courts, went to the criminal courts, and the police or the CPS at the time went through the criminal prosecution. And there's a risk that this could happen to Donald Trump if these text messages reveal that he was sending messages saying, hey, let's cause a riot, let's cause chaos, and that's revealed in this lawsuit. Then it could lead to bad things for Donald Trump. So that would be an interesting consequence, right?
It would be, but I must apologise for the use of the word there. If you were offended by the word, even at 1:13 in the morning, that Simon Nash used. Oh,
my apologies.
It starts with a B. Apologies. No, don't worry. I've apologised on our behalf, just in case we get into any sorts of trouble. On the issue of the BBC splicing a clip of President Trump, the broadcaster said it sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, but added that they strongly disagree. There is a basis for a defamation claim. Sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry. I just didn't expect that turn of events. I'm very sorry. Let me know your thoughts. gbnews.com/your say. I feel like I need to turn to my panel here to rescue me from my unexpected fit of giggles. Mind you, I'm not sure which of you is a safer pair of hands right now. Have you got it together, Matthew?
I'm still concerned. I think the President Trump does not want to release the documents leading to the business dealings. And I think if the BBC is willing to play this game, it's almost they're bluffing or calling the president's bluff in the sense. And I think if they continue and the court says, you know what, this is appropriate, we're very interested in where's the proof?
Yeah.
It will be problematic, and I think the president will back off at that point.
I think he might back off on this, actually. I don't I don't think he's going to pursue it. I don't know though, because like you say, he's got a bee in his bonnet, as we might say. Do you say the phrase "bee in your bonnet"?
I understand the phrase, and I think that he does.
He does have a bee in his bonnet.
I don't think he's going to give it up if we know anything about him. But also, what upsets me about this is that everyone's talking about that. The BBC are going to fight this. This is our money. They're using taxpayer money to go after this and do all this sort of messy stuff. I'd like to know. Simon seems to know more about some text messages the president might have that we need to know about. But no, I think that they're just fishing, and I think what they're doing, they're being smart. They're trying to upset the president and make him back off. He's not going to give up on this. What does he care? The fact is, he doesn't have many lawsuits left. He loves a lawsuit. He's given up all the CBS is done. All the other ones are done. This is his big one. He's going to do this.
And also, let's face it, the BBC is in financial trouble at the moment.
It's our money.
It is our money, but the BBC is in massive financial trouble at the moment. We've got a record number of people not paying their licence fee.
Yeah.
If it is found that the BBC have to pay the £5 billion that he wants, they haven't got it.
No.
I mean, this could literally signal the end of the BBC, and I don't know whether President Trump would want that. If I get the opportunity to interview him again, I will certainly ask him that question. Because the BBC holds, a lot of people do hold the BBC a special place in their hearts, actually, in the UK. They may not like the news coverage because, in my opinion, that is just one-sided propaganda.
Right.
But they do like Strictly Come Dancing, or they like the Antiques Roadshow, or they do a lot of dramas and Bridgerton and Downton Abbey and all that sort of stuff. The BBC does do some good things, and maybe he'll put the last nail in its coffin. I think that'll be a shame.
Well, that's what I think they're making a mistake, because if they go into stalemate, he's got way more money than them. He can keep this going. He can keep paying these lawyer fees. If this starts rolling into them having $1 billion legal fees, the government are going to say, we can't go on with this. They're going to be the ones that back down. He's not going to back down.
Right. Still to come on The Late Show Live.
Is Mickey Mouse racist?
The White House is worried that history is being distorted by wokeism in museums, and this week Mickey Mouse is at the centre of the row, but also tonight.
At some point, there will be a reckoning. They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war.
Elon Musk says that Britain is heading for a reckoning. Is he right? We're not going anywhere. This is The Late Show. We're just going to do this. And we've got to all stop talking about Oscar Wilde, because I am going to get the giggles again. But breaking tonight, Prime Minister Andy Burnham will host his first meeting at Number 10 North in Manchester today as part of his plan to shift power away from Westminster. The new Prime Minister will chair a meeting for the National Economic Council, a cabinet committee first launched in 2008 to respond to economic challenges. So Burnham says that the move marks the end of Whitehall's resistance to devolution, with ministers and senior officials expected to work regularly from the northern base. Ministers Lucy Powell and Louise Hay will also operate regularly from the new site, with up to 300 civil servants expected to join them by the end of next year. Angela Rayner, whose constituency is in Greater Manchester, is also expected to work from the new site for the first time on Friday. Let me ask my panel about this. Now, Louise, you will understand this better than anybody here this evening. What will this mean? And is it a good idea? It sounds like it to me.
No, of course it's not a good idea. What a waste of taxpayer money. Our borrowing rates on 10-year gilts have gone up nearly 2 basis points since Andy Burnham took over, because the markets don't like his unfunded spending pledges, and this is just another one of those. The only good thing you can say for this plan is that it's going to get convicted fraudster Louise Hay out of London, so he's going to bring the crime rate down by 1, I suppose. But we have a perfectly valid seat of government in London, and putting it all up from Manchester, it just smacks of jobs for the boys. There's 26 million Britons live in London, the east of England and the southeast, and there's only 16 million people in the north. And by the way, Andy Burnham is completely ignoring the Midlands. So this, honestly, it just looks like virtue signalling, a waste of taxpayer money, and literally the only good thing about it is it's going to get a few chancers out of Downing Street and park them up in Manchester. Apologies, Manchester. Manchester for sticking you with them?
Well, I mean, I said I'd come to you because you'd know more about it. I wasn't quite expecting you to be that vociferous about it. But as a woman who grew up in Manchester, I can see the benefits. Surely, if you're based up north, like Angela Rayner is, you've got a constituency up there. You might have kids in school up there. But surely this is a good way to get people into politics that wouldn't necessarily be part of the kind of Islington set. You think, all right, I live in Wigan or Bury or Stockport, whatever. I quite fancy. This is surely going to generate more people getting involved in politics from outside of the little bubble, isn't it, Louise?
But Bev, honestly, do you really think that people are going to be inspired to get into politics by seeing Louise Hay, the Deputy Prime Minister and convicted fraudster, held up as a role model? Of course they're not. The fact is, London isn't any better than Manchester or Birmingham or Corby, where I was the MP in the East Midlands, but it is the capital of the United Kingdom and it is the capital of Great Britain. And when we come down to Westminster, we're not saying London is the be-all and end-all. We're just acknowledging that it is the driver of the economy. What he's doing is spending a whole load of taxpayer money on nonsense that doesn't need to happen. If you want to inspire Mancunians to go into politics, do good things for Manchester and for the whole of the North, including bringing down the cost of living and not raising Britain's borrowing costs so that unemployment will continue to rise under this Labour government. People want substance, not virtue signalling, Bev, and that's what this is.
But is it not a really important shift? It does feel kind of seismic to spread our political decisions across the country. Like it genuinely is it's a really big deal.
But
so
are we?
You're saying that he's just not costed it, but go on, are we? You're right, because everyone's still voting down.
Are we? Because as somebody who was an MP for an East Midlands constituency, there's 11 million people live in the East Midlands, and it feels like a game of table tennis between London and the great cities north, Manchester. What about Newcastle? No, it's not really putting government up into the north to give them a fair crack with the whip. It's putting government into Manchester, where he's from, and all of the other cities are going to be saying, what about us? Do we count? Do our people count? Is he just ignoring the Midlands? Is this the British version of the flyover states? You've got to do better than that in order to inspire people. And look, he's going to do it, fine. Let's see if there's any real change. I mean, I'll throw it back to you, Bev. Do you really think that real change is going to come to Manchester from this? As a Mancunian.
Manchester's full of very sensible people. Manchester's full of very sensible people with some very commonsensical ideas. Honestly, there's a type of northern woman up there that could solve all the problems of the world with a pot of tea and a clipboard. And I like to think that there's going to be a few of them knocking around and knocking some sense into these politicians, Thomas. But the thing that is occurring to me as Louise is talking there is that surely MPs are still going to have to go and vote in Westminster anyway. All the voting that happens, all the big decisions are still going to be made presumably down there. If he wants to modernise politics, doesn't he have to do something about that kind of system?
Yeah, but Louise is saying, well, what about Newcastle? What about? But we can't do it everywhere. Let's start with one place. I think for once I might be defending Labour here. I think it might be a good decision to get some of these people out of the Westminster bubble. I particularly like the fact that these awful journalists that live in Westminster are going to have to go out and meet real people. I think that's one of the best things GBNews did when they started, was that they put all these people around the country. We got to hear from the real people of the country, because what is England today? England is a very, very rich city with a poor country attached to it. And that is our biggest problem that we have. The economy only works in London. We basically are an offshoot of the New York Stock Exchange in the city. We've got big insurance and there's not much else in the rest of the country. We have to figure out how to grow the country, how to look at various other places. So yes, fine, it's not perfect. Yes, we're skipping over the Midlands, but maybe one day we can get them up to Newcastle. But I think this is a good start. We have to get out of the Westminster bubble.
Simon, is he just tinkering around the edges here? Is this a little trivial? Is it all a little bit performative and not real much substance to it?
Well, most of the wealth in Britain is in London and the South East, and that's where house prices are higher and higher. There was a big criticism with HS2 when it was sort of cut and cut and cut until it didn't really serve the North as well as the South and up to Birmingham. So there is a very strong argument for actually breaking that Westminster bubble. I mean, under Tony Blair, the DVLA was moved to Swansea in Wales. We've got the ONS, they were moved out of London as well. The Friends of the BBC, of course, they moved up to Salford, or maybe maybe that was part of their decline, perhaps. But actually spreading the wealth around the country is potentially a good thing. Whether or not it has like a direct I mean, obviously it's going to provide jobs in those areas, but it's another incentive to build HS2, something I'm very much in favour of. And actually, if you spread government around the country, and he's talking about more devolution to Wales and Scotland, and there have been decisions made by the Scottish government overruled by Westminster, and that leads to them wanting actual independence rather than just devolution, and that's not good for the country.
Yeah, but you know, Bev, they want to
how familiar. Oh, go on, Louise.
They want to spread the wealth around, and that's absolutely right. They should be doing that. They should be putting government jobs up there. But you're not going to spread the wealth to Manchester just by parking 300 lousy civil servants up there north. Give them something real. Give them some jobs. Yeah, DVLA is great. Just giving them a bunch of civil servants isn't going to inspire anybody to do anything.
Well, it might do, because they'll spend money in the economy there and have their lunches in the local places, but then other things will come from that. I mean, if you've got someone with a ministerial department, for example, that will employ lots of people, and then people in the area have an unconscious influence on that department.
Yeah, you're right. Matthew Hurt, I don't know how familiar you are with the geography of the United Kingdom and the proximity of London to Manchester and Newcastle and Birmingham and all this. What do you make of this? I'm trying to think what the American equivalent would be. Taking apart the White House and sticking it in where?
What I can say, Bev, is that President Trump has attempted to do this in this term. Last year, he attempted to move several federal departments out of the Washington area. And because if you look at the United States, 5 of the 10 most wealthy counties in the country are the counties right around Washington, D.C. And the president has made it a part of this administration to move Department of Interior out to the west or any of these other departments. I think it makes sense to divest some of the government-generated wealth in D.C. Now, making this a conversation about Great Britain, I think it's a tremendous opportunity. I'm sort of neutral to cautiously optimistic about this. I think Louise makes some excellent points. It's 300 civil servants and then some of Andy Burnham's friends up in Manchester. But I do think that there are secondary and tertiary benefits to the economy in Manchester that could be beneficial to the people there.
Have we just identified another similarity between President Trump and Andy Burnham from a policy point of view? They are going to be having a bromance very soon, aren't they? And how has it gone then, Matt, with moving those departments out of Washington? Has it been proven to be a positive thing, do you know?
Slowly. And there's a lot of, over the last 25 years, the government has moved some departments to Virginia and to Maryland. I think that this is something that President Trump started the administration with and is sort of backed away from, not necessarily because of significant pushback, but I think it's something that he should revisit as we come to the second half of his term.
Yeah, interesting. Now, we do need to defend Louise Hay after Louise Mensch managed to absolutely obliterate her reputation about being a criminal, because Louise has said in 2013, I was mugged in London. As a 24-year-old woman, the experience was terrifying. In the immediate aftermath, I reported the incident to the police. I gave the police a list of my possessions that I believed had been stolen, including my work phone. Sometime later, I discovered that the handset in question was still at my house. I should have immediately informed my employer, and not doing so straight away was a mistake. And yes, she got in trouble for that. Okay, I'm only laughing at Matthew's face because of the look on an American's face to think that would be considered a crime.
That's a scandal, yeah.
Scandalous.
Scandal. Right, let's take a quick look at some of the other main news here in America this evening. So this is a shocking one. The wreckage of a Pan American Airways plane has been found 74 years after it plunged into the Atlantic Ocean in a crash that prompted what we now enjoy as mandatory airline safety briefings. The aircraft was found 2,000 feet below sea level off the coast of Puerto Rico. A Secret Service agent on J.D. Vance's security detail has been suspended and could face a criminal investigation after allegedly leaking information about the vice president. The agent was placed on administrative leave following the leaking of a story that included details about Mr. Vance's travel. And finally,
you better shape up, 'cause I need a man, and my heart is set on you.
this is actually a devastating story. It has been revealed that Grease star Diddy Khan says Nobody involved in the 1978 classic expected it to become a global hit. The actress who played Frenchie has said that the cast enjoyed working together so much they tried to set up a sequel. While they were filming this famous carnival scene that we're looking at here, but apparently Paramount just told them it was a terrible idea and that Grease was just going to be a little summer movie. And by the time the film became a box office sensation, John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John were no longer available, which meant that the 1982 sequel had to be made without its original fantastic superstars. Right, still to come on The Late Show Live.
Is Mickey Mouse racist?
The White House is worried that history is being distorted by wokeism in the museums, and I'm going to be revealing why Mickey Mouse is at the centre of that row also tonight.
At some point, there will be a reckoning. They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war.
Says Britain is heading for a reckoning. Is he right? This is The Late Show Live. Let's have a very quick look at your beautiful weather. See you in a minute.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning. We've made it to Friday, and this is your GB News weather update from the Met Office. For many, it is going to be a dry end to what has been a very dry week. There is some rain around, however. A bit of light drizzly rain across parts of Scotland, perhaps Northern Ireland at the moment. A lot of this, though, is going to break up through the morning and into the afternoon. Meanwhile, across England and Wales, well, it's a dry picture here with lots of sunshine. And with that sunshine, we're seeing temperatures rising mid to high 20s quite widely. Some places towards the southeast could get to around 30 Celsius, so feeling pretty hot here. Further north, a fresher feel for sure with a bit more cloud, and there will be a little bit of rain around. But into the evening, we're going to see some more persistent rain arriving in the far northwest of Scotland. Not especially heavy, but a damp end to the day here for sure. Further south and east across parts of Scotland, clinging on to that dry weather for now, but that rain will push through later on, and it's a similar story across Northern Ireland. Some glimmers of sunshine for the time being. Across England and Wales, a fine end to the day here, and worth bearing in mind those temperatures are going to hold up, so it is still going to be pretty warm as we go through this evening and the start of the night. That weather system in the far northwest, which is bringing rain later on to parts of Scotland, does push its way south and eastwards overnight, bringing a bit of rain to far northern western parts of England and Wales, but the more persistent rain will be affecting northwestern Scotland. It is going to be a warm night for many of us, temperatures generally holding up in the mid-teens, some places holding up in high teens, so a bit uncomfortable for sleeping for some. A pretty unsettled picture across much of Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland through tomorrow. There will be outbreaks of rain, blustery winds, and that will then push into northern and western parts of England and Wales. Further south and southeast, it's going to stay dry. There'll be some sunshine again and still hot in the southeast. Here, temperatures could once more be in the low 30s Celsius. See you again soon. Bye-bye.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. So President Trump is stepping up his campaign against what he calls woke ideology, with Republicans accusing America's most famous museum of rewriting the nation's history. The Smithsonian Museum has come under fire because of exhibits on topics including slavery, race, and now even Mickey Mouse, after Republicans claimed that the museum is promoting an anti-American narrative instead of celebrating the country's achievements. Museum bosses reject the accusations, insisting that they are presenting a fuller picture of American history rather than rewriting it.
Would you say that the goal of history is to be objective?
Thank you, sir, for the question. You know, I think that there are many goals of history, and certainly as you collect, as we do, examine evidence, create scholarship.
Is objectivity one of the goals of history?
We strive to be objective and nonpartisan and not based on any ideology.
So it's one of the goals. Doesn't that seem a little bit concerning? It certainly does to me, because as part of this white supremacy document that your organization has promoted, objectivity is a core and defining aspect of white supremacy culture. Do you think that it's the goal of the Smithsonian Institution to promote white supremacy culture?
Sir, do you mind sharing with me which document?
It's white supremacy culture right here. This is part of the mass action toolkit that your organization has promoted for several years now under your leadership. Are you promoting a white supremacy culture at the Smithsonian?
Am I promoting a white?
Ma'am, is this a difficult question?
No, sir, I'm just thinking about the mass action toolkit. We didn't develop it, but back to your question, no, we're not promoting any ideology.
Does it concern you that your goal is objectivity, one of your goals is objectivity, and your mass action toolkit references objectivity as a defining characteristic of white supremacy culture?
It's not our toolkit.
It is your toolkit. You've been promoting it for quite some time.
We did not come up with the toolkit, sir.
But you've been promoting it.
It is used as a reference, I believe, probably in 2019, 2020.
Yes, under your leadership, it has been used as a reference. Is Mickey Mouse racist?
Mickey Mouse is not racist.
It's not racist. According to the Smithsonian Institution, one of your exhibits referenced Mickey Mouse as representing, quote, vestiges of longstanding traditions of blackface minstrelsy. Would you describe that as racist?
No, the historical trajectory of the origins of Mickey Mouse tied directly
so Mickey Mouse is rooted in racism. Is that your testimony?
No, sir, it's rooted in minstrelsy.
Minstrelsy, and you don't think that blackface minstrelsy is racist?
It had certain obvious racial overtones that have been well documented.
You think that that's problematic, that Mickey Mouse also has those racial overtones?
It's not for me to determine what's problematic, it's determined to me what's accurate.
I found that absolutely fascinating. I'm joined in the studio now by political commentator Daniel Idfresne. Daniel, good to see you. What are we seeing there in a nutshell? What is actually going on there between Congressman Gill and Ms. Hartig, who works at the Smithsonian?
The big soundbite from that exchange is, of course, is Mickey Mouse racist? And it makes us all laugh. But the answer is yes, according to those who subscribe to woke ideology, who subscribes to the view of the 1619 Project and takes that view and imposes it on American history. In that view, there's the oppressor versus the oppressed, obviously the oppressed being black Americans. And so if black Americans are oppressed and Mickey Mouse is taking on symbols from racial degradation, then obviously Mickey Mouse is racist. And you can apply that to different facets of American history, right? Instead of thinking of the founding fathers, of creating one of the greatest countries in the history of the world, you can focus in on their sins against black Americans, against black people historically in the country, despite the fact that Thomas Jefferson, we know in his first draft of the Declaration, actually charged King George III for the transatlantic slave trade.
And this issue about Mickey Mouse, and this is to do with that initial 1926, was it, depiction of Mickey Mouse? And we heard the word there of minstrelsy. People may have been confused, especially in the UK. What do they mean by that? What is it that we're describing here, that first iteration of Mickey Mouse?
In the first iteration of Mickey Mouse, is describing really the way the big ears, the white gloves, the trickstery nature of Mickey Mouse. And if you take the view of woke ideology, if you take that oppressor versus oppressed view, then that's really the only lens in which you can view Mickey Mouse. And again, the rest of the country. Ultimately, many professional organizations, I'm sure the associations of historians, they've come out and they've backed the Smithsonian. But ultimately, the reason why they're backing it is because many of our academic institutions, many of our academia, the intelligentsia, they actually support the woke ideology that we no longer see in everyday culture because Republicans won in 2024. And I think it's a warning shot for Americans to understand that if that politics is upstream of culture, and once the Smithsonian, once these academics, they're able to freely speak the very simplistic, the very reductive ideology that they espouse, then they'll take it.
And this is because there are exhibits in these museums which are now being described in a way which is sometimes apologetic, it's self-deprecating. We see it in the UK as well. And it's about, the Congressman Gill was getting out there is this idea that the success of white people throughout history is being distorted and described as a kind of white supremacy, so that everything that they did, white people in history, was about oppressing black people. And the Trump government is saying, no, that's not true. That version of history is a distortion, precisely to your point. Are they going to have some success, do you think, in changing the way that these exhibits are portrayed within museums?
I think they will. At the end of the day, the Smithsonian is beholden to the American taxpayer. We know that 62% of the Smithsonian budget is paid for by the federal government, which means all of us. We know also that I believe 6 Congress members sit on the Board of Regents, also the Vice President, Chief Justice, and 9 citizen regents. So this body, the Smithsonian, is accountable to the people. And so we have a right to ask those questions, and we do have a right to push back when academics portray history in a very simplistic, reductive way.
Yeah, I mean, it is a mountain to climb, though, isn't it? Because, as you say, it's steeped into universities and schools, in the academics, in the curriculum here. And it's exactly the same in the UK. What is the long term, just briefly, what are the negative effects, though, of revising history in this way?
That's a great question. I think you talked earlier about the successes of America, of Western culture, and how it's portrayed as whiteness. I think once you look past the veneer, the cover of Black versus White is really pro-social versus anti-social behavior. I like to call back to 2020 during the mass psychosis. The Smithsonian Museum of African American History and Culture, they released this pamphlet talking about how being on time, delayed gratification, working hard, the Protestant work ethic, these are all hallmarks of white supremacy. But not really. Black people can work hard. Black people can be on time, and black people can delay gratification. But really, when you take a step into it, they're promoting, or they're rather vilifying, pro-social behaviors that allow our civilization to be so great, to be so successful.
And creating,
we shouldn't let that happen.
This kind of victim Olympics at all times, who is worse off, who is more oppressed than the other people in any particular Venn diagram. But David, what a pleasure to have you. Daniel Idfresne, their political commentator. Do come back and see us again soon, won't you? Right, so let me ask my London panel what they make of that conversation. Louise, let me ask you. I kind of admire the fact that America is at least having this conversation about the negative implications of revising history, to be constantly self-flagellating about the role of white Western people on the planet. We're not there yet, are we?
No, we're not. And I, as a politician, watching that absolute flaying that he gave that woman from the Smithsonian, I was wincing in my chair. What a performance by that congressman. That said, look, Steamboat Willie was done in 1926, and they said partly this is referencing black and white minstrels because he's wearing white gloves. Well, guess what? There wasn't any colour television in 1926. If the main body of the character is black, he's got to have white gloves as a contrast. There was nothing negative about the way he was portrayed. He was the hero. Mickey Mouse was the hero of Steamboat Willie cartoon. So, yes, it is really quite disgraceful that the Smithsonian, which is a very respected institution, would have up a description calling one of America's greatest soft power in the whole world, the Walt Disney Corporation, calling the Mickey Mouse himself racist. That said, I do have to point out that the Trump administration themselves have been doing some censorious stuff that I would say is a little bit racist. Particularly, I think of removing tributes to the Tuskegee Airmen, heroic black airmen that flew in World War II, removing them from the Pentagon site. I don't think you can have it both ways. We shouldn't have woke descriptions of Mickey Mouse, calling him racist and trying to attack white people. And we also shouldn't gloss over great black African-American heroes who've contributed a hell of a lot to the America I am proud to be a part of. I would rather that they just were objective, straight down the line, straight down the middle, and didn't really perform this, ultimately, this sort of censorship from both directions.
Yeah, Simon, what do you think about this? Because I think it's important that we see the different cultural backdrops to exhibits in museums or whatever it is, any kind of public gallery. It's okay to say it was a different time. It doesn't necessarily mean that there was any evil intent or, you know, that people were being oppressed. I like the fact that we're able to have this conversation, but sometimes the UK particularly is guilty of self-hatred about our past, and that doesn't do anybody any good, Simon.
Well, it depends. I mean, the Atlantic slave trade was an awful thing, and lots of people suffered and were killed and suffered awful misery as a result of that. But then the British Empire also abolished that slave trade. I mean, I go with Martin Luther King. Judge people not by the colour of their skin, but by the content of their character. And Mickey Mouse is a lovely little mouse. Let's judge him based on that. I think it's absurd, this whole notion that Mickey Mouse might be racist. In fact, this idea actually makes people more racist. It's usually very white, privileged people who are claiming that everything is racist, that we all have unconscious bias just because of our race. If you're pretty much white, you must have unconscious bias. This is a really awful ideology that makes people maybe on the middle ground a bit more racist, whereas lots of non-white people actually also think a lot of this stuff is complete nonsense. We need a less divided world. There was a museum near to where I live. There was like a slave whip. It was talking about the awful history of slavery, and they removed the whip in case someone was offended by the presence of the whip, despite it being about slavery. We had one graphic design program company. Well, it was Photoshop. They removed the terms master and slave in reference to one of the features in Photoshop during BLM, and it just kind of annoys people. It actually divides people, and I think often the people making these wild accusations of racism are themselves the most racist people. So we need more love in this world and less of this, divisive wokery, I would say.
Matthew, you live in this town. There is the most extraordinary array of beautiful galleries, museums, fascinating exhibits and incredible architecture. What role does this play within that landscape, the identity politics and where we're at with it? Do we even need it at all?
You know, I think it's important to understand the good and the bad side of history. Louise made a comment a moment ago about removing information from about the Tuskegee Airmen from the Pentagon. That is a slightly different story in that it was a form of malicious compliance by people who oppose President Trump within the administration, longtime civil servants and staffers. But there are elements of, and I'm not not quite sure about Mickey Mouse, but Disney in the 1930s to the 1950s had a series of cartoons, including something called Song of the South, which is not available online, which did play into racial stereotypes and various tropes. And I think it is important to understand the time period in which those artifacts existed, and so that we understand. People read The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. People read, all kinds of literature which were set in that time by those authors. And it's important to say, here we are in the 21st century. We can still learn from these great works, be they video or cartoon or literature, and understand how far we've come as a country without denigrating the fact that those are snapshots in time of a time that was different than what it is now.
This issue, though, of what we might call wokeism, has happened so quickly. Do you know where it occurs to me, Thomas, sorry, is Friends. I know that sounds ridiculous, but the Channel 4 series, Friends, the American series, if you watch Friends now in 2026, some of the jokes, which are funny, but to younger ears, they would be appalled at some of the jokes which are made in there, and you realise how more sensitive we become, how easily offended we are, how self-flagellating we are now, how we can't laugh at ourselves. One of the biggest crimes of wokeism has been the lack of a sense of humour, Thomas.
Yes, and that show would not be made today. What, 5 white characters? That's there's no diversity in that.
Good point.
But what I do think is quite funny is how, yes, wokeism came in, as you said, very, very quickly, but how quickly has it disappeared? Because what this is, what this exhibit is in the Smithsonian is left over from the woke era. Probably in 2020 they announced that they were going to do this, and it's finally just come in. It's the same thing with this movie, The Odyssey, that everyone's talking about. These movies all started getting made during the woke era, so they ticked all the boxes. They had a trans character, and they've got black this, and everyone is in it. And now audiences are like, we don't want this anymore. So we've still got a little bit of time, because remember, these movies, I'm sure there's going to be a few more movies coming out this year or next year that were still started during that woke era. But that kind of era is over now. Audiences are not responding to this anymore. We see, for example, Shane Gillis, who was cancelled during SNL, is just broke the world record for the largest comedy show in the world. He was kicked off of SNL for making an inappropriate joke during the woke era, and now he's the biggest comedian in the world. Look at Joe Rogan, look at all these people. So I think comedy is back, and I think we've still got a little bit of leftover from that woke era, but it's done. It's not selling anymore.
Well, it's here. Yeah. It is here, but it's not in the UK. We're in peak woke still, I think, in the UK, aren't we, Simon? Thanks to people like you.
Well, yeah, I mean, just to come back a little bit, I mean, there was an era sort of 5, 6, 7 years ago where there were very few black actors in Hollywood, and, the people winning Oscars were basically always white. And, there's a sort of Samuel L. Jackson and a couple of black actors. That has now changed. It's more representative Hollywood. So that was probably a good thing, and Hollywood is more diverse now, and people are getting more opportunities. I mean, if you look at, sorry, I can't remember the actor's name. His name escaped. The guy that was in. Oh, my mind's gone blank. But anyway, his way to Hollywood is absolutely awful and tough.
Are you arguing for? Are you arguing for positive discrimination? What's the other phrase they use for it here in America?
A DEI.
Yeah, but not DEI. Affirmative action. Are you arguing for affirmative action so that people of colour or women or trans people are put forward for these things just because it ticks a box?
Maybe a little bit in some cases. I think in Hollywood it was overly white, where there were lots of very good black actors who just weren't part of a clique and therefore weren't getting roles. And I think somehow opening it up to them, I don't think it did discriminate against any white people, it just gave more opportunities for non-white people. And I mean, they're all sort of millionaires anyway, but those elite actors were in a clique, and something happened to break that clique, and the people that lost out were already extremely wealthy anyway. So in that case, I think, yeah, a little bit of DEI was appropriate, yeah.
But are we now post-DEI, Matthew? Do we need to move beyond that? And to Simon's earlier point about judge someone by their character, not the colour of their skin. I'd love to live in that world. Have we done all the good that needed to be done to redress this balance?
I think that in the United States we are moving past it, and I think it's important to take a look. But the thing is, there seems to be an overreaction, and we see this with law enforcement training in Great Britain. We see it here to a certain extent in the United States. I don't think that we solve discrimination with more discrimination.
Yeah.
In the United States, Black Americans make up 13% of the population. So if we were to have an average distribution, they would make up 13% of movie actors. And so, I'm skeptical.
Yeah. Okay, right. Thanks all. More to come in the next hour, including this.
At some point, there will be a reckoning. They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning. We've made it to Friday, and this is your GB News weather update from the Met Office. For many, it is going to be a dry end to what has been a very dry week. There is some rain around, however. A bit of light drizzly rain across parts of Scotland, perhaps Northern Ireland at the moment. A lot of this, though, is going to break up through the morning and into the afternoon. Meanwhile, across England and Wales, well, it's a dry picture here with lots of sunshine. And with that sunshine, we're seeing temperatures rising mid to high 20s quite widely. Some places towards the southeast could get to around 30 Celsius, so feeling pretty hot here. Further north, a fresher feel for sure with a bit more cloud, and there will be a little bit of rain around. But into the evening, we're going to see some more persistent rain arriving in the far northwest of Scotland. Not especially heavy, but a damp end to the day here for sure. Further south and east across parts of Scotland, clinging on to that dry weather for now, but that rain will push through later on, and it's a similar story across Northern Ireland. Some glimmers of sunshine for the time being. Across England and Wales, a fine end to the day here, and worth bearing in mind, those temperatures are going to hold up, so it is still going to be pretty warm as we go through this evening and the start of the night. That weather system in the far northwest, which is bringing rain later on to parts of Scotland, does push its way south and eastwards overnight, bringing a bit of rain to far northern western parts of England and Wales, but the more persistent rain will be affecting northwestern Scotland. It is going to be a warm night for many of us, temperatures generally holding up in the mid-teens, some places holding up in high teens, so a bit uncomfortable for sleeping for some. A pretty unsettled picture across much of Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland through tomorrow. There will be outbreaks of rain, blustery winds, and that will then push into northern and western parts of England and Wales. Further south and southeast, it's going to stay dry. There'll be some sunshine again and still hot in the southeast. Here, temperatures could once more be in the low 30s Celsius. See you again soon. Bye-bye.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray, are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get us on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What we're going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christys tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News. Good evening, good morning, live from Washington, D.C. This is Bev on GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America. The price of the alliance. Iran issues a chilling warning to Britain and the royal family after President Trump launched strikes from RAF Fairford overnight. This was the warning from Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
Courtroom clash. Donald Trump's lawyers now want former BBC boss Tim Davie under oath, while the BBC demands the president's private messages.
There is no institutional bias. Mistakes are made, but there's no institutional bias.
No institutional bias. Now, Musk has made a warning against the UK. He says that Britain is heading for a reckoning.
At some point, there will be a reckoning. They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war.
Is he right? Ban or bust. Former Meta executive Sir Nick Clegg, remember him, says that banning under-16s from social media will not solve the problem. Why is he saying that? Also tonight, locking down Washington. The rescheduled White House Correspondents' Dinner takes place tomorrow, and the Secret Service says it is facing an unprecedented surge in threats. I'm Bev Turner. This is The Late Show Live. We might look a little out of breath in this studio. We played a little clip of Grease the movie earlier on in the first hour, and it's really inspired us to just keep watching it in the ad breaks and dancing around like lunatics. So I will put that on my Instagram account, @Bev Turner, that's me. Yeah, Matthew Hurt's with me as well tonight, and Thomas Corbett-Dillon. I forgot to introduce you for a moment there, you don't mind, do you? And in London, we've got Labour commentator Simon Nash and former Conservative MP Louise Mensch. You've been missing out on the dancing in the ad breaks tonight, you two. Or maybe you haven't.
Jealous.
We were too mic'd in to dance, I'm afraid.
You might be, yeah. Right, thank you all for joining us. Now, this top story for this hour. In an interview with The Economist, Elon Musk has defended his claim that Britain is heading for civil war. He says it is inevitable. It remains likely, he says, if current trends continue.
Nonsense.
Elon, you have, what is it, close to 250 million followers on X.
Yeah, because
you say things like,
popular guy.
Quote, civil war in Britain is inevitable, just a question
on the current
of when.
trend, yes.
I mean, When were you last in the UK?
A few years ago.
Exactly. So I live there. I'm there the whole time. That is nonsense.
You live a cloistered existence.
No, I don't actually. And the numbers also disprove what you say.
What numbers?
All the numbers about crime. London is a much safer city than any city in the United States. Violent crime in the UK is not where you think it is. In fact, it's coming down. You have painted, and because you have so many followers, so many Americans believe it, a kind of view that Europe and the UK are kind of, overrun with terrifying Muslim immigrants. There's rape on every corner. There's a sort of civilizational destruction.
I haven't said any of those things. If you have a large and rapidly growing group of people whose beliefs are antithetical to Western beliefs, at some point there will be a reckoning. They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war. And obviously, this is the trend. And you absolutely do live in a cloistered existence. And if you'd like, we can go on a tour of Britain.
Sure. I'd be very happy to come on a tour of Britain.
And you will see for yourself.
You come see my country that I live in all the time, and you haven't been to a few years ago.
I've been there literally 100 times.
But when was the last time?
Literally a few years ago.
You know why this exercises me? Because you have really shaped opinion about the UK. And so many Americans I come across and I have conversations with, and and I just had one the other day along the order of, oh, London's such a dangerous place. How can you know? There are sort of grooming gangs everywhere. There's violence everywhere. This is a picture that people get from things that you post or that are posted on X. And for example, you're posting for, what was it, 48 hours of Citizen Vigilante. That film, which, paints a dystopian, I've watched it.
Yes.
It was not fun. I watched it yesterday. It's not a very good movie. But it also paints a dystopian picture of Europe. And it glorifies vigilante violence. It glorifies the murdering of a Muslim immigrant family. I honestly think that it is irresponsible for you to put that up on X.
I think that it's a movie, and it's worth watching.
Fascinating conversation there. That's Elon Musk talking to Zanny Minton Beddos, who he accused of living a rarefied existence. She says she doesn't. My suggestion might be with a name like Zanny Minton Beddos. She might just not live on a high street in Streatham. Let me talk now to journalist Jonathan Liss. Jonathan, your observations on that exchange there. Elon Musk trying to make the point that we've had 10 million people in 10 years. If you change the complexion of a country in that way, and I'm not talking about melanin, but if you change the culture so quickly, don't be surprised if it causes division, which may end in some sort of civil uprising. Jonathan, is he wrong?
Of course he's wrong, Bev, and it's ironic that the world's first trillionaire should be accusing someone else of living a closeted existence. I mean, heaven's sake, when was the last time Elon Musk walked down any high street anywhere? I mean, it's completely absurd. He doesn't understand the UK. It's completely ludicrous to talk to a British person who lives in Britain and say, you don't understand your country, I know your country better than you do. It is so outrageous. It would be outrageous to an American to be told to be sort of America-splained by a British person. I don't know why we are allowing Elon Musk to tell us about our own country, particularly, Bev, when London is by literally every metric a safer city than basically anywhere in America, including the city that you're in right now, where I think the homicide rate is, 11 times greater, where violent crime is much worse, where basically all crime is much worse. Even though it's got better in DC, it's still much worse than it is in London. People who live in London don't recognise this claim that London is somehow an unlivable city with no-go areas. It's simply not true. Londoners are some of the most open people in the world. Even though there's great poverty in London, people are open to their neighbours. Of course there are problems. There are problems in every city. Of course there's crime. It doesn't mean that London is a hellhole, and it certainly doesn't mean that we're on the brink of a civil war, Bev.
He's not talking about crime, though, is he? He's talking about the fact that if the people who have lived in a country for decades and their family members have lived there for generations, if those people feel that they no longer belong in that country because the community is not like them, that human beings are tribal. And what he's saying is that if there are enough people who feel that their value system, let's say, does no longer align with the number of people who've moved into that country, don't be surprised if there is some sort of rebellion against what feels like a kind of oppression. I think he's wrong. I don't think it will happen, but I think that's because not enough people care enough about their nationality, and they'll spend hours scrolling through Instagram rather than actually stopping to think about what they might be losing. I think there's an apathy that he's underestimating. But that's his point. It's not about crime, is it? It's about identity.
Okay, but I don't understand why that identity is under threat in any way. We've had this conversation many times. When you say we are tribal, I'm not sure what the implication of that is. Are you saying that where is this tribalism sort of being demarcated? Because we know London is also tried. A lot of people in London, they look around the country and they don't recognise the country. They do recognise London. You know, there was a joke after the Brexit referendum that there should be a new country called Scotland. And, you know, also that might include sort of Liverpool and Manchester, for example. You know, sort of remain open-facing liberal cities which have more in common with each other than, for example, some areas just outside London.
Okay, so when you look at somewhere like Tower Hamlets, which is not multicultural, it is monocultural, do you not think that migrants who've moved there...
Of course it's multicultural.
It isn't. There are parts of Birmingham, there are streets of Rochdale that are not 100%, but they are overwhelmingly, predominantly occupied by a different demographic than they were 10 years ago even.
That's not true either.
That is a tribal instinct which human beings have on whatever your skin colour. The instinct is to find people like you.
No. Well, of course, people do migrate to places where other people from the original area have gone. But that's been the history of migration. But there's nothing new in this. There's nothing new in this. My great-grandparents lived in Brick Lane, Bev. That was the heart of the Jewish community. Now it's the heart of the Bangladeshi community. So what? Was there tribalism there before that isn't tribalism now? Is there tribalism now that wasn't tribalism before? I don't understand why it wasn't a problem then, but it is a problem now because they're somehow Bangladeshi. Is that the problem? You know, so people have been complaining about migrants and also welcoming migrants for centuries. Shakespeare was talking about welcoming refugees, welcoming migrants. I don't understand why there's suddenly this idea that we are being taken over or that we don't recognise ourselves anymore.
Okay, let me bring in my panel here, Thomas. Just come in on this. You're listening to, maybe I'm just struggling to articulate, and it is a difficult topic to articulate, a sense of fear that a fear of a lack of belonging. Help me out here with some of the language.
Well, I mean, first of all, the comparison between DC and London, even New York and London, I do not know a single person in New York City or in DC that's ever had their watch stolen, ever had their phone stolen. I could find you 100 tomorrow in London. It happens all the time. So London is not some haven. Yes, there's gang crime here, but it does not affect the day-to-day people in the same way that it does in London. And I think back to the Elon Musk part, you know, yes, you can class him off as he's a trillionaire and he's out of touch, but remember, this is a guy who grew up in South Africa. I think it's the greatest example of what happens when a massive demographic change happens. No, when a massive demographic change happens, what happens to a nation when a population decides actually that the current people that are in charge, we don't like them anymore, we're going to take over. What happens? What happens is that the white people in South Africa have to seek asylum in the United States. We have seen this consistently.
The demographic change in South Africa was white people coming in the first place. What a ludicrous argument of all the arguments to make.
Hang on. Go on, just let Thomas finish.
Look at the left-wing people in Minnesota. They elected these Muslims because they said, oh, we're left-wing, we love everyone. And what happens? They got power and they banned the pride parades. So guess what? You think there's a Tower Hamlets pride parade? Of course there isn't. So you can support these people, but they will fundamentally go against everything that you believe in. Eventually, because they do not believe in the same things that you believe in.
Sorry, everything you just said is total garbage. This is the Schrodinger's Muslim all over again. Because people complain that London's a Sharia hellhole, while also saying that there's the woke pride on every level. London, by the way, which is run by a Muslim mayor. Guess what? London Pride is actually attended by that Muslim mayor. The deputy leader of the Green Party, who's scary, sort of Muslim fascist, are also somehow woke fascists because the leader is a gay Muslim, is a gay Jewish bloke.
Because
the deputy leader is a Muslim. You just don't know how to target your attack on Muslim people. You just want to attack Muslim people for everything. You just want to attack Muslim people for everything. You don't know how to target your attacks.
Well, I've just been looking up whether Tower Hamlets has a pride parade, and the answer is no.
Of course they don't, because they don't believe it.
It doesn't.
Does Camden have a pride parade? I've never heard of one. Does Barnet? So who cares?
Camden, yeah, I'm sure it does. Matthew, listen to us.
I've lived in Camden all my life. I've never even heard of a Camden parade. And trust me, if there was a Camden pride parade, I'd probably been invited to it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Google it. I've never heard of one. What a ludicrous argument.
On the other side of the pond, it's been a while since I've been across from Jonathan. The thing that I'd like to point out is, and I often say borders, language, culture, and in this instance it is language and culture, and there are, you hit a critical mass in a geographic area, be that in the United States it is Detroit and outside Detroit, where you see these instances where our liberal, Western liberal values, of which Jonathan is a strong supporter, and many of us, and we support in this studio, are at threat in a place like what you guys had just talked about. And I think we're seeing this if you move to a country, if a migrant population moves to a country and they don't adopt the language and the culture, even some semblance in the United States, first-generation Americans from Central and South American countries quickly learn English and quickly adopt the culture. And we're seeing cloistered communities in big cities in the United States and perhaps even in Great Britain, where these individuals in these communities do not go out to the broader community and assimilate into the broader community, and that will cause an issue. It will cause an issue not only in the crime space, where you have people unwilling to talk to law enforcement because law enforcement is representative of someone outside of their own community, but also the insular instances of crime being handled by within the population. It's concerning. I don't think it's quite as concerning as Elon Musk suggests, but there are some concerning elements with a refusal to assimilate and adopt a Western set of values.
Jonathan?
Well, look, I don't know what a Western set of values means necessarily. I think that you look at young people in Britain, people who've grown up in Britain, even people who have come to Britain as young people. Of course, they speak English. They might not speak English as a first language. That's not a problem, in my opinion. I've never encountered a young British person that I haven't been able to have a conversation with. Of course, there might be some older people who might have come there, who live in a community who don't necessarily speak English very well. And of course, I'm not denying that there are problems in Britain with assimilation. Of course, we can do better. Of course, there are issues in all countries with certain areas of migration that there might not be perfect integration and assimilation, and there's always more that we can do and more that we can encourage. But this idea that somehow there's societal breakdown or collapse or civil war as a result of this is really just the actions of a few far-right agitators, in my opinion, who want that thing to happen, are desperate for that thing to happen, actually, so they can prove that thesis is correct. It's like, the meme of Elon Musk, sort of pushing a stick, sort of England lying on the ground saying, come on, do a civil war. This guy is a total coward. He has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. He has more money than sense, that's for sure. And people in Britain are not going to have a civil war. Most people in Britain are actually very comfortable with integration, and obviously a lot of people are worried about illegal migration. But in immigration, in the main, people are comfortable with the fact that there are people with different backgrounds living in our country, and long may it continue.
Okay. All right, Jonathan. Thank you so much for staying up to talk to us on the Late Show Live. We always really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Right, am I talking to London about this? Yes, I am. Good. Louise and Simon, let's bring you in on this. Louise, you're listening to that conversation. Does Elon Musk, is he hinting at something that many of us know in our gut to be true about the lack of cohesion in our countries, but actually his exaggeration comes in the idea that it would end up in civil war?
Yes, I think that's pretty much exactly it. Look, I'm a little bit obsessed by Elon Musk, I will be honest. I live on his social platform, @LouiseMensch, and I was born on the same day he was. And I think the guy is a visionary genius. It is a mistake to dismiss somebody that clever, that intelligent, who has done as much as he's done for humanity. Is he wrong about the violence? Of course he is. England is more civil and less war. If he'd been on the tube with me, when last time I was on your show, it was heartbreaking because we'd just lost the semi-final to Argentina. He would have seen people of all races, all colours, dejected, quiet, solemn, wearing England shirts, and that was really diversity in action. However, in terms of values, I do think he does actually have a point. It is nonsense to say that Rochdale, for example, hasn't become overwhelmingly, and in a couple of generations, gone from being settled by native English people to a predominantly Pakistani Muslim population, because it definitely has. And where we do find, such as in Tower Hamlets, such as in Rochdale, a lack of racial mixing, we have failed both those communities and the wider community of Great Britain, the native community that feels left out. I think it is a really serious problem that David Lammy, who's just thankfully been kicked out of government, was fighting a court order to say what the nationalities and ethnicities were of people that have performed violence in this country over the last few years. Obviously, the implication is that it is overwhelmingly from immigrants. If that is the case, we shouldn't sweep it under the carpet. We can't solve these problems without admitting that they exist and looking calmly at the facts. And I've always thought that as bad as the small boats are, the small boats aren't the major problem. The major problem is uncontrolled legal immigration, where we allow people to bring in every single relative from their native countries, many of whom don't speak English. So he's got a point on values. He doesn't really have one on violence. I say, Elon, I love you. Please come over to London and see what you're talking about. I think you'll be reassured on the one hand, but you'll be confirmed in your opinions on the other.
Simon, a brilliant explanation from Louise there. What do you think about it? It's, you know, I mean, like I sort of made a bit of a wry comment about the fact that the British people will be too apathetic or ambivalent. We've heard earlier that only 6% of them would fight in a war. So, frankly, there's no chance of them having a civil uprising because their Greasy Spoon Cafe has become a shisha bar, is there?
Well, look, I mean, Elon Musk has a point, but I do disagree with him. I mean, he says, well, people will have opposing ideas and they'll disagree, and therefore we'll have civil war. Well, I think we all have different ideas on this panel at times, and we're still hopefully friends. Disagreement doesn't necessarily live in war, and that's actually an important principle of a secular country like Great Britain. It's not going to result in civil war. I'd say, look, if people are worried about the Islamification of Great Britain, well, please go and support your local church. You know, the national religion is Christianity, and I think a lot of people aren't embracing that. Visit your local church and support it if you really want to stop it turning into a mosque. I had an ex-girlfriend, and she was Muslim. You know, her parents were, her mother was a migrant, her father was a British-born Pakistani heritage, and they had 2 children, and they were happy for them to date outside of the religion, and I think that's the trend. These people come here, they have children, and then the children are then essentially British with British values. So I think people tend to mix more than he would suggest.
I want to ask you about being bitten by a shoplifter when we're talking about crime in London, but I'm not sure if I've got enough time to do that now. Evan, have I got time to ask him about that? Oh, Simon. Right. I wish I got a cup of tea for this. Tell me what happened when you got bitten by a shoplifter.
Yeah, well, I would say actually a lot of the crime is not committed by Muslims. It's usually by people here, often with mental health issues. I was in a supermarket in South London. To cut long story short, I could hear a ruckus going on. A security guard was being attacked. The poor guy, the thief had scratched the guy's face. He was a black guy, the victim, the security guard, and he had pink patches where the guy had scratched his face. He was being held back by someone, had a bottle in his hand. I ran over. I did train to fight at one point, so I went to get the bottle out of his hand, and I was grappling him, and he bit my arm, yeah, it pierced the skin, and it was like a 4-point bite, like in a zombie movie. I think I punched him, got him to the ground. We basically held him down, and the police came quite quickly. There was a festival around the corner, so there were actually Essex police in London who were there just to police the festival, yeah, we grappled him and got him outside, and it was a bit like the movies. I was like, cuff him. And they
I hope you got
arrested him.
tested for rabies.
I did, yeah. I went to the hospital and I got a medical sheet. Yeah, on the top of the sheet it says injury, because the police wanted like the medical evidence sheet for the prosecution, and it says at the top, injury, human bite. It's like seeing something from a zombie movie. The good people at the supermarket did give me a £20 voucher as a gift for helping out a couple of days later. Yeah. But the police didn't go fully ahead with the prosecution.
I would just like to take this opportunity to apologise to Simon for biting him at the grocery store.
Well, I'm glad you've been cured of your heroin addiction.
Like Didn't you see him coming with that moustache? You've still not shaved off your moustache, Matthew. Honestly. We might remain friends, but not for much longer unless you get rid of your moustache.
The police were very kind and helpful, but they didn't fully prosecute. I think they dropped charges against the guy, and then I got an email 6 months later saying, well, you are now pursuing it. Then they said, oh, the limit for GBH, grievous bodily harm, is 6 months, and that's expired, so we're going after him for a shoplifting offence.
No.
And, but I mean, the guy was probably kind of homeless. He was, you know, yeah. But yeah, I got a hepatitis test and had the vaccine for that. So.
Maybe they sent him to the kennels. Right, thank you, Simon, for that. I mean, I'm always left with another question with Simon Nash. I want to know about his fighting training, but that's one for another day. Let me know your thoughts. GBNews.com/your say, still to come on the Late Show Live. Well, of course, that event in April could have been much worse than it was. It was the White House Correspondents' Dinner, if you remember. Well, it's taking place tomorrow. The Secret Service say it's facing an unprecedented surge in threats. We'll bring you the very latest on that after your weather. See you in a minute.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning. We've made it to Friday, and this is your GB News weather update from the Met Office. For many, it is going to be a dry end to what has been a very dry week. There is some rain around, however. A bit of light drizzly rain across parts of Scotland, perhaps Northern Ireland at the moment. A lot of this, though, is going to break up through the morning and into the afternoon. Meanwhile, across England and Wales, well, it's a dry picture here with lots of sunshine. And with that sunshine, we're seeing temperatures rising mid to high 20s quite widely. Some places towards the southeast could get to around 30 Celsius, so feeling pretty hot here. Further north, a fresher feel for sure with a bit more cloud, and there will be a little bit of rain around. But into the evening, we're going to see some more persistent rain arriving in the far northwest of Scotland. Not especially heavy, but a damp end to the day here for sure. Further south and east across parts of Scotland, clinging on to that dry weather for now, but that rain will push through later on, and it's a similar story across Northern Ireland. Some glimmers of sunshine for the time being. Across England and Wales, a fine end to the day here, and worth bearing in mind, those temperatures are going to hold up, so it is still going to be pretty warm as we go through this evening and this start of the night. That weather system in the far northwest, which is bringing rain later on to parts of Scotland, does push its way south and eastwards overnight, bringing a bit of rain to far northern western parts of England and Wales, but the more persistent rain will be affecting northwestern Scotland. It is going to be a warm night for many of us, temperatures generally holding up in the mid-teens, some places holding up in high teens, so a bit uncomfortable for sleeping for some. A pretty unsettled picture across much of Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland through tomorrow. There will be outbreaks of rain, blustery winds, and that will then push into northern and western parts of England and Wales. Further south and southeast, it's going to stay dry. There'll be some sunshine again and still hot in the southeast. Here, temperatures could once more be in the low 30s Celsius. See you again soon. Bye-bye.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Whatsoever.
Very sweet, thank you.
Oh, welcome back to The Late Show Live. Now, we're nattering the studio here because Sir Nick Clegg has warned that banning under-16s from social media would let tech companies off the hook rather than solving the problem. The former Meta executive says that children will simply move to less regulated apps, whilst major platforms would have less incentive to improve online safety. His comments come after the government announced that it could ban under-16s from social media as early as next spring. With me now, reporter at Reason magazine, Reem Ibrahim, which is why we were gossiping, of course, at regular face here in the studio, Reem. Now, what do you make of Nick Clegg's slight spin on this issue of social media for kids?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I mean, from my perspective, I think I'd go much further, and I'd say the tech companies themselves are not responsible for what children are doing on social media, or indeed who they meet on social media. That is an entirely separate issue. But what Nick Clegg is effectively saying is that if you are to ban social media for under-16s, which the government has said they want to do, and legislation has already been proposed to Parliament, what they are saying is that actually that means the tech companies are off the hook. They don't have to adapt their algorithms. They don't have to adapt what their content looks like for young people. So he's saying that effectively it means tech companies are off the hook. From my perspective, I think that effectively trying to get tech companies to control exactly what kind of content they have on there is entirely unfair, because fundamentally the people that do wrong are the people that are doing it themselves. It's not the platform that's holding that information. If I say something awful to you right now, it isn't the fault of the studio we're in, it is the fault of me. Only me, and that is it. I also think that the entire conversation about children and social media is really, really quite damaging, because what often happens in these conversations is people say, well, social media is evil, young people are getting so addicted to these algorithms, but the reality just doesn't suggest that. Lots and lots of young people, and lots of studies have shown that young people are connecting with friends. They are making friends with people they already know in real life. And crucially, when it comes to predators, when it comes to people that do want to do children harm, the vast majority of those people will meet the children in real life.
Yeah.
Over 90% of predators that do harm to children are met in real life. It is a very, very small percentage that are online. So when it comes to social media, I think the real conversation needs to be about how we can ensure that parents are equipped to ensure that they know what their children are doing.
Even the most diligent parents, and I like to think that me and my other half would come under that bracket because our kids have the apps, etc. It is still so hard, Reem. I feel like I'm fighting a monster in a, in a kind of movie, like a dragon, whose sole intention is to addict my children, to corrupt my children, to break up the family unit. It's like the forces are so powerful. And I, as you know, I'm a big believer in personal responsibility underpinning everything. But we're asking, I think, so much of children to have personal responsibility. And so many parents don't have the tech know-how. Should the tech companies, at the very least, make it easier for parents to be able to surveil what their children are looking at online?
They already have. So I've actually posted this on my social media, on my X. You can look at it. There is a list of directions for parents on how they can control their child's social media. So whether it be an Android or an iPhone, with an iPhone I'm far more familiar with because I do it for my own 12-year-old sister.
Yes.
I control her social media. My brother and I both do it. My mum knows how to do it, but she prefers for us to be able to do it, and I do it 3,000 miles away in the US, but my family are over in London.
Likewise.
And I control what social media she has access to. I block apps that I do not want her to have access to. I block apps or websites I don't want her to access.
Is it easy?
It's extraordinarily easy.
See, I don't think it is easy, but then that's because they find workarounds. How old is she?
She's 12.
Okay, so when they're more like, well, 12, a lot of 12-year-olds will find the workaround, but when they're more like 13, 14, 15, they're working, they're gaming the system, they'll go on AI, they'll work out a way to get around it. It is so hard.
It is really, really difficult, and I think that what we have to be honest about is that parents and children have to be able to have those honest conversations. The crucial part of this entire conversation, though, Bev, is that it's not the role of the state to control that for you. And ultimately, parents and children can have those conversations. I'm very, very lucky. My sister is wonderful, and we all as a family have conversations about this. I have shared my experience. I'm in Gen Z. I turned 24 this month. I know exactly what it's like to grow up with social media, and I must emphasize the idea that social media is this great big evil that must be tamed is just entirely false. There is so much good that comes from social media.
I agree with that very much.
And we see from the Australian example where they've banned social media for under 16s, lots of children are still accessing online, and the even worse part of this, and this is basically what Nick Clegg is saying, there is no filter. So if those children are then able to bypass the age verification laws, they are able to get access to that content, they are accessing content that is designed for adults. And there is no filter because the platform assumes they're all adults.
Yeah.
And so in some ways, sometimes these laws, whilst they are well intended, I understand, often end up having these awful negative unintended consequences and actually often end up harming the children even more.
Thank you, Reem. I don't know if we've got any more time. Can I ask her one more question? I've got time to ask you one more question then. Let me tell you about a little anecdote of when I was sat next to a guy that worked for Google at a dinner, and his phone was on black and white, his screen was black and white, and when I asked him about that, and he had several children, like 5 or 6 children of his own, like the tech bros always have tons of children, and I said, why is it like that? And he said, because I know that colour is one of the ways that we addict people, so he's protecting himself from the addiction. And I said, how do you manage your children's screen time? And they were between the ages of, I think, like 3 to 15. And he said, my children would never go, I've never let them go anywhere near a phone.
Yeah.
And I said to him, why? He said, because I know the damage that it does to their brains. We know what it's doing to their brains. And I said to him, how do you sleep at night? And he said, I mean, well, I did relay this story to my daughters, and they said he probably sleeps in his $10 million house.
Yes.
Mommy, that's how well he sleeps.
He sleeps very well.
Yeah, exactly. But he said, well, we try where possible to tell parents these products are not for children. To which I said, no, you do not. Nowhere near. But when you know that the people within the industry are protecting themselves, they're scared of that device. But we're not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the fear is over-exaggerated ever so slightly again.
Not in his mind, and he works there.
Look, I mean, a lot of these tech companies, a lot of these tech bros, I would say, I mean, look at Elon Musk, for example. He always says that his children were brought up, with a whiteboard and a pen, and they were never near screens. And look, I've also worked in education, and I remember when I was teaching children that did have like overly excessive exposure to screen time, they really struggled with attention span. But in the classroom, it's controlled. You just take it away. There is no technology in that classroom. Yes, you might be able to use computers and iPads, but that was a very rare situation in that educational setting.
Not now.
And I do really think it's about ensuring parents can make those choices for their families. For many children, I mean, the Australian example, many children out in the outback, they can't see their friends on a daily basis. The only way they communicate with people their age is online.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, Reem, thank you so much. Reem Ibrahim, see you back here soon. Now, moving on. Let me ask London about this. Louise and Simon, you're listening to that conversation there. Oh, Louise, you know some of these tech bros. You know what I'm talking about. That they do protect themselves and their loved ones and their families, and yet I don't think they've worked. They can't tell us that message. Otherwise, none of us would have bought them.
Yeah, look, I mean, anecdote isn't evidence. I would actually like to see some of the results of the Australian social media ban. There's no saying a few kids get round it. Well, that's like saying people still use drugs because we ban drugs. Yeah, that's true. But if we allowed everybody to buy drugs on the street, there would be a hell of a lot more people addicted. I think that it's not really a free speech issue because we are talking about kids. Something the government could do, for example, would be to legislate so that when children children go to school. If they bring a mobile phone, they have to put it in a locker. During the school day, you're not to be staring at a screen. You should be out there playing, making friends with other kids. I do think social media is very damaging and addicting to children, and broadly speaking, in favour of the ban, but I can't be 100% sure. I would like to see what is the effect on mental health, in such as it's being measured on kids in Australia and places where they've implemented a ban like this. I don't know if I would now lose brownie points with Elon Musk, who I've praised to the skies earlier today, but Elon Musk feels that he lost one of his children, his son Xavier, who he believes was propagandized into becoming trans and mutilating his body and then pretending that he is a trans girl. I'm afraid I don't believe that you can change sex, and I believe this is a particular fantasy that has come about through social media and the internet age and is unbelievably damaging to children. So let's physically get those devices out of the hands of our kids in the schools. It's all very well to say to parents, well, you should stop your child. Any parent who's got little teenage kids or 13-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds knows how difficult that is in real life. It is incredibly difficult precisely because the kids are addicted. Broadly speaking, I am in favour of it, but I think there's also an argument for waiting a year or so and seeing what happens in Australia. But you could go ahead and stop kids bringing them to school right now, and I think that would be a great thing to do, and it would make a material difference.
The Australia situation is incredibly captivating, I think. We covered this recently, and I was just checking the facts on it. Independent research is saying that most teenagers, and it is still early days, but most teenagers are still finding ways to access social media. There is not yet any clear evidence that the ban has improved children's well-being, which makes my heart sink, because I kind of want the ban to help these kids, Matthew, but I just don't think it will. They'll find a way.
You make an excellent point, Bev, and I think that we are naturally rebellious, particularly as adolescents from, age 11, 12 to 21, 22. I remember getting into arguments with my mom, and I said, wait till I'm 21, I'll be normal again. And I think banning it then creates an excitement around it. I think it's responsible. Bev, you and I have talked about a lot of times, you and your daughter's talking about responsible social media use, and I think that is what is most important. Parents taking responsibility and saying, here's screen time and here's what's available to you.
Are you addicted to your phone, Thomas?
I think, probably yes. I think like most people today, I often think that you look around and just everyone's like head down looking at that.
Yeah.
What I don't like about this is that they are pulling at sort of heartstrings and saying, well, it's about the children. We've got to protect the children. I don't think it's about that at all. I think it's about forcing everyone to use, to verify their ID to get onto websites, because how do you prove that you're not under 16? Well, you have to show the website your identification. I think, as much as old Annie Burnham has said he's not doing digital ID, he's doing everything but digital ID, which is, banning VPNs and doing this, social media ban for kids. I don't think it's going to work. I think actually it's going to be bad for people. I think if anything, you should just stop them having devices, or, I really don't know the answer to this. That's the problem. It's really tough.
Because the reason I sort of ask you, are you addicted, is I'm not just being flippant. What I'm saying is, I think we all are to some extent.
I think
we are all adults.
Yeah.
And I deliberately try to leave the house more and more often without my blooming phone in my pocket, just to prove to myself that I can, Simon Nash.
Well, I mean, are you addicted to eating breakfast each morning? Are you addicted to seeing your friends? I mean, a lot of social media is actually seeing other human beings. I don't think it is an addiction. I was corrupted in my youth by South Park. There's a great song called Blame Canada, and it's of all the parents singing, blame Canada, blame Canada. It's not even a real country anyway. And then they say, well, unless people might blame us, unless we blame Canada in the South Park movie. God forbid parents actually say, oh, my kid's under the age of 14, I won't give them a smartphone. And actually the government's a little bit complicit in this. Increasingly young children, pre-teens, are given homework on iPads and smartphones and less on paper books.
Drives me mad.
Yeah, and the government's talking about cutting off the protocols for sending text messages and 3G. They're thinking of cutting off, saying every phone will have to be a smartphone so they can spy on us, etc. Well, actually, no. I think non-smartphones are the way forward. And look, I think people are grouping together very young children and teenagers. I think if there is a ban, it should be probably like under 13 or under 14. This idea that you are a little child at 15, like an 8-year-old, and then suddenly you're 16 and you can get married and vote. I mean, it's completely bonkers, isn't it? I think, you know, I don't really like the fact you can't buy an energy drink if you're under 16 without showing that you're over. I wouldn't have been able to get through my GCSEs without the occasional Red Bull. That freedom's been taken away by a previous government. And look, one of the real issues is the algorithm. This is actually seriously important. Like, these poor children, maybe who are like 12, 13, who've ended up in a really bad way. There are these algorithms which basically say, oh, you're like a young teenage girl, or you're 12. Oh, well, you're going to be ugly unless you wear makeup, and then you follow that algorithm, and then you get obsessed by that. Oh, then you're you're not really thin. Oh, take up anorexia, and then bulimia. And this algorithm was encouraging really awful behaviour. And then secondly, the dare culture of online bullying, where there would be a child and there'd be these kids a little bit older saying, oh, like, we've got a photo of you. Now you've got to cut your hair off and film it, and it's absolutely awful. You could stop these things very easily. These awful things are the problem, the negative algorithms and the bullying and the sort of sextortion thing. You could have things in place that really stopped that without just banning social media. And we need YouTube and stuff. Kids now can have YouTube to help with their homework. So, I'm passionate about this.
OK, all right. Thank you. Clearly, I can see. Right, let's take a quick look at some of the other main news here in America. The wreckage of a Pan American Airways plane has been found 74 years after it plunged into the Atlantic Ocean in a crash that prompted the mandatory airline safety briefings that we all endure today. The aircraft was found 2,000 feet below sea level off the coast of Puerto Rico. A Secret Service agent on J.D. Vance's security detail has been suspended and could face a criminal investigation after allegedly leaking information about the American vice president. The agent was placed on administrative leave following the leaking of a story that included details about Mr. Vance's travel. And finally,
you better shape up, 'cause I need a man, and my heart is set on you.
Oh, we have not tired of hearing that this evening. And it's turned out that Grease star Diddy Khan, she was the one who played Frenchie in the amazing movie. She said that nobody involved in the 1978 classic expected it to become such a global hit. The actress said that the cast enjoyed working together so much they tried while they were filming this scene to all set up and agree to doing a sequel. But Paramount said, nah, this film's not going to be anything. It's just a little summer movie. And by the time the film became such a sensation, John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John were no longer available, which meant the sequel in 1982 was made without the original stars. Still to come on The Late Show Live this evening. If you're listening on the radio, we're watching the scenes there from April. It was the White House Correspondents' Dinner at the Hilton Hotel, which of course was stopped because of the assassination attempt on President Trump. Well, it is taking place tomorrow night, and the Secret Service say that they are facing an unprecedented surge in threats. Let's discuss that. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories. And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
You want to be there, Celebrate Britain, don't you, Matthew?
I want to go. There's so many exciting things happening across Britain on August 6th for GB News, and it's super exciting. Good program.
Yeah, very good. Well done. Now, there's a very good possibility that I will be back in the UK that week, so I'm hoping to get involved with some of that. So I might see some of you there. Now, Washington prepares for tomorrow's rescheduled White House Correspondents' Dinner at the moment, and the Secret Service is saying that they are receiving an unprecedented surge in threats. It's also emerged tonight that neither Melania Trump or J.D. Vance will attend. Here's a little report I made earlier.
In April, the Washington press pack gathered for the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. Over 2,000 people crammed into a conference room at the Hilton Hotel. But just as the doors were about to close on the guests, including most of the senior cabinet, the president and his wife, the room was rocked by the sound of gunfire. The suspect, Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old teacher armed with a shotgun, handgun and knives, exchanged fire with security before being subdued and taken into custody. While Trump was uninjured and rushed off the stage, the chaotic incident forced a postponement of the gala. I was there in the building whilst the dinner descended into chaos.
I'm just making my way through the reception now of the hotel. Now, what we're hearing is that there was a shooter in the reception area, like a second reception, downstairs reception. So let me explain to you. This is the reception area of the Hilton Hotel. Lots of different drinks events happening here.
Everybody who's up here to back to a perimeter. That's a wall.
Of course, President Trump does not do things by the book, and instead of retreating to his bedroom for an early night, he called the press to the briefing room and addressed us directly.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did. We're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay.
The speech he had prepared for the April dinner will no doubt be dusted off for tonight, but given the dramatic turn of events, I'd expect him to be a little less critical of the assembled journalists. The suspect currently faces multiple charges, including the attempted assassination of a president, which could carry a life sentence. Back in 2011, the White House Correspondents' Dinner played a key role in Trump's political journey, when then-President Barack Obama and comedian Seth Meyers mocked Trump in front of the crowd.
He's taken some flack lately, but no one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac? Say what you will about Mr. Trump. He certainly would bring some change to the White House. Let's see what we've got up there.
Donald Trump sat there silently in the audience, no doubt plotting his revenge. The now 45th and 47th president will see tonight as a victory lap in more ways than one. He's proved his detractors wrong by winning 2 elections, and he refuses to be kowtowed by an actual attempt on his life. Bev Turner in Washington, D.C. for GB News.
So, tomorrow night, this security is ramping up, obviously, for this event. It's in a much smaller venue tomorrow night. They've cut the numbers by how much? About 50%, isn't it, Thomas?
So, yeah.
At least. It's a much smaller crowd. And we're just learning that J.D. Vance and Melania won't be there. What do you make of that, Thomas?
Well, Melania didn't even want to go to the first one. I mean, I don't think you're going to see her leaving the White House complex at all. She is, you see in the video, she was very, very afraid by that whole situation, because these people keep trying to kill her husband. It's ridiculous. I loved her, in your package there, she comes out dressed like a sort of mafia boss, when he got back into power, because she really is just sick of this. And we were both there at the thing. I came straight here in my little tuxedo, came to GB News and reported. I mean, it was a scary experience for everyone involved, but interesting, now they're doing it at the old Trump Hotel, which he used to own, so it's a much more secure location, a better venue, so I think it'll be fine. Then no one's going to get anywhere near this place, that's for sure. But it's a scary time to be in DC. We keep hearing shots all over the place. So it's not great.
It's also actually, Matthew, this is the reason why he needs his ballroom. at the White House, doesn't he? Regardless of whether people
No,
think it's extravagant.
The White House Correspondents Association should not and would not host an event at the on the White House complex. However, one of the things that you mentioned,
but many other people would.
Certainly, and the president should have a ballroom that he can host. Whomever the president is can host dignitaries and others. But the thing that you mentioned is Vice President Vance will not be there. In the United States, in American politics, there is a line of succession. If the president is killed or incapacitated, the vice president takes those responsibilities. And in the event the vice president is also killed or incapacitated, the Speaker of the House takes those responsibilities. There is a series of successors, and there's usually someone missing from an event like this where you would have a lot of dignitaries.
Yeah, Louise, note from you on the security of tomorrow night, and also just the resilience of President Trump, that he refuses to be silenced.
Yeah, look, I admire him. I do, for saying the show must go on. He is the ultimate showman. I think we can all agree on that. And I'm of a certain vintage. I grew up watching the Brighton bombing when IRA terrorists bombed the hotel. Margaret Thatcher was told she was going to cancel the Conservative Party conference, and she said, no, we're going to go out in the middle of the night, we're all going to get clothes from Marks and Spencer's, and we're going to start tomorrow on time as usual, because we don't let terrorists cow us. This is what President Trump is doing by going out and giving this speech, and, you know, fair play to him, full marks. I've got nothing but praise for that.
Yeah. Simon, you got nothing but praise for that?
Yeah, well, it's good that the show must go on. I think it's important when you have people of different political views that they are political views. It's not a war, and people shouldn't use violence against politicians in any case. I would say we're very lucky in the UK not to have handguns everywhere. So if someone interrupts a political conference, it's likely with a knife and they can be tackled more easily. I know one of our politicians recently said that, oh, well, you know, there was only one massacre and that's why we got rid of handguns. So actually, that's probably a good thing. It's relatively safe here in the UK. So, yeah, may there be peace for all political events, including those on Donald Trump's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, neither you nor I are there tomorrow night, are we, Thomas?
No, they've cut us all out. It's a much smaller event.
It's a much smaller event, but we will be bringing you the speech. It's definitely worth tuning in for tomorrow night, because it's always a night of kind of fun and ribbing, and no doubt President Trump will give the journalists a bit of a hard time on the stage tomorrow night. The show, though, will go on. This one, however, must come to an end. Simon Nash, Louise Mensch, Thomas Corbett-Dillon, Matthew Hurt, what a pleasure it's been. I feel like I've got to know you, Simon Nash, better tonight than at any time before. If I ever need somebody to defend me from a biting shoplifter, you are my man. Right, see you soon. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thanks, Beth.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning. We've made it to Friday, and this is your GB News weather update from the Met Office. For many, it is going to be a dry end to what has been a very dry week. There is some rain around, however. A bit of light drizzly rain across parts of Scotland, perhaps Northern Ireland at the moment. A lot of this, though, is going to break up through the morning and into the afternoon. Meanwhile, across England and Wales, well, it's a dry picture here with lots of sunshine. And with that sunshine, we're seeing temperatures rising mid to high 20s quite widely. Some places towards the southeast could get to around 30 Celsius, so feeling pretty hot here. Further north, a fresher feel for sure with a bit more cloud, and there will be a little bit of rain around. But into the evening, we're going to see some more persistent rain arriving in the far northwest of Scotland. Not especially heavy, but a damp end to the day here for sure. Further south and east across parts of Scotland, clinging on to that dry weather for now, but that rain will push through later on, and it's a similar story across Northern Ireland. Some glimmers of sunshine for the time being. Across England and Wales, a fine end to the day here, and worth bearing in mind, those temperatures are going to hold up, so it is still going to be pretty warm warm as we go through this evening and the start of the night. That weather system in the far northwest, which is bringing rain later on to parts of Scotland, does push its way south and eastwards overnight, bringing a bit of rain to far northern western parts of England and Wales, but the more persistent rain will be affecting northwestern Scotland. It is going to be a warm night for many of us, temperatures generally holding up in the mid-teens, some places holding up in high teens, so a bit uncomfortable for sleeping for some. A pretty unsettled picture across much of Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland through tomorrow. There will be outbreaks of rain, blustery winds, and that will then push into northern and western parts of England and Wales. Further south and southeast, it's going to stay dry. There'll be some sunshine again and still hot in the southeast. Here, temperatures could once more be in the low 30s Celsius. See you again soon. Bye-bye.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me. Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Needs to stop. You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I ever got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories. And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
The GB News audience is different, it's unique, because they see through the nonsense.
We want to debate with each other, we want to listen and maybe learn.
We have a chat. That's what we do. We try and have a chat.
They'll watch my programme while they're eating their tea, they'll watch breakfast while they're busy getting their kids ready for school.
We want to hear what matters to you, what is news for you.
And what's brought you out here today?
What are the biggest issues affecting this particular area?
The audience are the best thing about GB News.
Their friends, their family. They're people who need to have their voices heard.
They're passionate about the channel, they're passionate about what they believe in.
The one thing about GB News is you get a chance to speak.
Talk to me about why so many people have gathered here today.
Do you want to say something back in return? The GB News audience is what makes GB News special.
It's incredible to see.
They shape our programmes, they shape our output, and they shape our channel.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain. It's 9 p.m. I'm Patrick Christys. Tonight.
He's got bombs on him.
All the missed chances to stop the Manchester synagogue terrorist, who even had a folder entitled Espionage on his phone. And...
No! I'm trying to do that weird.
Put your hands behind your back!
Girl, please.
Just a bit more anti-white racism in the police, anyone? Plus...
Here we go again. New season, new titles, new managers, new signings. But apart from that, nothing much has really changed.
Gary Lineker, the man who fought HMRC to not pay £4.9 million in tax, now says he wants to pay more tax. And I've got a GB News exclusive for you. A Jamaican drug dealer has been allowed to stay in Britain for one of the most ridiculous reasons ever. Also...
That's it.
Yeah.
Keep doing that.
You used to work in the bar? I did, I did.
Just a bit of northern beer there. Burnham tries to buy off pubs, but he's probably hoping he doesn't turn into this guy.
That man is not allowed in my pub. Get out of my pub. Go on. Get out of my pub.
Plus, the breaking news in the last few moments. Evil Southport monster Axel Rudikabana has been taken to Broadmoor Secure Hospital because prison authorities admitted that he is unable to be managed safely behind bars. And bear in mind, of course, that for a long time they just tried to keep him in the community and they ignored all the warning signs. On my panel tonight, we have got the Associate Comment Editor at The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn. We've got Tory peer Lord Bailey and former Labour Party advisor Matthew Larser. And, you know all those heat waves we've been having?
Melting. I can't deal with this. Please make it stop. Please. I can't breathe. There's no air.
Well, the reason for the heat will really annoy those eco-warriors. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. A Jamaican drug dealer allowed to stay in Britain and an Eritrean not sent to prison. That's next.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Good evening to you. Our top stories. Andy Burnham has paused the early prisoner release scheme that was due to begin in September until there's been an urgent review. Under the proposals, up to 6,000 inmates across England and Wales, including killers, rapists and sex offenders, would be released early into the community and monitored by tags. It comes after the policy was condemned by the widow of police officer Andrew Harper, who was killed trying to stop 3 teenage thieves, 2 of whom were being considered for early release. Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has criticised the scheme.
They have shown no remorse from what I saw of their sentencing. I saw videos where they were laughing. It was a horrific killing.
Yeah.
We don't want murderers and rapists let out. The last time Labour did its early release under Keir Starmer, some of those people had to be put back within 24 hours. We need to solve this problem of overcrowding. We solve it by building more prisons.
Southport killer Axel Rudikabana has been transferred from prison to Broadmoor Secure Hospital. It is likely to anger many of the families of his victims because he was assessed as fit to stand trial in January last year. He was jailed for life for the murders of Elsie Stancombe, B.B. King and Alice De Silva Aguiar. People in psychiatric units are treated as patients rather than prisoners. The Ministry of Justice says he'll remain locked up and is unlikely to ever be released. The government says the armed forces are ready to protect the country from any attack after Iran warned of consequences for opening its bases to the US military. It included a veiled threat towards the royal family. Tehran's threatened to attack RAF Fairford after the Prime Minister allowed the base to be used by American forces to launch strikes on the Islamic Republic. On Tuesday, the journey of a B-1 bomber was tracked from RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire heading towards Iran. A mother and daughter who died at a beach in Essex have been named by family members as 42-year-old Shali Rahman and Samia Rahman, who was 15. Police believe they were trying to help a 7-year-old boy who got into difficulty in West Mersey and remains in a serious condition. 3 other people were taken to hospital. A witness described the incident as absolutely horrific. Police have apologised to victims of the fatal synagogue attack in Manchester last year, saying there may have been a missed opportunity to stop the killer. In a separate court case, it emerged Jihad al-Shami's phone, which contained evidence of his extreme views, was twice seized by detectives in the month before the incident in Heaton Park, but it was not examined. Finally, a drought has been declared in parts of Wales, with this month on course to be the driest on record for nearly 200 years. Hosepipe bans are now in place for 23 million customers in England, with suppliers warning that may stay in place all summer. Earlier today, Thames Water announced a ban for all its customers across London, the Thames Valley and the home counties. You're up to date with the headlines. Back to Patrick now.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more, or visit gbnews.com/truth.
Yes, good evening. I can now exclusively reveal yet another mad immigration ruling from our courts. A Jamaican drug dealer who returned to the UK after being deported only to start drug dealing again has now been allowed to stay in the country because of the impact it would have on his autistic child if we deported him. Giovanni Fernandez Virgo first arrived in the UK from Jamaica back in December 1998 after he applied for a visa, claiming to be a visiting musician. But while going through the airport, Virgo was arrested and found to actually be part of a plot to smuggle Class A drugs into the country, receiving a 3-year and 10-month prison sentence. In April 2000, the drug trafficker was finally deported from the UK back to Jamaica. But just over 1 year later, in October 2001, Virgo returned to the UK under a false identity, where he was granted entry as a visitor. Then, 3 years later, in 2004, Virgo was convicted, and by the way, can I just say, this might shock you, of yet more drug crimes under his assumed identity, receiving a 4-year sentence for supplying Class A drugs. He was released in January 2006, but just a month later, he was sought by police for breaking the terms of his release. Virgo remained at large, evading police for more than 14 years, until November 2020, when he finally applied to stay in the UK under his true identity. You've almost got to admire the brass neck on this guy, haven't you, really? While on the run, Virgo had fathered a British child with his partner, which formed the basis of his application to remain in the country. Police finally caught the drug dealer, and in July 2021, he was convicted yet again for remaining unlawfully at large. But bear in mind, he'd been at large for 14 years. How long do you think he got? A 28-day prison sentence. Cosmic. The Home Office tried to deport Virgo in August 2024, but he appealed successfully, and in September 2025, a tribunal found that the effects of his deportation would be unduly harsh on his 5-year-old autistic child. A fresh appeal by the Home Office last month was now rejected by a judge, giving Virgo, the persistent drug dealer and, police evader, the green light to just stay in Britain forever. It's the latest in a long line of very questionable decisions in our immigration court, and it's yet another reminder that criminals are exploiting our borders and, frankly, our idiocy, really. It comes on the same day that an illegal Eritrean migrant got just 6 months in jail for punching a young woman in the face and knocking her unconscious at a Bournemouth nightclub after she rejected his advances. Abdiola Baran was staying at the taxpayer-funded Britannia Migrant Hotel in Bournemouth in Dorset at the time of the attack. At least 11 asylum seekers staying at that hotel and at the nearby Roundhouse Hotel in Bournemouth have been convicted of crimes in the last year, including a stabbing and a rape. The brutal nightclub assault happened just a week after he had spat at and kicked a subway worker in a drunken late-night incident. Burhan failed to turn up to court for both of his trials, and that was to do with both of the assaults. But when he eventually did, he had to speak through an interpreter. And I'm afraid to say it somehow gets even worse, because just yesterday, a Somalian asylum seeker who killed a pensioner and injured 2 others in a horrifying Remembrance Sunday stabbing avoided jail. 68-year-old Musi Ali stabbed his victims with a 25-centimetre knife that he'd stolen from a shop in south-east London. He sought asylum in the UK in 1990 after being sentenced to prison for 4 years over guerrilla activity in Somalia. He admitted manslaughter, possession of a knife and 2 counts of wounding with intent. But because they said that he has a schizoaffective disorder, he was given a hospital order instead. None of these people, whether it's the Jamaican drug dealer, the Eritrean illegal woman abuser or the Sudanese schizophrenic, should have been in the country in the first place, should they? And on a slightly similar vein, that breaking news for you right now. Southport killer Axel Rudiker-Barner has, well, we can reveal this evening, been taken to Broadmoor Secure Mental Hospital, as authorities have now admitted that he was unable to be managed safely behind bars. The murderer was moved to the notorious psychiatric hospital from Category A prison Belmarsh earlier this week. The Ministry of Justice confirmed the move had been made following a clinical assessment under the Mental Health Act, adding that Rudiker-Barner was unlikely ever to be released. The 19-year-old was, of course, jailed for life in January 2025 after killing Elsie Stankham, B.B. King and Alice De Silva Aguirre in a horrific attack at the Taylor Swift-themed dance class in Southport. And just before I go to my panel on this, it's worth noting that with Axel Rudiker-Barner, there were an unbelievable amount of warning signs. He was known to prevent. He had been expelled from school. He tried to return to that school to attack people. Obviously, huge question marks over his parents. Huge question marks over his parents. Massive. And they didn't want to report him about one particular issue as well, because the head teacher of his school was warned that she might be, quote-unquote, stereotyping a young black man. Meanwhile, Belmarsh Prison has now said, we can't handle him. So why on earth was this guy ever in our community? Why? Let's get the views of my panel this evening. Associate comment editor at the Daily Telegraph is Poppy Coburn, Tory peer Lord Bailey and ex-Labour advisor Matthew Larser. Look, guys, I hope you don't mind, but I just want to stick with this breaking news for a second, if that's all right. It's the Axel Rudiker-Barner move from Belmarsh to Broadmoor. Poppy, for me, this actually kind of makes me more angry about the fact that this monster was ever in a position in a community to go on and do what he did. I mean, he's been in there, what is it now, a year and a half, something like that? And Belmarsh Prison, which houses the worst offenders, some of the worst offenders in the country, say, we actually can't handle this guy.
Yeah, there's a really... I mean, the thing about Axel Rudiker-Barner is he reveals that there is a rot at the heart of the British state which applies to every single institution. It's not just one group that you can point to and say, oh, social services failed, the school failed, the family failed. No, every single part of the British state had failed and allowed Axel Rudiker-Barner. The fact he was here in the first place is also another question. People have serious questions they would like to ask about this. I think there's another issue here, which is the fact he's been moved on mental health grounds. Now, this same week, we have seen that the NHS is now being charged with potentially corporate manslaughter over the handling of Valdo Calacane, which is obviously the Nottingham murders where 3 people were killed, including 2 young Nottingham students. He was charged with manslaughter instead of murder, which a lot of people would have pointed out and saying, is this not a premeditated attack? He was walking around with a knife. There were multiple warning signs, again, as with the Axel Rudiker-Barner case. I think the problem is that the attitude of the state is to say, I'm really sorry, let's have an inquiry, lessons will be learned. There are no lessons learned. You know, can't even protect prison officers inside of a prison. How can you expect?
Well, you couldn't protect them
people
from him either. I mean, that was
exactly.
the thing. I mean, Axel Rudiker-Barner
so violent.
Yeah, did actually attack a prison officer as well, which is a story that we broke here on GB News probably about a year ago. He'd not been in there that long. I mean, Sean, this again, for me, it's why was this guy ever seriously kind of managing the community? And again, I'm sorry, but if Belmarsh can't handle this guy, are you honestly seriously telling me that his parents didn't realise the true extent of how absolutely mental he was?
Look, there's 2 or 3 things to say. Firstly, we have a system that's being gamed, and the people at the heart of our system have been captured. So they're so busy being fair to everybody else, they're being unfair to the people of this country whose job it is for them to defend. That's the first thing. Secondly, I sit in Parliament all the time and hear people talk about our system. I've said it several times before, as if everybody's treating it with fairness. They look at it and say, well, we'll take them at their word. Well, actually, no, we shouldn't take them at their word. And I'll say this about the ECHR, about immigration. All of these things were set up for a world that no longer exists. There is reams and reams of information on how to game our system in particular. When you talk about immigration, we are calling people asylum seekers who are economic migrants. They are being sold a product, which is Britain, and nobody will acknowledge that. And what it does, it then means when people are here, we treat them as if they've come from a war-torn situation when in many cases they have not. They've just made the decision to look for a better life. And because we won't front up what's actually going on, their actual motive, we will never deal with them. And that's before you get to the fact about safety. And the whole idea that you challenge someone because they don't look like you, don't share your culture, you're immediately racist, is stymieing us. And people are using that against us. We have got to say to people, here's the two things. If you are any kind of asylum seeker or immigrant and you commit a crime, end of conversation. End of conversation. And the deeper piece to that as well, we need to say to the nations that take them, if we give them visas, if we give them any kind of aid, if you don't take your citizens back, all bets are off. You can forget receiving any good treatment from us. And until we do that, the pull factor will be long. And then until we deal with also on top of this, activist judges and the rest of it, they just for them, it's just an academic pursuit. Yeah. Some point, politics need to enter and say, OK, we're going to change the law to lean heavily in the direction of our own institutions so they can defend themselves. The Home Office shouldn't be trapped in the situation that you just described. The one thing I will say, I'm not a fan of the Home Office, but at least they were pursuing the right course of action.
Matthew, your views on what this really means now. The Axel Rudiker has been moved to Broadmoor because they've basically said that they can't keep other people safe around him in Belmarsh. I mean, my concern, as I'm sure it's probably yours as well, is how many other Axel Rudiker are there walking around out there now who had exactly the same warning signs that are just wandering the streets?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest question this raises, as you say, Patrick, is why didn't anybody pick up on this in the first place? I mean, I think clearly it's the right thing to move into Broadmoor if a clinical assessment's been made, and he's a risk not mostly to the prison officers as well. I mean, as well as the other prisoners, but we mustn't forget about our hard-working prison officers who've put themselves in the line of danger every single day, and frankly often get forgotten about. So I think that clearly that is good that he's had the move. If even in the tough conditions of Belmarsh he can't be contained, but as you say, I mean the parents were criticised quite pretty heavily in the report after the Southport stabbings, and therefore it's not just for the parents but it's for the whole system to pick up on what were signs.
Well, this is it.
And why? And as you say, why isn't the system picking people up?
This isn't just a lad who's maybe kind of like borderline a bit on the spectrum and who gets a bit of an obsession about something. I mean, the back catalogue of stuff. And if he's been, 18 months-ish in a prison and they've decided that he is literally one of the most mental, violent, dangerous people in the country right now, and that was not picked up by a catalogue of different services, it's bonkers. Can I just... we'll go back to what we were originally going to talk about before the Rudy Cabana story drop. So we've got this Jamaican drug dealer who came into Britain essentially under false pretences initially, pretending to be a musician when actually he was just wanted to deal loads of Class A drugs, then was booted out, came back again under a false identity, went missing for 14 years, all of this stuff. He's allowed to stay now because it would basically be negative for his autistic child if we sent him to Jamaica. Your thoughts?
Well, you gave 3 examples in your monologue of like these insane cases where, because of our open borders, we've ended up in a situation where the rights of criminals have been put in forward in the place of the rights of the British people, which should, you would assume, be paramount in Britain, but apparently they aren't. But I'm going to give you another one, which I think is even more nuts.
OK.
There was a case that was very, very similar to this, actually. It was a Jamaican national who had been arrested on drug offences, serious drug dealing offences, and was due to be deported, and they were on a deportation flight, and the flight was actually blocked by activists who were actually on the flight saying, no, don't deport this man, you can't get rid of him. That's really horrible and mean. It's mean to do this. So he was allowed to remain in the UK, and there was actually a big campaign. There was an open letter that was signed by multiple charitable organisations and some Labour MPs. So he was allowed to stay. A year later, he is in a drug dispute and he stabbed someone to death. So these are the sorts of cases that we are talking about in this instance, where people who have been allowed to remain in the UK because of our weird immigration system, which says that the rights of people who are not British citizens as human rights are actually paramount because of the way the legal system works. You end up in these absolutely insane scenarios where these rights actually mean that British people are hurt or, in worst cases, murdered.
Yes, her, like that woman outside a Bournemouth nightclub. Now, about 4 years ago, I think, I went on a weekend away to Bournemouth with Emily, and it was quite nice. It was a British seaside town, all that stuff. I used to go and report the Lib Dem conferences in Bournemouth. You know, it was always
all the glamour.
It was lovely. Oh yeah, let me tell you. Yeah, but actually, those hotels that people were staying in are migrant hotels now, and there's been 11 people across just 2 of those hotels who've been found guilty of very serious offences. This guy, Eritrean bloke, basically tried to batter a woman outside a nightclub. Six months. Is it he's got, I think? I mean, it just seems a bit ridiculous.
There's 2 things to say. I'll start this by saying just because someone is Eritrean and an immigrant doesn't mean they're going to be a criminal.
Yeah.
But you do have to admit to yourself that there's a much higher instance here, and what that should mean is a higher level of vigilance, of looking at it. And one of the real big issues around all of our immigration, all the crime, no matter where you sit, is the pull factor. We are an attractive place. Why? Because we are a soft touch. And the biggest generator of crime, bar none, is the idea that you get away with it. So when someone does a vicious crime like this, knocks somebody, if you lose consciousness, something very serious has gone on, and gets 6 months, and then someone who tweets actually goes to jail, I think we need to have a little look at who we are. And this is a point I want to make. If you're at home now and you're furious, these Tories always saying stuff like this, blah, 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 ask yourself how you would feel if your neighbour, a friend, family member was attacked in this way and the person got 6 months, and somebody you knew wrote a slightly spicy tweet and ended up in jail. How would you feel? It's easy to be outraged when it's at arm's distance, but when it comes home, it feels different.
And just lastly on this, Matthew, then, what is Andy Burnham going to do about this?
Well, I think it's an intractable problem because, as we've heard, as Sean has said, the Home Office challenged this. The government obviously wants to send this guy back, and yet the courts once again sided with the right to a family life. And it turns out that he doesn't live with the child. He picks him up from school once a week. Ish.
Shock horror.
So, I mean, the problem. What do we do? I think you can look at changing the law, but the problem is it's the interpretation by the judges. And I think that the judiciary needs to take a long hard look at itself, because by making such uncommon sense decisions, they threaten the whole basis of the contract of supporting the asylum system, which is often needed for genuine cases.
I think these judges should be made to live a couple of days a month in one of these asylum hotels, and just to see what they make of it. But anyway, that's kind of that's a little window into Patrick Christys' Britain there, which is probably quite a dark place. Anyway, a spokesman said for the Ministry of Justice said the families of those injured and murdered in Southport will be in this country's heart forever, and our thoughts remain with them. Any decision to transfer an offender is made following an independent clinical assessment under the Mental Health Act. This is the Axel Rudy Cabana story, by the way. Following rigorous security checks, the offender has been transferred to a high-security psychiatric unit where he will remain until assessed fit to return to prison. Officials have approved this transfer on behalf of ministers. This transfer does not change his sentence, which remains at 52 years, and of which he will serve every single day. OK, there you go. Look, a bit of a barrage of stories for you there, but there's lots going on, isn't there? Just to take your mind off everything, here's the latest Great British giveaway. Here's how you can be in it to win it.
What would you do with £60,000 cash? What would you do with a real gold bar? Well, both have to be won in our Golden Summer celebration. First, there's £60,000 in tax-free cash to bolster your bank account this year. You could spend it on treats, splash out on the family, or just save it for a rainy day. It's entirely up to you. Plus, we'll also give you a fine gold bar worth over £5,000. That's genuine gold that you could gift to a loved one or just lock up in your own personal vault. The gold and the cash really could be yours. For a chance to win £60,000 in tax-free cash and a real gold bar, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
OK, well, coming up.
No! I'm trying to make that win!
Hold your hand behind your back!
Bro, please, I'm trying to...
Well, a white man who was arrested after being attacked by two black men, neither of whom were detained or charged, has now had the case against him dropped. But why on earth was he ever charged in the first place? Is he a victim of two-tier policing? But before that, former Match of the Day presenter turned lefty lovey-in-chief Gary Lineker is urging the Prime Minister to slap him with a wealth tax. That's despite taking HMRC to court so that he didn't have to pay tax. Is he a massive hypocrite? That's next.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, welcome along to Patrick Christys tonight. So, Gary Lineker, is he a massive virtue-signalling hypocrite? It's time now for the head-to-head. Not for the first time, the former Match of the Day pundit Gary Lineker has landed himself in fresh controversy after urging the new Prime Minister to slap a wealth tax on himself and other multimillionaires. The rabid lefty is among 120 UK-based millionaires, calling on Andy Burnham to impose higher taxes on wealth, arguing that the richest should pay more to help tackle inequality and boost the public finances. However, Lineker appears to have opened himself up to accusations of hypocrisy. Just a few years ago, he took HMRC to court over a £4.9 million tax bill, and he ultimately won. So tonight I'm asking, are Gary Lineker's pleas for Andy Burnham to introduce a wealth tax just virtue signalling? We are joined now by trade unionist and communications advisor Chris Webb. And we've got Charlie Mullins as well, the chairman of We Fix London. Chris, your views on this? Is he a bit of a hypocrite?
Well, Gary Lineker can answer for himself on his own tax affairs, but my view is this country is on his backside. We have thousands and thousands of people living on the streets homeless tonight. We have millions of people living in poverty. We have more food banks in the UK than we do branches of McDonald's. The infrastructure of the UK is crumbling. You can't get a doctor's appointment. And there is gross inequality. 56 people in the UK own more wealth than the bottom 29 million. So it's quite something, Patrick, when it's even an issue for debating, when the question of should those who have the most pay a little bit more to make our society a bit more equal. So,
all right. I'll come back to you, Chris. I'll come back to you, Chris. I want to get Charlie. And Charlie, your views on this?
All right, well, Gary Lineker can talk rubbish. When he went to Barcelona and to avoid paying tax and pay for the team, to start saying to tax somebody again, so we've already paid 50% tax or you've lost 50% of your money, and now he's saying tax people on their wealth, so you're taxing people twice. What it will mean is there'll be a massive influx, whether you be a millionaire or a normal person, you will be leaving this country and go to Italy, Portugal, Lisbon, Spain, anywhere. I mean, it's daylight robbery is what he's talking about. And to be perfectly honest, who would take any notice of him being a tax avoider anyhow? So to tax wealthy people, if the revenue wants to go down for the government, then tax wealthy people on their wealth. So someone's worked hard, they bought an house, they want to leave it to their children, and government to come up with, let's tax them right. So you're going to stop people wanting to work. It's a stupid thing to come out with. And as a new Prime Minister, then he needs to go straight away. I mean, to come out with something like that. And Lineker is a hypocrite, and, he's got the sack from the BBC. And what are we doing listening to someone like him? You tax more wealthy people, and more wealthy people will move abroad. They will take their business with them, and many other people. And the figures that are showing at the moment, 25,000 people have gone. It's a lot more than that, because many people don't even want to let on that they're gone.
I'm really, really sorry about this. We're having just a couple of small, minor technical issues at our end here, so I'm going to have to let you get going. Trade unionist and communications advisor Chris Webb and entrepreneur and chairman of We Fix London, Charlie Mullins. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. We've got an action-packed show coming your way. I'll see you in a sec.
Be nice to escape the grey.
Clear skies, here we come.
As clear as our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
There's some mixed weather across parts of Europe at the moment. We have a heat wave affecting western parts. This will ease into the weekend, but for the time being, temperatures for some around 5 to 10 degrees above average. Some places getting into the high 30s, low 40s perhaps. Eastern Spain into North Africa as well. Then further east, well, across parts of Greece and nearby nations, we have some intense thundery downpours. 75 millimetres of rain in just a few hours. Large hail, gusty winds could cause some problems.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's News Channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB loyalty points are here. They're our way of saying thank you for spending time with GB News. Through commenting on your say, voting in You Decide polls and shaping the debate, you can earn GB loyalty points. Unlock rewards, reach milestones and climb leaderboards. Don't just watch our programmes, come and be part of them. Get started by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/loyalty points.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christys Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christys Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories. And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome to Free Speech Nation with me, Josh Howard. This is the show where each week we see what's happening in the world of culture, current affairs and politics.
First of all, say welcome to the UK.
And we're not afraid to use our free speech so that you can use yours.
It's not controversial in the slightest to anyone who hasn't lost their mind.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights at 7 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
OK, welcome back to GB News. And every summer we are told the same thing, aren't we? Another heat wave, another sign of a climate catastrophe. But tonight, new research may have thrown a spanner into the works. Scientists say that Britain's rising temperatures could be linked not just to greenhouse gases, but also, you ready for this? To cleaner air and falling pollution. The study, published in Geophysical Research Letters, suggests that as the air has become cleaner, more of the sun's energy is reaching the Earth's surface, making the heat waves more intense. I'm joined now by John Grant, the Senior Lecturer in Sustainable Construction and Climate Change. John, thank you very much. Tough day this, I imagine, for the eco-zealots out there, that it turns out that Europe deindustrialising faster than the rest of the world has actually been quite damaging.
We've known about this since 2001, so this is not a shock at all, and why some of us have been trying to ease back on the climate change, the global warming gases, as fast as we can. But we've, of course, been ignored. Everything is normal. Ridiculous statements such as clean coal and the burning of fossil fuels in cars and the like. And so here we are. You know, the fact that maybe somewhere between 7 and 9 million people a year have been dying of pollution is quite an important thing. So that cleaning up the air has been really a serious challenge that we've been facing at. But
just so we're clear, sorry, John, I just need to be really clear on this. Are you acknowledging that actually us deindustrialising and having less pollution in the air is at least partly responsible for all of the heat waves that we've just had?
It is causing more sunlight to hit the Earth, so it is slightly warmer. not because of deindustrializing, but because we're removing pollution. Industrialization and pollution don't have to go hand in hand. And we've known that for a century.
But we have deindustrialized, and now we've got less pollution.
We've got less pollution because of legislation, but we'll agree to disagree on that.
Well, it's not the legislation. It wasn't legislation pumping gases and running mills and running coal mines, was it? It was the actual act of doing those things. It wasn't a law that was doing that.
And it was legislation that stopped cars from petrol vehicles from coming into to Sheffield, for example, so that we've got 250 people a year less dying of air pollution. So it's a complex. Physics is complex. There is not a soundbite that you can go for.
Well, it's funny, yeah, but it's funny though, isn't it?
Thing.
Because there was a soundbite, wasn't there, for a while, and that soundbite was just stop oil. Or indeed, Extinction Rebellion. And I can remember interviewing a lot of those people who would say to me, "You're going to boil in your own sweat." That was their phrase. They'd stage die-ins at supermarkets. At times, you'd be going to an M&S and there'd just be a load of people wearing hemp in the aisle there, doing a staged die-in, right? And actually, it turns out that what they neglected to tell us is that if we also did exactly what they want, we're still going to get hotter.
Yes, but we have to stop the carbon dioxide because it's going to get worse. What we've got here is something that we've been expecting right from day one. If you've been, for the last quarter of a century, we've been studying this. This is not what did you call it? A mic drop or something that we've just discovered this. No, we've been trying to get people to prepare for this heating up, that for all sorts of reasons, including reducing pollution, that we're going to get warmer. And we need to have acted in the 1990s when we first knew all of this was coming along. But the second best time to act in reducing global warming gases is now.
Right. So one of the ways to deal with all of the heat, presumably, is air conditioning, is it not? But we have laws in this country where buildings are not allowed to introduce air conditioning, including some schools, because that would contravene net zero policies, wouldn't it?
No, the net zero policies are about how much carbon you're emitting. So if you can cool a building without requiring dirty energy to be used and technology to be used, which you can, which is exactly what my research is all about. And we've been able to do that since 1999. But again, every time I publish something that says we can cool buildings without using kit, then I get told, stop fear-mongering and, everything will be fine. Until here we are, where the most vulnerable are threatened, our children, our older people, and we're being forced to knee-jerk, which is not what I wanted, which is why I started in this in the 1990s, and it would have been a gentle change. But now we're in an emergency. And thankfully, people like you are talking about this emergency finally, and maybe we can get some real energy and resources associated with a change, so we can save people's lives, but also not make it so much worse by going on as business as usual and just reacting, which is far from perfect. I absolutely agree.
Yeah, I mean, it was also far from perfect that some of the solar panels just kind of like melted in the heat.
Well, yeah, I mean, isn't that physics taken to the nth degree, that solar panels, the hotter they get, the slightly less efficient they are? This is not perfect. This is science, and we have to face those problems. And it would be much easier, wouldn't it, if the Earth wasn't warming as much, and that would be easier if we had less carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. But we've decided to go for pumping more oil, burning more oil, and somehow some kind of fantasy that things are going to just continue as normal. That isn't going to happen.
No, I mean, look, John, look, I'll hold my hands up here. I am struggling to get my head around the idea that if we'd have carried on with our levels of pollution before, everything would have got hotter, but the fact that we stopped has also made it hotter. And I'm just trying to wonder... Isn't it? But yeah, I'm just wondering whether or not, it's actually just natural for the world to get hotter, and maybe we need to just deal with it.
Because we've known what's causing it, yeah?
Right,
so if we hadn't been adding the pollution, we'd have cooked at these temperatures 20 years ago. It actually gave us enough time to respond. But what did we spend the time doing? pumping more oil and burning more fossil fuels. We were given that opportunity, and now we're in the emergency, which hopefully you can spread the word so that we can react to.
OK, John, thank you very, very much. I didn't mean to be mean about people who wear hemp. John Grant there, who is the Senior Lecturer in Sustainable Construction and Climate Change. Right, coming up.
No! I'm trying to pick that way! Put your hand behind your back!
Bro, please.
Well, I'm going to play you that clip in full and break it down for you. A white man who was arrested after being attacked by two black men, neither of whom were detained or charged, has had the case against him dropped. But why on earth was he charged in the first place? Before that, though...
That's it?
Yeah.
Keep doing that.
You used to work in the bar? I did,
Yeah.
I did.
Andy Burnham unveiled another eye-catching giveaway today, a tax break for Britain's struggling pubs. But with no clear plan for how they will pay for it, there's a theme here, will landlords really be raising a glass to the proposals? That's next.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories. And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. The new Prime Minister's giveaway bonanza rolls on. Today, Andy Burnham announced a 20% cut in business rates for pubs, clubs and live music venues from next April. The policy is expected to cost £100 million, and the government says that this will be fully costed. But just let me say that to you again. It will be fully costed. They've already announced it, so, you know, but we'll cost it. But this morning, the Chancellor's Deputy, Emma Reynolds, did not appear to be entirely across the granular detail of this fully costed plan.
Secretary of the Treasury, obviously I'm well into the numbers. I'm not going to give you all the numbers today, but we will set out in more specific detail, as I said, those two major ways that we're going to fund this. This is £100 million from next April.
No, that's all fine. But then you can't say
it is fully funded yet?
Well, as you say, it will be fully funded.
This is beyond parody. Yesterday, when we had the £2 bus fare, Louise Haigh, not Louise Haigh, it was the Transport Secretary, Heidi Alexander, sat in a studio and said, you don't expect me to come on here and give you all the facts, do you? And then now we've got that. No, sorry, I'm not going to sit here and tell you about how it's funded. This is beyond parody. Downing Street says the average pub will save £1,100 a year, but after soaring business rates, higher national insurance, rising wages and years of mounting costs, will a saving of little more than 20 quid a week really make a meaningful difference? Joining us now is Katie Nichols, OBE, the chair of UK Hospitality. Kate, sorry, thank you. How do you feel about this? Do you think it's going to make a blind bit of difference?
Well, it is a welcome first step. It's good recognition from the Prime Minister, finally, that hospitality is a key cornerstone of the economy, can drive growth, is a positive, beneficial contributor to our local communities and economy, the backbone of the high street, the heart of our communities. But it doesn't go far enough to be able to support those businesses, and crucially, it doesn't cover the whole of hospitality. So while it's a good first step, and they did say they would come back with more details later this year, we do need to see this extended to all of hospitality, and we need to understand how it really will help pubs and bars and clubs in the short term.
I mean, 20 quid a week, it's not going to stop people from going to the wall, is it?
In the context of the struggles that we faced, the last two budgets have imposed a £6 billion extra tax bill on the hospitality sector. Particularly hard hit have been those in terms of employment taxes, energy costs, but also business rates. So business rates are a significant contributor to the total costs that we're facing. But you're right, a third of businesses say they are operating at or below break even. So we are going to need to see bolder, more ambitious plans from the government set out later this year if we really are to be able to save our hospitality sector and boost the high street.
I do wonder whether or not some landlords and publicans, etc., actually find this a little bit borderline offensive, because this, to me, smacks of a bloke, Andy Burnham. He knew that the last Labour government, i.e. Starmer's regime, they were all banned from pubs. There was that big thing about Labour MPs banned from pubs. And he doesn't want that, does he? He's a bloke who he likes to have a pint after his football, and he thinks he can throw you a bone here of something that, frankly, won't even touch the sides, and then that'll do it. I just wonder if it kind of makes you out to, like, makes him think that maybe, you guys are a bit thick in a way. Like, oh, here you go, look, we've given you 20 quid better a week. Here you go, aren't you happy with it? I don't know, it's a bit offensive. I mean, look at John Healey there, supping a pint in a pub there and everything. Well, I mean, it's not going to make anyone's lives any better, really, is it?
Well, a tax cut is better than no cut, and it's certainly better than the tax increases that we've seen. So it is positive that within the first week, we've seen support for hospitality announced, and we've seen ministers coming on programmes today saying that there's more to do. They will come back to support hospitality in the budget in October, November. So we do need to hold their feet to the fire. So look, is it going to touch the sides? Is it going to be a game changer? No, in and of itself, it's not going to be sufficient for the whole of hospitality, particularly because around 75% of businesses fall outside of the scope of this altogether. Restaurants, cafes, hotels, they're all excluded. But is it helpful to see as a first measure
a signal of intent
tax cut for hospitality?
Absolutely.
It's a start, and it's a good first step.
Kate, thank you. Sorry, we've got to go, I'm afraid, Kate. Thank you so much. Kate Nichols there, OBE Chair of UK Hospitality. When we come back, a bit more two-tier policing and all tomorrow's newspaper front pages.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening. I've got your latest GB News weather now from the Met Office. Tomorrow, pretty similar to today. Most places dry with sunny spells. Quite hot across the southeast, but we are seeing changes, and there will be some rain across northwest Scotland. Initially from this weather front, slowly approaching at the moment. It has brought some cloud and a bit of patchy rain through the course of today, and if anything, that rain will pep up a little bit and trickle southwards, so from the Western Isles down the west coast, but also across the Northern Isles. Elsewhere, most places will be dry, Lengthy clear spells could turn a bit misty, 1 or 2 fog patches, particularly in the far south with light winds. Temperatures in rural spots dipping to single figures, most towns and cities about 12 to 17 Celsius. On to the details for tomorrow, and it will be quite a grey day across western Scotland with some showery rain and some mist and low cloud initially across the south, but that should tend to break up to reveal plenty of sunny spells. A fine day by and large over eastern England, but some thicker cloud in western Scotland, southwest Scotland seeing a bit of patchy rain. Same too goes for Northern Ireland, quite a grey start here with some light rain, especially on the north coast. Much of eastern Scotland will start dry but cloudy. Again, here, like further south, I think that cloud will tend to break up a little bit through the day, and this showery rain in the west of Scotland should fizzle out. The odd light shower may trickle south down towards Belfast, but here too, I think come the afternoon, we'll see the cloud breaking up and revealing some sunny spells. It will be, by and large, a sunny day then for most of England and Wales. A hot one across the southeast, could touch 30 Celsius in 1 or 2 locations, but notice the breeze picking up further and some wet weather approaching the far northwest. That moves in for Saturday, so we are going to see a bigger change Saturday. Across the north, much more cloud with some outbreaks of rain, which will eventually creep into northern England. Again, most of England and Wales looking dry and sunny on Saturday and still pretty warm with temperatures in the high 20s across the south. But it is going to turn more showery and cooler for all of us by Sunday.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's 10 p.m. I'm Patrick Christys. Tonight.
No. He's got bombs on him.
Well, it was revealed in court today, something that is just absolutely insane. All the missed chances to have stopped the Manchester synagogue terrorist, who even had a folder on his phone entitled Espionage. And...
No! I'm trying to make that way! Put your hand behind your back! No, you Bro, please.
Well, I'm going to be playing you the full video there and breaking it down for you. A little bit more anti-white racism in the police, anyone? Plus, breaking news tonight, evil Southport monster Axel Rudiker has been taken to Broadmoor Secure Hospital as authorities admit that he is unable to be managed safely behind bars. And again, it casts a serious doubt over the role of his parents and the authorities like Prevent, who thought that this guy could be managed in the community. A couple of years in one of the country's most secure prisons, and they can't handle him. I've got all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages for you, and breaking news on the front of tomorrow's Daily Telegraph. Burnham orders halt to the early release scheme, and the BBC are trying to prove that President Trump caused the January 6th riots. Big story that's in that court case about the edited clip. On our panel this evening, we have got the associate comment editor at the Daily Telegraph, it's Poppy Coburn, Tory peer Lord Bailey, and former Labour advisor Matthew Larser. And you know all those heat waves?
I can't deal with this. Please make it stop. Please. I can't breathe.
Well, it turns out that they might have actually been caused in part because of a lack of pollution. Remarkable. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. A devastating clip that, in my view, proves yet more anti-white racism amongst the police. That's next.
Hi there, very good evening to you. Let's get you up to date with the latest headlines from the GB Newsroom. Andy Burnham has paused the early prisoner release scheme, which would have seen thousands of inmates in England and Wales eligible to be released from September. He says no prisoners will be let out under the policy until an urgent review's been conducted. It came after criticism of the scheme from survivors and victims' families, including the widow of PC Andrew Harper, who described the possibility of his killer's early release as deplorable. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's defended limiting business rate cuts to certain hospitality venues, saying the 20% reduction to some pubs and clubs in England from next April is just a first step.
Once pubs are gone, they don't come back. So we've just got to signal what support when we can. That's why I've made this early announcement. This is a significant cut to the business rates that pubs and other venues pay. It could make the difference for a number of venues that are struggling.
Southport killer Axel Rudiker has been transferred from prison to Broadmoor Secure Hospital. It comes after an independent clinical assessment under the Mental Health Act. It's likely to anger many of the families of his victims because he was assessed as fit to stand trial in January last year. He was jailed for life for the murders of Elsie Dott Stancombe, Bibi King and Alice de Silva Aguiar. But he will now be treated as a patient rather than a prisoner. The Ministry of Justice says he'll remain locked up and is unlikely to ever be released. A mother and daughter who died at a beach in Essex have been named as 42-year-old Shelley Rahman and Samia Rahman, who is 15. Police believe they were trying to help a 7-year-old boy who got into difficulty off the coast of West Mersey, and he remains in a serious condition. 3 other people were also taken to hospital. Police have apologised to victims of the fatal synagogue attack in Manchester last year, saying there may have been a missed opportunity to stop the killer. In a separate court case, it has emerged Jihad al-Shami's phone, which contained evidence of his extreme views, was twice seized by detectives in the months before the incident in Heaton Park, but it was not examined. The UK says it's ready to defend itself after Iran warned of consequences for opening its bases to the US military. Iran has said it considers RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire a legitimate target after the US used the base for bombing raids. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps issued a statement condemning Britain for supporting America's war effort. Finally, the King and Queen made a dramatic entrance to the Glasgow Commonwealth Games as they walked out of the TARDIS at the beginning of the opening ceremony.
Hello, Your Majesties. Your carriage awaits. Right.
Next stop, Glasgow!
And we'll keep you up to date with all the events that's happening at the Commonwealth Games over the next week and a half or so. That's it for the moment. Now back to Patrick.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more or visit gbnews.com/truth.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Is this another example of anti-white racism in the police? A young white lad appears to have been set upon by several black men in the street in Birmingham. Police then intervened, arrested the white lad and attempted to charge him with assaulting a police officer. Now, I'm going to show you the clip, and just a warning that some of you may find it a bit distressing, but what I'll do is I'll play it for you and then we'll slow it down a bit. I'll break it down for you a bit more afterwards. So here is basically what happened. Right, OK, so what you'll notice, and here if we just play it again without sound, there is a white lad in a white shirt, and he's called Cody Harper. Now, he's punched to the ground, there it is, he's punched to the ground by a black youth. And then he gets up and he's dazed, and the female police officer runs towards him and grabs him, and it seems pretty obvious that in his dazed state, he clearly thought that she was one of the attackers. So he kind of swung a half-hearted punch in her direction, and then when he realises she's a copper, you can see that he's a bit shocked. And if you were to listen to the audio again, you'd hear him be like, what the heck's going on, what the heck's going on? Now, you'll notice that another female police officer actually then approaches the black youths, who at this point had made off quite quickly. But she then turns around and leaves them, and they were just free to go. The first female police officer then swears at the white lad repeatedly as she's detaining him.
No! I'm trying to do that way. Put your hands behind your back!
Bro, I'm trying to go.
No,
Bro, please, I'm trying to go.
He's saying, just please, I want to go home. She is swearing at him, calling him all sorts of names there. The bloke who filmed all of that then told police officers that he's got the whole thing on camera, that Cody did not mean to swing at the police officer, that he thought that she was just one of his attackers. Here it is.
Someone clotheslined him, and then someone hit him from behind, and that's when you went in. And all I can say in his defence, he probably thought you were one of the attackers at that moment.
OK, so somebody's assaulted him first?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll jump.
Now, that's fascinating, actually, isn't it? Because what that tells you is that the police officers at the scene were trying to claim that they hadn't actually even seen the scuffle. They had presumably just seen a white lad and some black youths, and they've just gone for the white lad, haven't they, then? If they're not even seeing what's happened there, they've just looked at a situation and thought, we're going to go for that lad. We're going to go for him. And bearing in mind he was on the floor at the time that they decided to rush in, that, my friends, is unconscious bias, isn't it? Assuming that he's the one in the wrong there. I mean, you'd have thought that upon reviewing the incident, watching the footage, which was provided to them, West Midlands Police might realise the error of their ways and just let it go. But no, they actually released a statement saying that they were aware of a video and that they saw men fighting in the street. No mention of the fact that actually it was the white lad who'd been punched and thrown to the floor. And then they said that he had assaulted a police officer. They charged him with assaulting an emergency worker. Now, this understandably caused a massive backlash online. Well, last night it emerged that they've now dropped the charges. And they managed to track down the particular youths in question, who were the ones who did the assaulting, and they have actually prosecuted them. Well, I mean, I want to ask you now, imagine what would have happened if that wasn't filmed. Just imagine. This is the same police force whose top cop had to quit over two-tier policing for caving into Muslim gangs who wanted to stop Jewish football fans from coming to Birmingham. And it comes not long after the infamous Henry Novak incident, where, as we all know, police arrested the white boy who had been stabbed and did not even search the Sikh knifeman. I feel very sorry for most rank-and-file police officers, and I want to make this very, very clear. I have the absolute pleasure of meeting plenty of police officers as I go around up and down the country, and you are genuinely very, very good people who do not like, most of you, do not like this ridiculous woke race and diversity stuff that's being pumped into you in these various mandatory police courses. But we cannot keep letting this happen. And something has to change. Just get the thoughts of my panel. Got Associate Comment Editor there at the Daily Telegraph, Poppy Coburn, Tory peer Lord Bailey, and ex-Labour advisor Matthew Lars. Yeah, Poppy, I'll come to you first on this. I mean, to me, this just seemed like just another absolutely outrageous example. If they're claiming that they hadn't even seen the scuffle, then presumably what they've only seen there is a white lad getting up off the floor and some non-white individuals running away from him, and they have charged in on the white lad.
You know what's really, really shocking about this case? If there wasn't a video filmed, what would have happened? Seriously, if there wasn't actually media scrutiny on what's just occurred in that video, I think the police officers would have completely gotten away with it. Because I think the shocking thing about this case, aside from the fact that the police conduct was disgusting, was the two boys who originally attacked that poor man that night have gotten away completely scot-free. So it's totally fine for them to have assaulted this guy. They got away with it on the night because the police went after the man who had just been assaulted and then claimed that he was assaulting an emergency officer, even though he was literally just trying to get back up. You know, he literally just been mugged in the street by these guys. And those two assailants have literally faced no consequences whatsoever. And so the police officer has done the wrong decision on the night. The justice system has not actually provided any justice to anyone in this case. And thank God this guy, who was originally going to be charged for assaulting a police officer, has now not been charged with anything. But if we didn't have that video, what would have happened?
Yeah, so you're right, point. So the two men who assaulted Cody Harper on Broad Street in Birmingham did not receive criminal charges or prison time. Instead, they were handed out-of-court disposals. And it's a method used by UK police forces to deal with low-level offences without taking the individuals to court.
I mean, it's a violent crime, a low-level offence. Seriously, it's a violent crime. If you're attacking people in the street...
So let me say this to you. I used to sit on a police and crime committee in City Hall, and one of the things you learn is body-worn video, any video, it doesn't always tell the whole story. If you're a copper, what you've just seen is people fight. And the fact that they're black and white should be irrelevant to you. Why it is relevant to you is things that have happened in police forces across the country, got nothing to do with you right there, when you're facing a group of lads swinging punches. That's the first thing. They wouldn't have probably been looking at black or white boys in the way that people from the comfort of their own sofa get to do. That's the first thing. The second thing, they probably wouldn't have seen it all, because a copper arriving to that situation would have to pay attention to the whole environment, not just the fight. Right, that's how they're trained. There used to be a security guard. That's the first thing they tell you. Where the failing, if there is any failing, is after the case, when you do have time to survey any video that's available and all the rest of that. The first thing is how the other lads were dealt with, the out-of-court disposal. Unfortunately, that's the norm. That police service would have done that 1,000 times like any other police service across the country. So for their normal day-to-day, they've disposed of things in the way they do. To be fair, a punch-up outside of a club in this country is a very regular occurrence.
It is, right? It is. Can we play it's the clip without sound that shows the moment that the female police officer tries to arrest Cody, and there's the other female police officer who initially goes after those two lads. We'll get that up whilst I put this to you, Matthew. I'll just talk over this now. So look, it's with respect, it's quite obvious who Cody is there. He's the lad in the white shirt and the paler skin at the back there. He's gone to the floor. Female police officer. Now look at the other female police officer who's come to the right of your screen now, and she's behind them. She's gone to those youths. There you go. And then what happens in the longer clip is that she turns around and she leaves them, right? So that's what happens. So she actually had them there, and she turned around. There's a longer clip of that that's available online. And she turns around and she lets them go. Now, they managed to track them down. But I find that absolutely remarkable, Matthew, that you've got a scuffle there, which at best you might think is 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, and then you've got the other, and then you let them go. But, you focus, and then in the end, it was something like the final video, there's something like 7 or 8 police officers that are around this Cody guy, and you've got a bloke saying, I've got it on film. He just thought you were one of the attackers. He didn't mean to swing for you. And you can hear him say that in the video as well, to be fair. He obviously had no, he didn't. He was pretty dazed, and I think he probably had a few as well. To me, that just seems like, again, it's this attitude towards young white lads in a lot of the police force.
Well, whether it's particularly because he was white or whether it's just because they failed to
establish which the 6 and which the half dozen versus the half dozen were involved. Does seem very strange that she didn't separate them and then wait and establish the full fact. But also, I do think it's quite extraordinary that the female police officer swore at him continually.
Yes. No, I'm sorry. What you must not do is stop police officers from swearing. It's important because, firstly, in a stressful situation, and oftentimes to stop someone in their track, if you say, "Excuse me, sir," they do not respond to that. They have to be told. And the other officer, why she left the group, in my humble opinion, is because she would have seen that her colleague was tangling with someone and thought, well, I have to make a choice. Do I let them get away or do I support my colleague? Every time, support your colleague. That's what you should have done. Okay. Again, the failing, if there was any, was after the case.
Fine. And by the way, look, I do want to make it very, very clear for the avoidance of any doubt. There obviously was and have been times of, like, genuine out-and-out racism in the police, the 60s, 70s, 80s, all of that stuff. I think the point here is whether or not there's now some sort of overcorrection that's taking place. And we saw it with the Henry Novak case, and we've seen it with some other examples as well. And the most ridiculous one for me was this police officer, I won't name the police force, but he was made to do one of these mandatory race awareness courses, and then afterwards they were made to say, how did you feel about the course? Yeah. And he said, well, I didn't really like it, actually. I thought it was ridiculous, and they just sacked him. Yeah. So that's just mad.
If you're from the woke brigade, right, and you love all this, to be very clear, I was born and raised in this country. I'm 55 years old. Racism is more of an issue now than it's ever been. It's because people keep trying to separate us out. That incident should have been looked at as a group of lads fighting, but because of everybody putting a race awareness course and unconscious bias and reparations and all that stuff, they've made racism much more of an issue. Like that thing you talked about this morning, earlier on, about the Jamaican drug dealer. Yeah. What the issue would have been there is that it exposed many more black people to very poor outcomes around crime because of these activities. But when you're busy being woke and busy being... You're not taking these things into account. We've got to start to treat people as their actions, be you black or white.
OK, Poppy, what do you make of what needs to be fixed here? Because I feel very, very sorry for a lot of police officers. Yeah. I really do. And, you know, we've had situations in firearms officers where they shoot a gangland trigger man who's driving a car at them, for goodness sake, and they end up for a murder charge. Yeah. And I know for a fact that so many police officers do not buy into this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I actually think, Sean, I think you're completely spot on. The thing is that's so unfortunate, and you can see this coming out of the Henry Novak case, is that trust in the police in this country, I think, is now at an all-time low.
Nobody trusts them.
And you know what? You know who's really to blame with that? I think a lot of frontline officers are just trying to do their jobs because they sign up for the jobs not because they want to be social workers, because they want to protect their communities. But the higher-ups in the police force in this country have gone so wrong in so many ways. There are people who are running the police force as if it is a social work job, as if they're supposed to be political activists or academics. That's not what they exist to do. They exist there to stop crime from happening and keep people's communities safe. If we cannot go back to basics in policing, then people will not trust police officers anymore.
What it is, the police are responding to what they're rewarded or punished for. So if you arrest a black person and you're told we're going to have to check if there's a racism, you just will lean out of it. You've got a family to feed. Why would you take that risk?
Especially if you're near retirement.
And I'd have to argue that the part of the police force that's closest to politics, which would be senior police officers, they are captured by woke activists, civil servant types who have changed things in the background. There's a lot of stuff that's changed around how the police have to do things. The public don't know, but the police are made aware of it because of that. I'm going to say,
not for the first time, I'm going to say something that might sound a bit controversial here. However, it's a point that I know a lot of people might be making at home, OK, which is that it appeared that the first 2 officers on that scene were female. OK, and you can tell from the video that they are not the tallest people in the world. And you are dealing with a brawl between a group of what appear to be, you know, quite strapping young men, OK? And they were not able to handle it in its entirety, were they? I think Sean is possibly right that the second female police officer thought my colleague might be getting into a bit of an entanglement here. I need to go to them. Is there an issue, do you think, with having so many female police officers? Is there something to be said for that when it comes to the physicality of the job or not?
I would say no, and I'll tell you why. The police are aware of what they're doing. So if it's a Saturday night down Broad Street in Birmingham, the police will send the heavy boys out. You'll be one of those response units, and they'll be... you look at them and think, OK, they look pretty tasty. They know what they're doing. But there's many situations where a smaller police officer, particularly a female police officer, stops it becoming a fight. Now, the decision you have to make as a commander, because if you confront a wound-up young man with a large young man, fight. If you confront a young man with someone who he doesn't see as a threat, you have an opportunity to calm it down. The decision at any point is for the police operations to think, who is the best served to do this? And let's put another scenario to you. When my brother died, a female police officer turned up. She was the right person to have that conversation. There was nothing untoward happened, but she was the right person. We all felt better for her. She just dealt with it perfectly. So, you know, when do you swap bodies around? What you can't do, though, is try to tell yourself all things are equal. If you're having a great big fight and a riot, don't lie to yourself. A big trap in that situation will be much more useful than a small woman. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I think also, like, in recent years, because police have been suffering from recruitment problems for all sorts of reasons, pay not being good enough, pensions not being good enough, not being defended when something goes wrong and just being thrown out to the wolves, there has been a drop in the physical service requirement, I think, in a lot of forces, which is sometimes a problem. Because, as Sean has rightly pointed out, right, in certain circumstances, you can have different police officers, but actually, if you've got police officers who can't chase after criminals, who can't, I'm thinking of hot files, can't get over fences properly when they're doing a chase, that is a serious problem. And it's true, like, I'm a woman, I'm smaller than you, I'm going to be weaker than you, I'm not going to be able to run as fast as you guys. I mean, maybe we can test this out later. But I think probably on average, I'm just not going to be able to make it. Certain circumstances, you do know as a woman in the back of your mind, I'm not right for that situation, I can't do that. So it's about applying things sensibly. But again, the ideology has to be people are different and you cannot treat everyone as if they're absolutely identical or then you get in really big trouble.
Well, look, fortunately, I think something resembling sanity might have prevailed in the end there. But, you know, it is just another example of something that potentially was a bit questionable in the moment. But a spokesperson for West Midlands Police said, we acknowledge and respect the decision of the CPS to discontinue the case against Cody Harper, who was charged with assaulting a police officer on Broad Street in Birmingham earlier this month, as there was insufficient evidence to provide a realistic prospect of conviction. Just quickly on that, there's not insufficient evidence, is there? You saw the evidence and the evidence wasn't good enough. That's the point. The evidence is on camera. Anyway, this was a spontaneous incident on a busy street in Birmingham city centre, with officers dealing with a number of incidents in a short period of time. As a result of further footage being released, a further assault was recorded and an investigation was carried out. The victim in that offence chose not to make a statement to officers, but we were able to identify the offenders as a result of our investigation. 2 men were interviewed under caution and that offence and have now been given out of court disposals. Right, there you go. Huge story of the day coming your way in just a second, but I need to tell you now about the Great British Giveaway, and here's how you can be in it to win it.
What would you do with £60,000 cash? What would you do with a real gold bar? Well, both have to be won in our Golden Summer celebration. First, there's £60,000 in tax-free cash to bolster your bank account this year. You could spend it on treats, splash out on the family, or just save it for a rainy day. It's entirely up to you. Plus, we'll also give you a fine gold bar worth over £5,000. That's genuine gold that you could gift to a loved one or just lock up in your own personal vault. The gold and the cash really could be yours. For a chance to win £60,000 in tax-free cash and a real gold bar, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yes, OK, well, look, good luck, everybody who enters that. Now, coming up, all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages, breaking on the front of tomorrow's Telegraph. Andy Burnham has ordered a halt to the early release scheme. And the BBC, in that case, you know, where they edited a Trump clip and it all went absolutely mental across the pond. Well, now, apparently, their argument in court is going to be that Trump did cause the January 6th riot. So they really are fighting it, presumably with our money. But before that...
No.
He's got bombs on him.
It was revealed in court today, this. You will not believe the sheer level of failures that led up to the missed opportunities to stop the Manchester synagogue attacker. It is baffling. I've got all the receipts. That's next.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dan.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
OK, welcome back. Look, shortly we've got all tomorrow's newspaper front pages, and there's some really pretty shocking stuff on there. Iran is apparently targeting British military bases and the royal family because we're letting the US use our military bases, so that they're talking about that. There's also the Axel Rudy Cabana story, of course, which is that he's been moved out of prison and into Broadmoor secure mental facility because they can't handle him in prison. Again, shines a light potentially on the role of parents here. How can they not realise if the prison, if a Category A prison cannot handle this guy, how did the parents think that it was OK for him to be in their home and in wider society? More on that in a second, because first, though, a man who planned a terror attack on a military base with the Manchester synagogue killer has today been jailed for life. Mohammed Bashir, who was described in court as a long-term committed jihadist, drove his friend Jihad al-Shami, clues in the name, on a 10-hour round trip to conduct hostile reconnaissance at the UK's Defence Academy in Oxfordshire back in 2025. Weeks after that journey, Jihad was shot dead by police after carrying out the Heaton Park synagogue attack, in which 2 Jewish men were killed. CCTV of the men discussing the attack on soldiers at the Al Sunnah Mosque in Manchester was discovered by police. They went into the mosque, they were chatting about it, they thought that they wouldn't be captured on camera or heard or anything like that. They were obviously wrong about that, and I think you can realise there when he clocks the camera. But anyway, Greater Manchester Police today apologised to victims of the synagogue attack after revealing that there had been missed opportunities to stop the killer. One of them, for example, was when Mr Jihad's phone, which contained evidence of radical extreme jihadi views, was actually seized twice by police in the months before the Heaton Park attack. And on that phone was a folder entitled Espionage. I'm joined now by a board member of the Jewish Representative Council of Greater Manchester and a member of the Heaton Park Synagogue. It's Rafi Bloom. Mr Bloom, tremendous to see you. Thank you very, very much. How do you feel today? How does your community feel today, knowing that there were several opportunities to stop this guy?
Good evening. Look, I think I should start by saying that as a community, we acknowledge the apology made by the Chief Constable and the candour that's gone with it. And of course, we will await the results of the independent investigation. But I think it's also important to say that the Greater Manchester Jewish community has a strong and long-standing relationship with Greater Manchester Police. We very much appreciate the efforts they've gone to make us feel safe and secure since October the 7th and the tsunami of anti-Jewish racism that our community has felt. And we also acknowledge the skill and professionalism with which they dealt with the Yom Kippur attack on that day, being at the synagogue within minutes, and the way that they made the community feel safe and secure in the days, weeks and months since. And I think I should say also about Sir Stephen Watson, the Chief Constable. He is a huge friend of the Jewish community. He's led from the front in confronting people who wish to intimidate and threaten British Jews. He's made it very clear that if you incite violence against Jews on the streets with chants such as "Globalise the Intifada," you will be arrested and prosecuted. He's acknowledged that more needs to be done to tackle radical Islamism. And he's also spoken movingly and passionately about how in 2026, British Jews are the only faith community in this country that have to live behind gates. We have to send our children to school behind security fences and cameras. Our synagogues are protected 24 hours a day. And he's basically called that a moral stain on our society. So he is a great friend of our community. He is a leader in combating anti-Jewish racism. The events, of course, that we've heard about today are tragic, and we will await the outcome of the investigation. But certainly the transparency with which the police have sort of shared that information is typical of Sir Stephen and the way he runs his police force.
I think, for me, if we kind of maybe zoom out a little bit from it, it just again reveals exactly how big this problem is, because you've got Jihad there and Mohammed Bashir. They somehow managed to find each other and, and form a little gang. They thought, well, they were actually right about this, that some members of the IDF were being trained alongside members of armed forces from other countries around the world at a particular military base in Oxfordshire. They were able to Google that and find out that. They've gone on that reconnaissance mission there. They saw them as legitimate targets. We've had other cases as well where there was actually an individual who had got a small boat to Britain, been deported, got another small boat back, and then within a couple of weeks of him being here, tried to storm the gates of the Israeli embassy in London. I believe he was armed with a knife there. And I suppose it just shows, again, the true scale of this problem and the kind of work that our counter-terror officers and our police officers are having to do here, that frankly, it's kind of endless, isn't it, really?
It's absolutely incessant. And of course, we had the trial at Preston Crown Court several months ago, where two men were convicted of planning a marauding terror attack on the Manchester Jewish community, actually on an event and a march that I was integral to planning. So we're very much aware of it. I mean, the mosque that you're picturing there sits not 1 mile away from one of the largest Jewish faith state day schools in Greater Manchester. So of course, as a community, we're very much aware of this. You know, Al-Shami, when he was trying to kick in the doors of Heaton Park Synagogue to kill more Jewish people, was screaming this is what you get for killing our children. And of course, Rabbi Walker and his congregants haven't killed anybody's children. So we need to tackle the radicalization and the incitement that is going on in some mosques and some community spaces up and down this country. And we need to tackle it very, very quickly. We need the government of Prime Minister Andy Burnham, whom we know well from Manchester. We've worked closely with him when he was Metro Mayor up here, to continue the work that the previous government started around anti-Jewish racism in the NHS, on university campuses, the purity tests that Jews have to face when they go into workspaces or creative spaces. Are you a Zionist or not? But the radicalization incitement is absolutely key to being tackled. The hate speech on our streets as well has to be stopped. The government has to give police the powers to do it now. There's some movement on that. But absolutely, the Charity Commission needs to act against mosques where incitement and radicalization by hate preachers is evident, and they share it online. It's no secret. So we understand the scale of the problem. The police are working overtime to protect us. And we're given money by the government for big offences and more cameras. That's dealing with the acute nature of the problem, not the chronic nature. And until we deal with the chronic nature of the problem, Jews will never be safe. And it's a moral stain on our society for all British people that Jewish people have to live this way in 2026.
Absolutely. No, I couldn't agree with you more. I really appreciate your time this evening. Thank you for coming on and talking to us. Jewish Representative Council of Greater Manchester and a member of the Heaton Park Synagogue. It is Rafi Bloom there. Thank you for that. Look, coming up, all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages, and there's some big ones knocking around. The BBC are apparently trying to prove that Trump actually caused the January 6th riots to get them off the hook in that lawsuit. Plus, Iran has threatened to attack RAF Fairford and the royal family. And we're also going to be giving you the very latest on the Axel Rudiker-Barner case. That's next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
There's some mixed weather across parts of Europe at the moment. We have a heat wave affecting western parts. This will ease into the weekend, but for the time being, temperatures for some around 5 to 10 degrees above average. Some places getting into the high 30s, low 40s perhaps. Eastern Spain into North Africa as well. Then further east, well, across parts of Greece and nearby nations, we have some intense thundery downpours. 75 millimetres of rain in just a few hours. Large hail, gusty winds could cause some problems.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored. Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable. What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Let me get you the first look at tomorrow's newspaper front pages. The Metro. Ahead on pints, Burnham poll boost as he cuts rates for pubs. This is what, I'm sorry, but this is why politicians think the public are thick, isn't it? Because it's like, we're going to do something here that is not going to make any material difference to your life, but because I'm holding a pint, I'm going to get a boost in the polls. I mean, anyway. The Independent. Burnham puts early prisoner release scheme on hold. To be fair, that is a good thing. The Mirror. Tragedy on beach trip. 15-year-old and her mum drowned trying to save a boy of 7 on a family day out. So, I mean, just an absolutely tragic case, of course, there. The Daily Telegraph, Burnham orders halt on early release. But if we look at the Daily Telegraph, they, as ever, I don't understand why more newspapers don't do this, have several stories on their front page. There's a couple that stand out to me here. So, you know the President Trump edit that the BBC did that went, I mean, caused basically an international incident where they did make it sound as though we'd... in fact, should we just play it? Here it is. Here is the BBC edit.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight. We fight like hell. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
Yes, so obviously Trump's pressing charges against the BBC here, and the BBC is now, apparently, as part of their defence, saying that they're going to try to prove that Trump did just cause the January 6th riots, which seems like a bold line of attack here in court.
Well, you know what's so remarkable about this? Obviously, in America, they've had lots of discussions over the January 6th riots. The idea that it's somehow missed the entire American news media and it's only the BBC that have managed to figure out that Donald Trump apparently had such a pivotal role in this is just ridiculous. I mean, I think they're going to lose this case. I mean, it is incredibly embarrassing that our state broadcast has done this.
They need to be very careful as well. I mean, it's just my opinion, but even if they had a point, it doesn't change what they did.
Yeah.
They, you know, one could be of the opinion they fabricated something, and when he gets in court, he'll make that point. This isn't about if I caused the riot or not. And their problem is the settled view in America is that he didn't cause the riots. You know, if you're on one side, you believe it.
Well,
if you're never, hold on. If you're on another side, you believe it. So in court, it'll be a neutral matter. I don't think they can prove that. The whole American media tried to prove that.
And let's not forget, if the BBC has to do a payout, the money comes from the taxpayer.
Yeah. Well, I think so. I mean, they might say they've got insurance, but I'm not entirely sure exactly how that works. But, Matthew, yeah, so put this to you. The BBC has demanded that Donald Trump hand over his personal messages in an attempt to prove that he incited the January 6th riots. In a fight back against the US president's $10 billion defamation lawsuit, the broadcaster's lawyers hope in pursuing court that he should be held responsible for actually encouraging his supporters to storm the US Capitol. I just don't see how they're going to get that.
Well, I think they're going to get his personal financial records because earlier in the week, the judge declared that sided with the BBC and said that he would have to hand them over. So I think he might start to regret that he ever starting the case. I wonder if it might, if it will actually see his conclusion, yes.
Oh, I
think the BBC tactic might be to force him to disclose so much that he thinks that the action's not worth pursuing, that the cost-benefit ratio is tipping into the negative.
There's still a risk for them, because he might just call their bluff.
He might do, absolutely, but then they'll keep defending it. I mean, they can't not defend. I mean, they've got to defend. They don't want to pay the
Just quickly, just the story below on the Telegraph there. Iran threatens RAF base Fairford and royal family after wave of US strikes. Andy Burnham has basically said that we are going to let the US launch strikes on the Islamic Republic from various different RAF bases. I believe the condition is that if it's deemed to be a defensive strike, I think so. But
exactly the same as Stalin. It's reauthorised as a new Prime Minister.
Reauthorised as a new Prime Minister. Now Iran is making threats.
I mean, my daughter's literally just qualified and joined the RAF, so as you can imagine...
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I read this, I thought, oh, let's keep those bases safe. But the other thing is, I think we're in or we're out. We either support America in this action or we don't. This tweaking and left and right, they still see us as an enemy. And I'm a little bit surprised that the Americans have let Iran lead them so far down the path. You know, I personally think this is damaging America's position as the preeminent military force on the planet. That Iran have given them the runaround. You either go in there and take the action and take over in one sort of fell swoop, or you don't.
Well, we'll call it time on this one for now, because when we come back, more front pages. The Times, Andy Burnham eager to get drilling in the North Sea. I wonder if anyone's actually told Ed Miliband about that. And yes, the latest on Axel Rudikabana. He's been moved out of prison because he was too dangerous to be in a Category A prison. That's next.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen,
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Let me round off with tomorrow's newspaper front pages. Now, The Guardian, Burnham, number 10 North is Britain's biggest ever rebalancing of power. They also go Southport murderer moved to Broadmoor. That's Axel Rudikabana. The Daily Express, new cells will end the early release scandal. Nigel Farage says that prefab prisons would fix the early release scandal. I suppose as long as they can't break out of them. But the iPaper, they go for state pensioners with no other income, will be exempt from tax. The new Chancellor John Healey gives commitment that pensioners whose only earnings are the state pension will not pay income tax. In good news for 820,000 retirees. Well, that does, to be fair to me, sound very sensible.
How are you going to pay for it?
Yeah. Well,
it's good news.
Yeah,
as long as you can
slash the other bit of the welfare bill. But anyway, the Daily Mail: every single advanced AI model goes rogue in testing. That's great, isn't it? Brilliant. The end of the world. Let's go for the Times. No, we've done that. Brilliant. OK, right. Anyway, Burnham eager to get drilling in the North Sea. That's what the Times has gone for that. And The Sun: I'm a Paralympian. Get me out of here. Exclusive: ITV's historic signing. Paralympian Ade Adepitan is set to be the first wheelchair user on I'm a Celebrity. There we go. OK. Right. Let's just... I know we did this a little bit in the first hour, but I know we get a lot of new viewers in the second hour. So just quickly before we round off, Axel Rudiker-Barner has been moved out of Broadmoor and into... moved out of Belmarsh and into Broadmoor Secure Mental Facility. They've made a decision there that they cannot handle him. Basically, he is that violent and mental and dangerous. And I think, again, this is going to shine more of a light on his parents, who clearly basically tried to keep him in the home for a long period of time, and in wider society as well, and on things like the Prevent scheme, I suppose. So this could lead to a lot of questions, Sean, I think.
I think if you look at the parents, one angle could be they just tried to take responsibility and look after him. The other angle could be when it got to beyond them, they probably should have drafted in outside help. I think what it shines a light on, we have a system which is challenged, because at what point do you say enough's enough? We're bringing you in. The system, as it stands, waits for you to break the law, and there's some human rights elements in it that we actually should maintain. The idea that I think you might break the law shouldn't be enough to arrest you. But when do we take that step? And the other question I would ask is, now that he's in Broadmoor, what extra powers does that give them over him that they couldn't exercise in prison? Because I'm assuming that if you bring him to a new place, it must mean because you could do extra things to detain him, to subdue him, whatever. Yeah. I wonder what the difference is.
Yeah, I think you can medicate more because it's a hospital.
Yeah.
So, yeah, presumably he's going to be medicated a lot of the time.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, but I just can't believe, in light of what we know about this guy now, I just cannot believe that. The fear is that if someone like him can slip through the net and go and do what he did, how many more people are there?
The thing about Axel Rudiker-Barner's case, if you do look at the inquest into him, there were so many opportunities where people in positions of authority, his parents, the school, social services, the NHS, did actually flag problems. And it's the fact that none of these agencies seem to join together and actually do their jobs of saying, this is someone that's bringing a knife into school. This is someone who's literally saying, I want to kill children. And the response to that is, oh, well, I'm sure it's probably fine. As Sean just said, yeah, well, you know what, let's just wait. Let's just wait and see. And then, of course, he does kill children. And then it's, oh, OK.
And some of that as well that came out. And again, this is why I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, actually. I'm very critical of the parents, to say the least, because they basically said, look, we were scared of him. Well, yeah, you were scared of him. But so why did we all have to put up with him? Yeah. Why did society have to put up with him? It's shocking, really. But yeah, look, there is actually a lot of variety on tomorrow's newspaper front page, which is going to make for a very, very, very strong show in the next hour, including this one that I'm definitely going to delve into about whether or not state pensioners with no other income should be exempt from paying income tax. I think they definitely should be. That's my view. But we'll talk about that. More drilling in the North Sea, etc. But I need to just read this to you. It's the Ministry of Justice spokesperson in the case of Axel Rudiker-Barner. The families of those murdered and injured in Southport will be in the country's hearts forever, and our thoughts remain with them. Any decision to transfer an offender is made following an independent clinical assessment under the Mental Health Act, and following rigorous security checks, the offender has been transferred to a high-security psychiatric unit where he will remain until assessed fit to return to prison. Officials have approved this transfer on behalf of ministers. This transfer does not change his sentence, which remains at 52 years, and he will serve every single day. Loads on the front pages. Burnham in a pub, Burnham stopping prisoners being released, and loads more as well. All of that and more coming away.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening. I've got your latest GB News weather now from the Met Office. Tomorrow, pretty similar to today. Most places dry with sunny spells. Quite hot across the southeast, but we are seeing changes. And there will be some rain across northwest Scotland. Initially from this weather front, slowly approaching at the moment. It has brought some cloud and a bit of patchy rain through the course of today. And if anything, that rain will pep up a little bit and trickle southwards. So from the Western Isles down the west coast, but also across the Northern Isles. Elsewhere, most places will be dry, lengthy clear spells. Could turn a bit misty, one or two fog patches, particularly in the far south with light winds. Temperatures in rural spots dipping to single figures. Most towns and cities about 12 to 17 Celsius. On to the details for tomorrow, and it will be quite a grey day across western Scotland with some showery rain and some mist and low cloud initially across the south, but that should tend to break up to reveal plenty of sunny spells. A fine day by and large over eastern England, but some thicker cloud in western Scotland, southwest Scotland seeing a bit of patchy rain. Same too goes for Northern Ireland, quite a grey start here with some light rain, especially on the north coast. Much of eastern Scotland will start dry but cloudy. Again, here, like further south, I think that cloud will tend to break up a little bit through the day, and this showery rain in the west of Scotland should fizzle out. The odd light shower may trickle south down towards Belfast, but here too, I think come the afternoon, we'll see the cloud breaking up and revealing some sunny spells. It will be, by and large, a sunny day then for most of England and Wales. A hot one across the southeast, could touch 30 Celsius in one or two locations, but notice the breeze picking up further and some wet weather approaching the far northwest. That moves in for Saturday, so we are going to see a bigger change Saturday. Across the north, much more cloud with some outbreaks of rain, which will eventually creep into northern England. Again, most of England and Wales looking dry and sunny on Saturday and still pretty warm with temperatures in the high 20s across the south. But it is going to turn more showery and cooler for all of us by Sunday.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
OK, loads of variety on tomorrow's newspaper front pages. We're going to be talking about Axel Rudiker-Barner. He's been moved out of prison and into a secure mental facility. There's also quite a bit going around about the BBC fighting President Trump in court by taking the line of attack that they want to prove that he did actually start the January the 6th riots, which is pretty bold, especially if they're messing around with our money. And Iran is saying that now the royal family and military bases are legitimate targets in the UK. So, lots on.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All of tomorrow's newspaper front pages tonight now with Patrick Christys tonight, late edition.
Last time Labour did its early release under Keir Starmer, some of those people had to be put back within 24 hours.
Well, jail chaos. Andy Burnham has put the early release scheme on hold following outrage over the potential release of PC Harper's killers. Nigel Farage has got a solution to it, though. He thinks that we should build new prefab prisons that could fix Nightingale-style type cells, build them within 18 months. So that's his plan. And
Number 10 North will support the regions on 3 clear tasks: reform of essential utilities, reindustrialisation and the regeneration of places.
Well, apparently Number 10 North is going to open tomorrow in Manchester. This is the Guardian's front page. It's the biggest rebalancing of power. Can I just say again that Number 10 North is supposed to cost tens of millions of pounds, and it's another thing that we've got no idea where the money's coming from. And
Imagine if we could bring down the cost of energy for people and businesses and the good things that would come from that.
yes, imagine. Well, drill, Burnham, drill. The new Prime Minister is apparently very, very keen to get drilling in the North Sea to try to relieve the cost of living pressures. But has anyone told Ed Miliband, who, as we speak, I think is meeting with the Americans? He's meeting with Marco Rubio. I saw a picture of that earlier today. So, you know, what's Ed Miliband thinking about the whole drill, baby, drill thing? Also,
cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. They're going to pay a big price. They're being decimated.
look, it's hotting up again, isn't it, really? And I think it is very much got to the point of either do it or don't, frankly, for the United States, because Iran is now threatening to hit both the royal family and RAF bases here in Britain with a wave of strikes because we're now, they say, legitimate targets. Take it with a pinch of salt, by the way, because Iran was targeting us anyway, but, you know, now they're just really saying it out loud, because we are going to allow the US to use our military bases again for some strikes on Iranian soil. Plus, tonight, and this, for me, is probably the big story. Evil Southport monster Axel Rudy Cabana has been taken to Broadmoor Secure Mental Hospital. The authorities in Belmarsh Prison have said that it's unable to be managed safely behind bars. He's already attacked a prison officer in there, and that's on top of the unspeakable crimes that he did commit. And we're going to be having a discussion about this. How on earth was he ever allowed to live something resembling a normal life? Got issues here big time with the parents, issues big time with the authorities. If Belmarsh can't handle him, why was British society supposed to be able to deal with him? Plus,
A little while you'll be seeing I'm suing the BBC for putting words in my mouth. Literally, they put words in my mouth.
well, this is another big story. So the BBC is taking on President Trump in court, demanding that he hands over personal phone records in an attempt to prove that he actually incited the January the 6th riots. Is your money paying for this? And if we take a look at the front page of tomorrow's I newspaper, state pensioners with no other income will be exempt from tax. Now this, at face value, is potentially a very good thing. The new Chancellor, John Healey, has apparently basically said that if you are on the state pension, you've got no other source of income whatsoever, you will not pay income tax. So there we go. What do you make of that? Oh, and finally, The King and Queen have made a spectacular arrival at the opening of the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow via a TARDIS. Joining us this evening on the panel is Lord Bailey. We've also got former Labour advisor Matthew Larser and comedian Archie Manners. But let's get the news now with Aaron Armstrong.
Thanks, Patrick. Very good evening to you. Our top stories. Andy Burnham has paused the early prisoner release scheme that was due to begin in September until there's been an urgent review. Under the proposals, up to 6,000 inmates across England and Wales, including killers, rapists and sex offenders, could be released early into the community and monitored by tags. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's confirmed regional mayors will be given a leading role in the UK's economic policy. Andy Burnham will work from the new Number 10 North in Manchester tomorrow for the first time, calling the opening of the Number 10 in Manchester the biggest rebalancing of power our country has seen. Southport killer Axel Rudikabana has been transferred from prison to Broadmoor Secure Hospital. It comes after an independent clinical assessment under the Mental Health Act. It's likely to anger many of the families of his victims because he was assessed as fit to stand trial in January last year. He was jailed for life for the murders of Elsie Stancombe, Bibi King and Alice de Silva Aguiar, but will now be treated as a patient rather than a prisoner. The Ministry of Justice says he'll remain locked up and is unlikely to ever be released. Essex Police say a woman and her daughter who died after getting into difficulty in the water at West Mersey were trying to help a 7-year-old boy. The child, who's understood to be known to the victims, remains in a critical condition in hospital after the incident yesterday evening. 3 others were taken to hospital. The victims have been named as 41-year-old Shali Rahman and 15-year-old Samir Rahman. The government says the armed forces are ready to protect the country from any attack after Iran warned of consequences for opening its bases to the US military. The IRGC says UK air bases that allow US bombers to launch strikes on the Islamic Republic are legitimate targets. Tehran also hit out at the British monarchy regime after Andy Burnham allowed American forces to use RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire. Wales has become the first part of the UK to declare a drought following record dry weather, heat waves and wildfires. Hosepipe bans are also in place now for 23 million customers in England, with suppliers warning they may stay in place all summer. Earlier, Thames Water announced a ban for all of its customers across London and Thames Valley and the home counties, this month on course to be the driest on record for nearly 200 years. Finally, the King and Queen made a dramatic entrance to the Glasgow Commonwealth Games as they strode out of the TARDIS at the beginning of the ceremony.
Hello, Your Majesties. Your carriage awaits. Right. Next stop, Glasgow!
And you're up to date for the moment. That's it. Now back to Patrick.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more or visit gbnews.com/truth.
OK, welcome back. Let me run you through the rest of tomorrow's newspaper front pages, starting with the Metro. Ahead on pints, Burnham poll boost as he cuts rates for pubs. The Independent, Burnham puts early prisoner release scheme on hold. The Mirror, tragedy on beach trip as, sadly, 2 women die when I believe, from reading the story anyway, that they went into the sea to try to rescue a young relative and sadly did not make it out alive. Very, very tragic. That was at a beach in Essex. The Daily Telegraph Burnham orders halt to early release scheme. But the Daily Telegraph's got a few stories knocking about here. The BBC is trying to prove in court that Trump caused the January 6th riots. Well, good luck with that one. And also, I hope we're not paying for it. And Iran has threatened the RAF bases and the royal family after a wave of US strikes. The Guardian, Burnham, number 10 North, is Britain's biggest ever rebalancing act. Yeah, OK, but it's going to cost us potentially tens of millions of pounds, and we don't yet know how you're paying for it, Mr Burnham. The other story they've got down the side there is one we're going to be zoning in on. Axel Rudiker-Barner moved out of Broadmoor and into Belmarsh and into Broadmoor. Sorry, I keep getting those two the wrong way around. The iPaper, or the Express even, new cells will end the early release scandal. Now, so you've got a couple of newspaper front pages here leading with Andy Burnham pausing the early release scandal. The Daily Express is leading with what Nigel Farage feels is the solution here, which is to build essentially prefab prisons, a bit like Nightingale hospitals, to house prisoners so that you don't have to release them early. I suppose, I'm assuming that he only thinks that that's wise for lower-level prisoners who might already be in things like Category C prisons, because otherwise, I imagine, they might break out of a porter cabin. But the Daily Mail or the iPaper, there you go. State pensioners will with no other income will be exempt from tax. I think this is probably quite a good thing. We'll talk about that. Now we move on to the Mail. Every single advanced AI model has gone rogue in testing. But, like, I did that in my mocks, you know, but then in the real thing, I did it all right. You know, this is the thing. It's like, oh, just a little bit of casual testing. Oh, it doesn't really matter. You can go rogue. You can go rogue. The mocks don't matter. It's when it's the real thing that it does matter. I've got faith in the AI. I think
AI can replace you sooner than you think. All you do is read the autocue.
I think they'll cram. That's not all I do, mate.
Also cutie.
Trust me, they cannot replace the level of chaos that I brought to the show. The Times. Burnham eager to get drilling in the North Sea.
We're not all aristos.
No, that's true. The Sun. So I'm a Paralympian. Get me out of here, or get me in here. Yes. See, interesting there, because actually, you know, you said AI could replace me.
Can't replace him jumping out of a helicopter.
Well, it can't replace the wrong words in the autocue. Get me in there. It says on the front page. Ooh. I'm Paralympian. Get me in there. Yes, that's right. Paralympian, the first Paralympian to be in. I'm a celebrity. So there you go. Right.
Would you do it? I'm a celebrity.
Would I do I'm a celebrity? Well, I'd have to be a celebrity.
You are, Patrick.
Although, actually, to be fair, most of them aren't.
They're more famous than, to be fair, darling.
Do you think?
There aren't enough letters of the alphabet to describe your level. It's not even Z. We need more than 26.
Who was in the last series?
I've no idea. I don't watch
it. Bingo!
He's never watched ITV in his life.
As you know better than anyone, television is for appearing on, not looking at.
Oh, I see.
It's an Noel Coward quote, and it's a wonderful one.
OK, right, well, there we go. Anyway, back to much more serious matters at hand. The Guardian are leading with this story, and it is that Southport killer Axel Rudiker-Barner has been taken to Broadmoor Secure Hospital. He was unable to be managed safely in one of Britain's most secure prisons that houses Britain's most dangerous prisoners. The murderer was moved to the notorious psychiatric hospital from Category A prison Belmarsh this week. The Ministry of Justice confirmed the move had been made following a clinical assessment under the Mental Health Act. Can we just delve into this a bit, really? Because he turned up at his old school, having been expelled, and wanted to attack kids with a hockey stick. He tried to bring knives into school. He was then in a special school where the psychiatric assessment there said that this guy's incredibly dangerous and is a total liability. And that was from the headmistress. And then she was told, don't racially profile a young black boy. And then the parents didn't do anything about him. He then tried to get in a taxi, we believe, with a knife about a week before he committed the Southport atrocities. His dad stopped him, but again did not seem to alert the authorities. He was making a chemical weapon in his bedroom, which his parents seemed to just miss, which is again bonkers. I mean, when I was young, you know, there were certain things you might be able to get away with, but I think if I was cultivating ricin in my bedroom, my mum and dad might have had a word.
Christys Jr. on his chemistry set wasn't making ricin?
Exactly. No, I think George is some way off the old ricin stage, and then Just
to get serious for a second, and I watched your first couple of hours. I do think you're conflating two things here. There are state failures in advance of the attack, which we can discuss completely, and there's a lot of criticism that has been made and was made with the investigation and the public inquiry that followed. This is a clinical assessment where it has to meet certain criteria.
He did a clinical assessment before his trial.
Of course, but mental health can deteriorate. He may have got worse. That's entirely possible.
How can he get worse? Sorry, mate. I don't want to.
The state has a duty of care to prisoners, however awful they are.
I agree that he should now be probably in this mental facility. I get that.
Well, how could you possibly? You haven't interviewed him. You've not met him. How could you possibly agree with it?
Well, because of all of the evidence, right?
But there's no evidence he's got worse. He was obviously terrible beforehand in his mental state.
We're making the same point here, don't you? Which is that what I'm saying is that this guy is a certified dangerous lunatic who is clearly deemed by everyone in a position of authority to be one of the most dangerous people that this country has ever produced. I can't believe he was allowed out and 3 girls are dead.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying.
So my point, but it sounds a bit like we're criticising the decision to move him from Belmarsh to Broadmoor.
I'm criticising his parents for...
But you're making the same point which everyone's been making for months, which is the state failed prior to the attack.
Yes,
so
and his parents.
It's not new.
But the issue, look, of course the state failed, and we all know that, and we have the benefit of hindsight. But what the issue is a deeper one of melees. The issue is a deeper one of what are we asking civil servants to do? What are we asking the police to do? The reason the state failed is because people didn't want to be seen to be mean. The reason the state failed is because people didn't want to confront a young black man. And what really happened here is that a lawyer was probably put into place, in my opinion, a lawyer was put into place, and he just wanted to win a case, and he was well aware of what would stop people from going after this person. That when that school headmistress wrote those words, at that point, for me, personally, somebody should have been trying to imprison this man.
Yeah.
Look, we are a country of 74-odd million people. Some things will go wrong. We can't manage all risk, and we should stop pretending we can. But this, we could have managed. There's a failure.
Sure, if he was a white man called John Brown, do you think the outcome would have been different?
That's interesting.
You do?
I do.
I think it's a really good point, because his parents were asylum seekers. And there's a few question marks about that, by the way. But anyway, his parents were asylum seekers, and there was a lot of goodwill in their local community towards them. And there was all this idea, you know, that, oh, well, the Rudy Cabanas, you know, his dad, I think, he taught judo or something locally. And, you know, I think there'd been some kind of fundraiser for his brother at one point, because his brother might have had some sort of disability, etc. So there's all this... I think if that was like... You know, if you had kids and you lived in that particular street and it was known in the area that your lad had turned up to a school with a knife and expressed a desire to kill kids and tried to stove someone's head in with a hockey stick and was like a complete frothing lunatic, I don't think that same level of goodwill would have been extended to you. I think neighbours might have been calling the police.
So it was a terror both amongst the community and amongst the state of being accused of being racist.
I think I was part of it.
I return us to one of my undying themes. Our system our kindness is being played with. It's being gamed. It's being manipulated. The fact that he's black, white, green, mauve, pink should have been irrelevant. He was dangerous. But we have terrified people to the point, you saw it with the grooming gangs, right? Well, people won't act in the same way. Now, if you're like me, I'm of a certain vintage. I grew up when people are hugely racist and you were guilty just for being black. We've overcorrected the other way, which actually puts black people under a different kind of pressure, but just as much. But it's also put white people under pressure as well. We've got to stop talking about people's race and talk about his actions. The things he did very early on that was spotted by schools and all manner of people should have been acted on. They weren't. The questions need to be asked to the officials involved.
I think one of the other things, Matthew, and I don't expect you to know the answer to this, by the way, but what I know that a lot of our viewers and listeners are going to be thinking, right, is this guy actually in some way trying to game the system? Is he going to have an easier life in Broadmoor than he was going to get in Belmarsh? But I think my loose understanding of Broadmoor is that it is not some kind of cushier.
No, I don't think this isn't the case of sort of being moved to a holiday camp, as sometimes the tabloids put it. I think it's pretty grim in Broadmoor, understandably so, and I think particularly one of the reasons for him being in there is that he can be, you know, medicated, presumably, for quite a lot of the day, and obviously because he's treated as a patient, and it's about his safety more than it is about sort of just incarceration. So yes. I think that he's
still incarcerated.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What I mean is just, you know,
the easier solution, though, in my book, and again, I don't expect everyone to agree with this, but that is the death penalty.
No, what do you do when you get it wrong?
And you do get it wrong.
Yeah.
They do get it wrong. Well, Lucy Letby is a case that is up in the air right now. If we had the death penalty, she'd be dead. And there are a lot of people who think...
Not wrong here, though, is it, in this?
But how do you legislate for that? How do you draw the line? Of course not wrong here. You can't possibly go... Everyone is guilty.
Let's imagine you never get it wrong. You always get the right person, right? You've got to be careful about a vengeful state. All of the things that make up this country, good and bad, focusing them on taking life is a step that we really should be afraid of.
Also, Patrick, if he's as mentally ill as you claim, and he clearly is, as a father, do you not have some this is a weird thing to say, but some sympathy for him?
No,
in the sense, obviously he needs to be incarcerated, but
no, I get what you mean.
Kill him.
I get what you mean, but no, because I think that there is a Rizzler paper between some sorts of extreme mental illness and actually just being inherently evil. I take it
in a different direction. I say no because I'm a father of two, and the thought that my child would deprive another father of his child would give me pause. Just because he's my child, I don't have the right to support him or defend him in that case, or her in that case. So actually, being a parent should allow you to understand, yes, your duty is to defend your children, but it's actually to defend other children.
And actually, as a parent, if you have a child that is going towards extremism, reporting them does them a favour.
Yes.
Because they'll spend less time in prison. Actually, the kindest thing to do is to probably
they ultimately didn't do
the
him
right
a favour,
thing, right?
did they? Because
which actually is something that Anne Widdecombe said a while ago.
That's exactly, I'm afraid, that's exactly where I got that point from, that exact interview, because it was off my TikTok.
Yeah.
I've stolen that
100%.
from. Thank you, Anne.
Yeah. Right, look, just very quickly, because on a couple of the other national newspapers, for example, The Independent, Burnham puts early prisoner release scheme on hold. PM halts Labour's plan to ease prison crowding and promises no inmates will be let out until there's an urgent review. We might as well couple this with what's on the front of the Daily Express as well, which is Nigel Farage's solution to prison overcrowding, which is to basically build prefab prisons. What do you think, Matthew?
Well, I think that it's a fairly extraordinary intervention, this, from Nigel Farage and Reform, saying that they're going to build these Nightingale prisons, because that's based on the Nightingale hospitals that were built at inordinate expense during the pandemic, in which, if my memory serves me correct, not a single patient was ever treated
That's not comparison.
So
that's a pointless point. Because the needs were different. By saying it wasn't used was because they weren't needed to be used. That's different to with
it's
prisons,
because
right?
it actually turned out that they wouldn't be fit for purpose.
Sure, but
in the end,
the point is Nightingale just means pop-up. It doesn't, just because it didn't work.
I don't think it means
pop-up.
I think there are other words like pop-up or temporary.
Yeah, but you
so
can
I
use
think it's
whatever you like. Just because it wasn't used during COVID doesn't mean it wouldn't be used then.
to pick that. Look, the problem we've got with early releases, I think everybody has been, absolutely worried this week about the police officers, killers potentially being released early. Although look, they weren't going to be released as early as people expected. But anyway, and yet the problem is we take a sledgehammer to crack the nut, because they are physically not the prison places to keep people in. Now, maybe it's a society we need to build a lot more prison places. The government says it's accelerating that, but it takes time. Nobody wants a prison on their doorstep, so there's a planning row every time a prison is proposed. What do we do in the meantime? Because if you physically can't fit people in the prison,
but we do
what do we do?
But we are now opening more disused military bases to house asylum seekers.
But they're not secure. I mean, as you saw in Cobra, people can wander in and out.
Yeah, but surely it wouldn't take... Yes, but surely...
But hold on, listen, it's a big issue. Firstly, there's this focus on Andy Burnham. Does he even know what he's talking about? Because it sounds great to stop these releases, great. But that either means the Labour Party were lying to us in the beginning that we needed them, or he has some magic solution, one of the two. And I think this is important, President, that we make sure that we actually scrutinise what he's saying. You've got a story you'll come to later about tax, which on the face of it is a great idea. How are you going to pay for it? But that's my first point. My second point is this. A pop-up prison, to me, sounds like a load of nonsense, because a prison needs to be a secure building. Pop-up doesn't suggest it's secure at all. And I don't know if any of you have ever been to prison. I've been to Belmarsh. I've been to the Scrubs. I was just there for a visit. and various other prisons. They are pretty well thought out. They are secure institutions. Yeah. I don't think they're the kind of thing you can pop up.
We should bring back Australia. Maybe that's the solution.
And also,
go old school.
Go old school. And by that he means send people to Australia.
It worked for a few hundred years.
Right,
well, of course, they keep them offshore, so...
They want to leave there.
Moving on, we're going to be talking about this when we come back.
I'm not looking to get into lawsuits, but I think I have an obligation to do it. This was so egregious.
So, yes, the BBC is taking on President Trump after they edited that clip of him, and they are now demanding he hand over his personal phone records, and they want to prove that he did incite January the 6th riots. Is your money paying for this? And, yes, Burnham, they say it's tax cuts, pints in pubs. Are we heading for a snap general election? And actually, has he done any of the maths on any of this? That's next.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB Newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though. I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply. OK, welcome back to Late Edition. So if we bring up the front page of tomorrow's Daily Telegraph, the BBC has demanded that President Trump hand over his personal messages in an attempt to prove that he incited the January 6th riots in a fight back against the president's £7.5 billion defamation lawsuit. The broadcaster's lawyers hope to prove in court that he actually should be held responsible for urging his supporters to storm the US Capitol. Here's how they edited that clip.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight. We fight like hell. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
Yes, right, OK. So we're going to actually just go now straight to Bev Turner, who is stateside for us and is hosting the Late Show live from midnight, because obviously this is it's a UK story, but it's also very much a US story. Bev, what we don't understand here is how the BBC trying to prove that Trump instigated the actual rise changes what they did, which is they still edited his clip and they still misrepresented his words. So what's the noise on the ground over there where you are?
I think the complexity of this is about proving a couple of things. As you say, it started out about proving that President Trump, he has to effectively prove that he was harmed by this documentary. Now, the BBC would say, well, you weren't harmed, you went on to win the election. It didn't really do you much harm, did it? And so part of this is about the reputational damage, and part of it is about the financial cost to President Trump because of this depiction of him as having caused this uprising, if you like, on January the 6th. Now, where we're getting to at the moment is this period of discovery. Any of these legal cases, before they get to court, you've got two sets of very well-paid lawyers. In this case, one set paid by the BBC, the other set paid by President Trump. And they're basically throwing down the cards. What have you got? What have we got? What can we throw at you? And this process of discovery can be absolutely brutal in the event of a case like this. And President Trump has now been asked to reveal his text messages on the night of January the 6th. So between giving that speech and between issuing the statement to tell everybody, you know, calm down, you need to come back from the Capitol building, the BBC is saying, well, if in those text messages you were told, sir, please can you issue a memo and message out to the world, and he didn't do it, the BBC will say, well, hang on a minute, that wasn't our fault, that was you. You didn't stop the uprising on January the 6th. They're looking for the evidence that he was culpable. And also you've got, from a financial point of view, my suspicion is that the scope of this is going to start being narrowed, because President Trump does not want to give the BBC his financial documents, which relate to apparently as many as 400 companies that he was involved in at the time. He's not going to want to hand that over. So it might be that in the end he says, all right, I'm not going to pursue you for damages financially that this cost me, but I am still going to pursue you for the damage done to my reputation. And so then the BBC will have to prove that it wasn't them, that it was him who damaged his own reputation. But yeah, it's messy. Remember, it's not in court until February next year. This is just the beginning, as I say, the discovery process.
Well, look, Bev, thank you very, very much. That's added, you know, quite a lot more detail onto this story. So thank you very much for fleshing that out for us. There's wonderful Bev Turner, who will, of course, be live enriching your screens from midnight until 3 a.m. Right, OK, yeah, let's just get a quick reaction to this then. What I hope doesn't happen is that the British taxpayer, through the medium of the licence fee, etc., the BBC, is in any way on the hook.
Too late for that.
Well, I mean, what else is paying for it?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, they're not got. I mean, is there a thing? Is there an insurance?
The BBC's uncle is not paying for that. The taxpayer is. Just to be very clear about that. Listen, it's great hearing Bev's explanation. It really now gives some flesh as to why the BBC have done what they've done, and it looks like it's quite a good tactic, because there's no part of Trump that wants to, you know, reveal what those 400 companies are up to. He simply isn't going to do that. But I still, and so I think it will lead to an outcome when they get to fudge it and say, he'll say he won, they'll say they won. But it still does not change what they did. What they did was pretty egregious, and I think it's had a lot of, regardless of this case, it's been quite a serious piece of reputational damage to them.
Have they engaged a law firm, do we know, or is this in-house lawyers?
I don't know.
They've engaged a law firm.
So therefore it is costing us money. I suppose the argument, now we are where we are, is if they lose, it might cost us an awful lot more money.
And if they win, they might
get all the
costs
costs back. But the idea that, you know, Graham Norton is paying for this, or any other BBC lovey is paying for this, no, we're all paying for it.
Yeah. I think what they've done...
That's why Trump shouldn't pursue the case.
I think what they've done, again, it's just my opinion, but I'm not a lawyer, what they've done means it'll be hard to get anything out of Trump. And if it's tried in America, I mean, surely there'll be a little bit on his side. I don't
know. I suppose it depends, doesn't it?
Don't they get to pick the jury in America?
But maybe.
Well, we don't have any juries in the UK anymore. So
that policy's been scrapped.
Weird, because you defended it a few months ago. You must be very disappointed, Matthew.
Yes.
As long as there are I think if there are other ways they can reduce the backlog in the courts, fantastic.
Jury trials are fundamental to what it is to be British.
Well, Lammy's gone now, hasn't he?
But he's got an eye on the long term.
It's all right. David Lammy can do more things like fighting for reparations for the people of Guyana or something.
But he's got more time on his hands.
He's got more time on his hands, yeah, exactly. He could maybe brush up on some general knowledge. Right, coming up, though, Drill Burnham Drill. There's basically kind of 3 Andy Burnham stories knocking around. We've done one of them, which is the prisoner early release thing. The other one is about him potentially looking at drilling in the North Sea. The other one, though, is him trying to help us with the cost of living more widely, and that is about pubs, etc. So, we're going to try and sort out Andy Burnham's maths when we come back.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car,
In the kitchen.
GB News breakfast is there.
with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
OK, welcome back to my wonderful panel and, of course, you, the viewers and listeners. Thank you for joining us. So we're going to be having a little look now at Andy Burnham's economics so far. So if we bring up the Metro, we've got a head on pints. First new leader since Tory May to enjoy a positive rating, they say, as Farage's support plummets. But landlords give tax reduction a cautious welcome. So what Burnham has basically done is, I think, say that pubs are going to have something like an extra 20 quid a week or something.
20% rate cut, which equates to 20 quid a week, which will
quid.
save every pub in a dire strait, because it was that last £20 that made them close.
It was.
So well done, Andy.
The banks were foreclosing on them because of that 20
just
quid.
That last 20. Oh, if only they had that 20 quid.
Yeah.
Bummer.
What we're seeing here, though, is a hangover from the Blair years, government by announcement and government by vibes. And that's why I say, let's focus and scrutinise what Andy's doing. One of the biggest questions going around Parliament now is how he's definitely skirted around being scrutinised, and it's because he's making these announcements. Because had he made this announcement and we were able to have any kind of debate in either house in Parliament, it would have been torn to shreds. 20 quid an hour won't make a difference to a pub. Forget 20 quid a week. What difference is that going to make? He needs to give real detail. He needs to have something real. And I'd ask people, how much would your family need to receive back from the government to feel positively about financial change? How much would you need? I bet it's more than 20 quid.
Well, just so far, we've had taking the VAT off your energy bills, which people reckon could save around £45 a year on average. They have not really said how that they are going to going to make that up.
So that's very expensive, but actually doesn't really make much of an impact. I don't want to sound too privileged, but for £45 a year is not a lot to anyone.
The £2 bus fare cap is they believe going to cost something like £100 million. They made a pretty spurious claim about, well, we're going to get that by recouping money from some net zero scheme. But then yesterday on the news, Heidi Alexander came out and said words similar to this effect. You can't expect me to come here to this studio and give you the facts. So they didn't know. And then today, we've had this business rates thing on pubs. And again, a Labour minister, I think it's Emma Reynolds, was there and again refused to give the details on how they're paying for this. In fact, here's a clip of that.
Secretary of the Treasury, obviously I'm well into the numbers. I'm not going to give you all the numbers today, but we will set out in more specific detail, as I said, those two major ways that we're going to fund this. This is £100 million from next April.
No, that's all fine. But then you can't say it is fully funded yet.
Well, as you say, it will be fully funded.
I mean, this is beyond parody, mate.
Well, I'm not sure it's quite beyond parody. I mean, they're going to find £100 million for this. They're going to do it by changing tax on some large Amazon-style warehouses and also getting rid of some loopholes that reduce tax for things like vape shops, which most people are fed up with seeing the proliferation of on their high street. The reason they can't say exactly what it's going to happen now is because they're going to consult on it, but that's the aim is to...
So they've promised the extra spending, but they're going to consult on how they're going to pay for it.
So the
Can I do that with my mortgage
provider? It would add up to £100 million.
So it's not fully costed?
So it's not fully costed?
It is. It's going to cost £100 million and they're going to raise £100 million.
So it's fully costed, but they haven't told us how they're going to pay for it?
They've told us the mechanism, they're just consulting on the detail, but obviously they won't ensure the detail...
So when I apply for a mortgage, can I say, look, the mechanism for me to borrow 4 times my...
You don't need to have a... You don't need a mortgage.
I can't give you the exact numbers now.
You don't need a mortgage. Your family own half of England.
What it is, the government used this idea of consulting to give them time to figure it out. Leadership is the other way around. Here's what we're going to do, and here's we're going to have to pay for it. And we're not going to consult. Why should they consult? Because they're not going to change anything on the back of the consultation.
Well, how are they going to consult?
Hold on. If they have to consultate to figure out what they're going to do, it means they haven't got a clue.
Patrick, what I think the second order consequence of this, I thought was interesting, and I hope this isn't a boring point, but you said in your trail, this is sweeties.
Yeah.
Are we looking at an early election? I think it's mad. It's turkeys waiting for Christmas. But I do wonder. It does seem this is or is it? I want to start and get my burn and bounce. But is this because he might be going?
Well, I tell you what. He's in my opinion, he needs to be careful because what he's doing, he's programming in failure. Because if you give all these sweeties away, particularly uncosted sweeties, when they don't happen or you have to raise taxes, people will just point back to, well, you promised all this stuff, you haven't delivered, you're worse than the last guy, you've got to go.
It's also not enough to make a difference.
If he feels... So, the current Labour manifesto, which was Keir Starmer's manifesto, I think by now has been relatively tried and tested, and most people feel as though that is not the prescription to the country's problems. So if Andy Burnham genuinely believes, like most people do, that fundamental change is needed to fix Britain, then he's going to have to call a general election and put a new manifesto to us, and we're going to have to vote for it or against it. If he doesn't believe that there is a fundamental issue with Britain, for example, he's not really saying anything about immigration, legal or illegal, then he can just keep doing this window dressing.
Well, on immigration, they've kept Shabana Mahmood in place, who is currently putting through legislation which will prevent the Boris wave of people getting the automatic leave to stay in the country. Absolutely vital. If Labour hadn't done that, then over 1 million people would automatically qualify, basically, to stay in Britain forever. Labour's going to make sure that only applies for a year. I think it's either a year or 2 years at a time going forward. So he may not talk about it much, but the government is actually doing it.
He has also essentially emigrated Ed Miliband by making foreign secretary. That's very good news. So that's useful. He's got him out of the country.
Power of the union.
Yeah, so I do support that.
I'm looking forward to seeing that reflected in the immigration figures, actually. Fantastic. Ed Miliband's gone. But anyway, coming up, Iran is threatening to hit the UK air bases and our royal family. Are we prepared to defend ourselves? How seriously should we take this? All of that coming your way next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
There's some mixed weather across parts of Europe at the moment. We have a heat wave affecting western parts. This will ease into the weekend, but for the time being, temperatures for some around 5 to 10 degrees above average. Some places getting into the high 30s, low 40s perhaps. Eastern Spain into North Africa as well. Then further east, well, across parts of Greece and nearby nations, we have some intense thundery downpours. 75 millimetres of rain in just a few hours. Large hail, gusty winds could cause some problems.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories. And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
OK, welcome back to Late Edition. Shall we round off with the Daily Telegraph's front page, I think, which has got a story here because Andy Burnham has basically agreed to a continuation of what Keir Starmer eventually did, along with Lord Hermer, which was say that the US could use some of our military bases to strikes on Iran under certain circumstances, and I think you have to justify it as it's some form of defensive strike. So because we've done that, Iran has now threatened an RAF base and also the royal family after a wave of US strikes. The only thing I would say about this, though, is like it's not like this is a new thing from Iran. Like this, they've been, you know, guilty of espionage and plotting something like 20 late-stage terror attacks.
Yeah, this isn't like one of our former best friends turning against us. I mean, even I, in my ignorant state, has known that they're not good people and friends.
It's not like, I mean, it's a concern, but they were doing this anyway, weren't they, I think?
Yeah, I think they particularly said that they're going to... they've re-emphasised it for two reasons. One is because the new Prime Minister, he has reaffirmed the policy, which is limited, which is only to support allow the US in certain circumstances to do this, but also, of course, because the US have been stepping up their attacks on them, so they just want to make... They want to be... to flex those muscles.
They're willy-waving.
Yeah, what it is, Iran understand the power of PR. They're using this. So if you're inside Iran, we're going to attack Iran. They haven't got a chance of getting over here, I hope. But I believe they don't. But if you're reading it, you think, look, that's us, look how strong we are. And over here, all we do is talk and worry about it. The only upshot of this is Britain must make sure that we have the means to defend ourselves wherever we are, anywhere across the world. And it takes us back to John Healey raising the money to finance defence in this country.
Have they specified which member of the royal family? We could just give them Andrew. Have they said? They should say, because maybe we don't mind.
But you're right to raise the Healey thing, because the noises were, when he became Chancellor, this has been the best resignation in history. Resigned as Defence Secretary over Keir Starmer not committing enough resources to defence. All of a sudden he's become Chancellor. Brilliant, the defence is going to be sorted out. And then in the last day or so, both Andy Burnham and Wes Streeting have failed to commit to exactly what John Healey was asking for originally. Is he now going to end up being one of the biggest sellouts in British history?
John Healey will either be a massive hero or a massive hypocrite. Simple as that.
So either be Lord Carrington or not, essentially.
Yeah. Look, I think that they will fund the Defence Investment Plan. So it will happen.
Spaffing our cash around a lot this evening, darling. With what?
Yeah.
Well,
the Defence Investment Plan was what Healey resigned over.
Yes, and then they because he thought it wasn't being fully funded.
No, he didn't. He said it wasn't enough. It wasn't fully funded. The Defence Investment Plan, which Starmer said was going to be OK, was less than what NATO said we needed as a bare minimum. Yeah. And that's why he resigned, because he said we need to do more than that. Yeah.
Well, there is a limit, obviously, to what any country can do, but the Defence Investment Plan is what is thought is needed to revolutionise defence in this country and to make sure we have the capability, as Sean says.
What Matthew's shown you is what Healey will try to do, fudge it. If he only